Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday, 7 p.m. on Saturday night. This is where you want to be for classic gaming goodness. After Batman Forever last week, I think we're coming back to The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I'm Captain D-Treg.
And Proterova here.
Yeah, thank you for coming back for the next part, the second to last part of the game. Yeah, we left Link down in the well. I guess he was like Timmy O'Toole if you've ever seen The Simpsons. But yeah, he's fine. It's not like Sting, the artist, is gonna come down and, like dig him out. It's like, Sting, you're tired. Why don't you rest? Not one of my fans needs me. Actually, I've never seen Bart playing one of your albums. Bart, he's a good digger. But anyway, Link is more capable that way. So yeah, he's been sitting here in the bottom of the well of Kaepora Village. That's where we're gonna go tonight. Last month we went to the fire and water temples, and tonight we're gonna do the rest of the temples. We're doing this, and we're gonna be killing the rest of the sculptures and getting the heart pieces as we get ready for the finale of this game. I'm looking forward to continuing this, especially after Batman Forever last week. But, all right, so let's crawl in. And yeah, Pueblo, feel free to jump in on anything else on this, because I said you're on this show for this game specifically for a reason. As we see another Skulltula, yeah, Link is real man, or hashtag Link real man now. It's like we've come so far. Yeah, we're gonna have no problem taking care of this dude, or just stun him that way. Or okay, I can't pass by. Actually, I realized this. I noticed this when I was doing the test play on this. Honestly, that there's a part later that you go through. And I actually said, like, I don't want to fight the Skulltula. Let me just go past him, but he's so big, you can't go past him, even push me away. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so what does the dead body have to say? You can hear the spirits whispering in this room. Or fine, Navi can, so she's in touch with the dead. Who knew? So you always learn something on this show. Look for the Eye of Truth. Alright, so Navi's going to be our navigator and our, interpreter. Alright, so we're at the bottom of the well where the hidden secrets of Hyrule are, gonna make themselves revealed. Well, what is your take on the bottom of the well? What's your thoughts on it? It's like, oh no, I don't want to touch you yet.
Disturbing, just like that like.
Yeah, fitting, right? Oh, yeah, let's have Navi, do the communication. Why not? Yeah, as well as says something's here. There's danger below. Yeah, we'll get into what that is specifically. The other thing I'm actually gonna do is, well, I'm gonna stop here and play the Zelda's Lullaby. Because what I want to do is I want to get the item that we need. Actually, I hadn't played this dungeon for a while myself. So when I did the test play of this past week, I said, where am I going to go for this? And then I said, alright, fine, now at this point, let me take care of that. But yeah, when you do that, you drain water. Alright. Yeah, we're having the bubbles, I believe. Let's chase him because we have to kind of go around a little bit so we can catch up. It's like, yeah, can the roll make us catch up to him? Well, we'll see. Oh, sort of, alright. Yeah, but he does have his power go out a little bit. Yeah, we want to go down here, because, yeah, by playing Zelda's Lullaby over there, you drain the water. There's a chest. Let's open that. I was like punching the chest in the air. Get some bombs. But you're right, it is disturbing. Let's go into that, because the narrative of this game is that this is where the hidden secrets of the Sheikah tribe, and I guess of the King of Hyrule specifically, are lying, in the sense that, well, you're seeing all the skeletons and things, and maybe some blood on the walls. Yeah, they were torturing people, and yeah, we have to take care of that while we stun the Skulltula there, and fine, yeah, hit him that way. Hello everyone, hello Dolly Finn, good evening to you tonight for part 4 of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I got Proterova by my side, as has been the case with every part of this game. We're doing well, hope you are as well. Feel free to hit us with more of what you got on Zelda, or Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, or other games you may be playing, or insights on what you're seeing. Alright. We got a boss here. This is, he's got his hand there. This is Dead Hand. Yeah, he has infinite hands there. You have to go for his head. What's going on is that he'll hold you in place. It won't hurt you. But when he comes down, you have to then slice his head. Or, they'll try and bite me. But the other thing is that then when you do enough damage, he'll walk away. This is definitely where the game gets a little more horror vibe, I would say. Would you agree with that?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see that more also when we do Majora's Mask in June. We start that. Because we only have one more part of this game to go. Ugh, he's weird. Yeah, no kidding. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna get out of his way. In fact, you know what? Let's get in the corner here. What a boss. Yeah, well, that's nothing as well compared to some of the other ones. But yeah, you're right. This is where you're getting the sense of, I guess, the history of Hyrule with, they captured, enemies of the Hyrulean state. And they're doing stuff to him, I guess, because, yeah, he has blood spurts on him, which I believe is still the same in the other revisions of this, because it's still around the 1.0 version. I don't think they changed that for the other releases. I don't know if you're aware, if they have. If not, we can put an edit in later, but, Yeah, you do that, he goes under, and you basically have to put the hand there. So you wait for him to, you know, come back again. But when we kill him, we're gonna have a nice reward. But the other thing about him that I always found was weird is that I don't think you... Okay, you can't stun him, he's just green, bleeding green. You have to wait till his head comes down and then hit him. Or I could feasibly use the stick, or say like, yeah, what are you doing? No, don't run away from me, my friends. Okay, but too late. Yeah. Thankfully, the hands won't hurt, but what you want to do is hit the buttons, or hit A and B specifically, to get your way out. Yeah, and when you do kill the hands, they'll eventually come back with the hearts. Oh, come on. Okay, yeah, because he'll bite you that way if that's happening. You know what? Come on down. Alright, he's dead. He also gives you a lot of magic, so there you go. And we're gonna need that for what we're getting off of him. These are definitely rewarding my, I guess what we're having to go through with him. But there we go. So we got a nice item. And you do feasibly need to come here to get this. This is the Lens of Truth. You put this on and you hit the C button, or the C button you assign it to, and what'll happen is that it'll show secrets and elements that you can't see normally. And there's one area when we go to the desert. I think you need to use this. I don't know. When you play this game, have you ever gone through this game without this? I mean, I think you can, but you have to basically know exactly what the patterns are going to be of where you need to go and where the items are, including like right here. There is the chest that way. But yeah, you were going to say?
Yeah, I prefer to have it.
Well, hey, yeah, absolutely. You're supposed to have it. And yeah, when you use that here, you get a huge rupees worth 200. Which is why, just to go to what we were doing off screen a few minutes before we started, I went and bought items to get my rupee count down to 300 so that I could, you know, use that and it wouldn't go away. Alright. Okay, so there he goes and he's gone. Woo! And we're also going to get the rest of the sculptures. So yeah, we're seeing the spider in here, but we have the other ones of which we only have about... Let's take a look on the count of sculptures. Yeah, we have only 23 left to go. So we're going well, and only 4 heart pieces. In fact, actually, the heart pieces we're going to get, that's going to be all we need to get them. The rest of the stuff we're going to get as far as our health meter is going to come from the other 2 dungeons we have to go to. Actually, I guess to go to that was what we were saying with the previous, or the other dungeons, or needing this for the other places. I think there's only really one place that we're going to need that, but we'll see that a little later. But, alright, so when Navi was talking to the dead people, or the dead people, or the people who were tortured, as we're seeing there, there's again another face of the sculpture. You know, let's stick this dude. So let me pull my sticks out to do more damage. Knock him out. You're also seeing the game chugging a little bit while we're down here. But yeah, there you go. There are the blood. There are the blood spurts on the ground. There are all of the, I guess, the racks. So yeah, the idea is this is supposed to be the torture chamber of Hyrule. And I think at this point, I don't know, would you agree with me on this or not? Would you say this is the darkest we've seen with Zelda as far as that kind of imagery? As far as, you know, getting your perspectives of, yeah, the king and queen of Hyrule feasibly torturing people if they're getting out of line?
Well, those bars seem to indicate something.
That's like a jail, perhaps. And yeah, that's the other thing also she was saying, like, you know, when you have the stuff, oh, Wallmaster, I don't want to be in the way of that, because if I get caught by him, it takes me back to the start of the dungeon, and I don't want that to happen. Yes, stick him. And he does give you a lot of rupees when that happens, but you're saying, like, yeah, there's holes in the floor, and the idea is that, yeah, you're gonna see this, you fall in, otherwise, like, yeah, there you go. But, since I got this already, we don't have to worry about that. I did fall in that a lot when I was doing task play, only because it's been a while since I played it. Yeah, you have to go around the other way to open the box. I mean, it definitely is a disturbing case. It's kind of more of a mini dungeon. We're running this a lot, it seems now, recently. With the ice cavern we had last time, and also with what we're going to see for the next dungeon, where we have a prelude to the actual dungeon we're going to be doing, and then we go to the actual case. Oh! Alright, that's the green bubble. Use your sword when screen fire vanishes. Yeah, thank God it doesn't do what Majora's Mask does with that, is that it curses you and you can't swing your sword. But we'll see that in a couple of months when we play that. Also, the other thing, I do want to have my bombs out. Because there's certain little holes and things. Alright, there's the like. I need to get keys to get down there. Ooh. When you find dirt mounds, you're going to come around. In fact, there's one right there. Throw the bomb in to find usually chests or to find other hidden goodies. Oh, or a hole to drop down. You know what? We gotta drop down to some degree. Okay, fine. We have to drop down for the chest here. yeah, we got bomb shoes, which we did see when we did the bomb shoe bowling alley at the beginning of the part or the play a couple months ago. Seems like it was just yesterday we did that. But yeah, you get them, I guess, because there's a part later you're gonna need them, but not right here. And I guess here's the other question, Proterova. I know we're saying this with the end of the game. Do we necessarily want to go to the bomb shoe shop in Hyrule Castle Town just to clear it out? Since, like, hey, we're gonna be rolling in the money. Oh shit. Okay, there you go. That's what happens, by the way, if you do not have the Lens of Truth on, or if you don't see that. Yeah, there's a hole, you're falling down. But you do need to come down here for the map. I definitely love the atmosphere that this area creates. I will say that for sure. And I guess the idea of, you know, the last hurrah, one of the last hurrahs of Child Link, where, as I said, we were saying this off camera, let's go into this, I guess, as far as this. The idea that, was I torturing Link by leaving him down in the well for the past month? But, yeah, he's a tough little boy. Especially after everything we've gone through. Definitely been enjoying this part, or this play of this game. Alright. Yeah, the dungeon map is in here. Or actually, if it's not in here, it's on... No, it's in the one that has the torches. Right, because you drop down there, and then there's that, but... Yeah, the one with the torches is on the side. And also over there are the silver rupees, which we have to get those in order to open the door out. Okay, there you go. Yeah, they're already dead, so what we want to do is feasibly avoid them, or... I guess we could kill them more. Or use Sun Song, same case as before. You can paralyze them by using that. There we go, we got our map, and we're all set. You know what, fine, let's kill the... Okay, yeah, I have my sword out. It actually reminds me of something with the, Skull Kid from, back in, what was it? In Lost Woods. When you go there as, Adult Link, he can actually jump on the sword when you stab it out. Which, you know, I think we could show that feasibly for the last part. Because I got really a couple of odds and ends I think we're gonna do next part when we play. Alright, in the meantime, yeah, just keep going and keep having a good time. Alright. And then get the rest of the bomb shoes. Or not the bomb shoes, the sculptures, I'm saying. Alright. Although I guess feasibly, here's the other thing, is that I guess... See, it's funny, because I think you have to go through the game with bombs, usually. So, I guess that's one question of that, which is... And I don't know, Pro, if you ever thought of this. Can you beat this game without the bombs? Because they give you the Goron Special Crop here, so you can still feasibly drop the bomb down there with that if you don't want to use your own. But I don't know necessarily if that's been a case where, you know, you can go through this one without the bombs. I know Zelda 1 on NES, I think you can do that, but this one I don't know.
I'm not sure for this dungeon.
Oh, for this dungeon or for this game feasibly? Because I remember I was talking to the Crochet Nerd who I work with, and it was mentioned he's going to be on for Majora's Mask. We start that in 2 months. He said when he played through this game, because he played through this semi-recently, I guess in preparation for Majora's Mask as well as playing through Majora's Mask, he was saying that he actually avoided the temple we're going to go to next as much as he could. So I'm wondering, I get that there's probably a way you could take a different order in this game and just avoid certain items. But the way I tend to do it is like, well, fine, I'll just run through and get everything. And yeah, in that case, that's so you can kind of tell where the hidden walls are. Although, see, you could feasibly just walk along the walls here, and since there's an empty wall, you just come in here, it's like, oh, here's a chest, I didn't see this, but the intention is you're supposed to have that Lens of Truth. And get all the keys, of which there are a couple, and we do need them to get the sculptures that are in here, and yeah, we'll have to deal with that like in a little bit. In fact, you know, I'll go to the other end, and then we'll see about that. Right, because I have to bomb the wall over there. Oh, actually, wait, yeah. Or no, I don't, because that's a, okay, no, that's the hole, so I have to go over to the side. And now I bomb it, perfect. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't want to fall down again. I mean, this is going to be a little bit of a taste, a little bit of a, you know, I guess morsel or appetizer for what we're going to have for our next dungeon, which tends to be the one that people don't like in some degrees. If it's not the water temple, it's this one, usually. We'll see that in a few minutes. Also, yeah, I probably should turn this on so I can get a sense of... Oh, right, because I have to go down here. Oh. Okay, so there's heart. So yeah, if you get your damage going, you're going to be able to recover it. Yeah, definitely getting more atmospheric, I guess, now, as far as, you know, starting in this dark case. But we'll definitely see a little more. And actually, here's an interesting case as far as this room. And you do need the Decker sticks to light stuff up. Well, I don't think you necessarily need them, but... Oh, no, you do, because you need to open the graves over here. Which I think there's kind of an aura to Zelda 1 a little bit with the fact that we're going to find a key in here, and it's one of the only keys that's loose in this game. But it's just lying on the ground, where usually they're in chests. Yeah, my fire is holding on the stick pretty nicely. And there are those keys, yeah, they're following me, but they're stopping every time I, you know, turn the candle on or turn on the torch. Yeah, that is how Link's being saved, and out of that, I believe the key... okay, no, it's in one of these. But yeah, there are all the keys that kill them all. Yeah, I keep pulling the stick out, but like, yeah, I can't hit him from here with that. But yeah, we also run into, in fact, I'll show this off. Yeah, these are the Gerudos, which are from the other Zelda games. They are mummies. And in this game, let me show this off. Well, in the words of the Doors, come on, baby, light my fire. With Din's fire. Yeah, I still get scared, even while I was putting the fire down. It's like, yeah, Link is a badass, but I guess he's still getting scared. But yeah, when you do the burn on the Gerudos, the bandages will not go away. I thought they did go away. Oh, okay, that's new. You ever see that? I got stuck. Well, like, in the scare case that Link does while I'm doing the Din's fire. But yeah, there you go. Fine, he's dead. Or as Nocturne said when she was on the program a couple weeks ago, kill it with fire. Yeah, we were definitely doing that, but yeah, the enemies had the same idea. Alright, so I believe it's in the grave, or the casket that's over on the side here. Get another key. Yeah, I think there are 3 or 4 keys on this dungeon, but, yeah, don't quote me on that. It's been a while since I guess, oh, fine, it's a couple days since I did the test play, but I was so focused on where am I going after having not played it for a while that it kind of overshadowed everything else. And again, that's why we do test plays on this program. So at least know, to a certain extent, what I'm doing, but hey, that's not to say that, you know, we won't do something a little blind. Actually, I think what I want to do for the viewer request next month, it is going to be a case of me sort of going blind with something, sort of, but, I still have to pick up a copy of that, which is not too expensive, so I will hold in suspense probably till next week with that. I guess to give a little bit of an update note as far as someone was mentioning last week of what's going to be the viewer request game next month. I talked with Edwack as far as Mickey Mouse Campaign on NES, which he wants to be in. We're going to put that on hold for a little bit of time, but yeah, that's going to be his case, so when we get to that point, yeah, he'll be all in on that one. And same also with Nikki when we do Freddy Fish for the PC, which we're thinking July, but we'll see where that's going to go. But yeah. Okay, good thing also that, okay, he killed him as he burned me. Yeah, in this case, it's also good I don't have the Deku shield on, otherwise the thing would burn up. Alright, but there are the BMOS. So like with the other Zelda games, I have to bomb them, and I guess we usually take off the Leads of Truth, because while you have that on, by the way, just to go into that, your magic is slowly draining, and also, one thing I didn't remember, when you hold the B button to do the spin attack, while you have the Leads of Truth on, do the spin, it does not have the magic power for it, just to show it that way, boom. So yeah, you have 2 things going magic this way, but you can't necessarily use them both at once. I don't remember if Majora's Mask did that. We'll find out when we play it. Which is, yeah, again, gonna be coming up pretty soon. But, definitely have a good time with this one, and Proto, hope you have been as well. Alright, there we go. Oh, shit! There's the, like. I don't like the like. I want him dead. Although, actually, I was gonna say, as a kid, it's not as much to worry about, because I only need my shield. But yeah, fine, we're just gonna spin him constantly. Yeah, which is, by the way, you rotate the analog stick and hit the B button to do that quick spin, and it does not take your magic away, if I did not mention that when we played this a couple months ago. Alright, so there is a chest, and there is a sculpture we can kill. And we don't have a whole lot left, so we're gonna kill every single one of these things tonight. Same as before, just hit him, the token comes, and throw your nice boomerang out. And make it a little flashy like I do. Do the backflip. Okay, there you go. There might be something for the thumbnail for the YouTube video. By the way, I put it over to you. It's feasibly your choice of what you want to see for the thumbnail for this game. So, yeah, let me know. Alrighty, so let's keep going. And ooh! Okay, yeah, you are also distance-based as far as the BMOS, which you're gonna see a little bit when we go to the next temple. Ah! Okay, that was cool. I just sliced him that way. Alright, BMOS. Yeah, it doesn't like smoke in its eye, which is a throwback to Zelda 1. Because, yeah, they say Dodongo hates smoke, except he hates being bombed. Alright, there you go. Let's just walk past, and... And then the next two sculptures are actually pretty easy to find, because they're both behind doors locked by keys. And I think... Let me just check one thing on the map. Let me make sure that I didn't miss anything item-wise. Yeah, I think that's it. So actually, we're going to be getting through this way faster than I did on the test play. It took me about 45 minutes, but at this point, it's going to be about... Oh, shit. 25, because I fell down. I was like, alright, yeah. I was moving so fast, I wasn't watching where I was going. Alright, but usually when you do fall down, it's fine. It's not going to be a problem to you. You just have to climb your way out and just walk away from the regen, which is fine. Oh. Yeah, Link is scared of ladder at that point, because, like, yeah, that was a perfect framing of that. So, yeah, Proto, you have your choice of a bunch of different thumbnail image possibilities for the upload of this in a few days, just on the back of the first 20 minutes. We'll definitely get more and more going on, and I am loving doing this game, and having you for it, for sure. Alrighty. So, yeah, the last thing we need to do is just go get those two sculptures, and they are in the center room. And in these, you do want to have the Lens of Truth, although feasibly... Fine, let's not have the Lens of Truth, yeah. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. So yeah, Link is walking on air, but there's actually a platform underneath that, so there you go. And in Majora's Mask, this power-up comes back. One thing they do that's interesting is they have a little bit of a... I guess a transition in, it kind of fades in the eye, or does like an iris in, iris out to it, which is a really nice effect. Alright, so there is the next one, and we'll... Yeah, I was gonna say, like, yeah, let's toss the boomerang up in that way. Okay, there you go. Yeah, it looks like, look at that. Looks like Link is kind of snapping his neck, but it's like it's just when you're taking pictures of maybe something acrobatic. He's like, yeah, there you go. Okay, that could be, okay, I'm already loving just the idea of that. And that's also why I do like the backflips every time I see the sculptures to get the tokens, just because, hey, I can make it look cool or look funny. Alright, so the other room is right here. Okay, yeah, let's go in the door and leave the Wall Master behind. Okay, so last we have him, and then we're gonna leave. And we can then go to the next dungeon. One time for old time's sake. Yeah, basically Link from every angle as far as, you know, the let me pose after getting the gold sculpture token, and that is the last one here, yeah. Yeah, so that we go. We have 80. We only have 20 left to go. And with that, we're all set. We can leave. You know, I leave this torture chamber behind because I guess that's the idea of the lore of this, and then we went into the Good Blood channel's video of Ocarina of Time Master Class of Subtext, which we are linking in the link list in the upload for every part of this, because it's very easy to watch. Thank you for indicating that to me, and it also gave a perspective of a lot of the discussions that we have on, you know, what's the deeper meaning of this. I guess also, I was saying this to you earlier, the thought that with Ocarina of Time, with this being, if you really want to look at technically, the 7th game of the franchise, though canonically the... Oh, no, it's 8th game of the franchise, but canonically the 5th one, as far as order of release. This is, I guess, the one that really was kind of going the darkest with that kind of thing the most, with maybe the exception of, I guess, some aspects of Zelda 1 where, you know, we had Ganon coming out or being killed in a bloody fashion, and in Zelda 2, Adventure of Link, where actually they took a plot from the Dracula movies by saying that, yeah, the enemies and the old minions of Ganon want to get his ashes or his blood and basically revive it the same way as happened with good old Dracula that way. Alright, so with that, we can go back to the Temple of Time. And we're going to go on to the next dungeon. I believe, unless there's... Oh, wait! No! There's one thing we're going to do, but we do have to come back here for it. We're going to do the game that we tried to do legitimately at the start of this game, but... well, we now have an easier way of running it. Yeah, but I didn't even need to make it night because this is where we gotta go in order to do the treasure box shop. And there you go, there are the doggies, but yeah, they just run around through town all night. And it's not like Mega Man Legends, we played that a few weeks ago, where, yeah, you know they're gonna start and kill me. Alright, there is the happy couple. They just love dancing the night away. And we'll see them in the next game, because there's stuff for that. Yeah, just like the King of Hyrule. Yeah, you don't want to know what the King of Hyrule does, you know, on his off time, feasibly, or what he, I guess, orders done to, you know, people who are not subordinate with, the elements of Hyrule. Alright, we're back at the treasure box shop. Remember this one, yes? Yes, with this one, it's a mini game. You go in here, you pay 10 rupees, and you have a choice of chests to open. And you get a key out of them, you get to the next room, you get to the end of it, you get the heart piece. Or get the heart piece that they give you. Now, for each room, it is a 50-50 shot on which one to open. And you have to go through 5 rooms of this, so I guess the odds of this happening, if you're gonna make it work to go through, would be... I guess... it would technically be 2 to the 5th, but then you also have to go on the concept of, I have to do the 50-50 shot in each room correctly each time. So probably gonna add something on it, but with the Lens of Truth, they don't have security cameras in ye old Hyrule, thankfully. So you can just look in and say like, okay, I could open this and get the rupee, but if I do, I lose. But yeah, I get the key in the other one, and we get to keep going. As I mentioned when we first played part 1 of this, I think I did this without this once, and you can, but it's easier just to do it this way. Just keep going in there and looking for the key. Alright, so the stakes will change. I do like that attention to detail. Hey, we're in the blue room, so you get the blue rupee if you make a mistake. Although, actually, I'm gonna be very curious if it's always in the chest on the left. Because if that's the case, that would mean that feasibly I could have just said like, oh, we'll just choose the one on the left, and okay, fine, not in this case, because they put it on the right. Because it is randomly determined where they are. It's not that they set a pattern and you can just find it. But for the first 3 rooms, it sure looked that way. And last room, yeah, well, oh fine, mostly, so it's on the left every time except that last room, but alright, we're set. And then with that, we can go in the last room. And yeah, there's the room of gold. There's nothing else to prove here. We open it up, and we're gonna get the next heart piece, of which we only have 4. And we're gonna get the rest of them all tonight. Oh, no, whenever I do that, I think the we're hearing that, but yeah, we won. Oh, fine, we cheated, but it's not like we'll see something with next month, where it's like, yeah, they'll indicate that you cheated. No, not for this one. He's fine. I guess he's like, yeah, he just is, you know, he's in here, like, he doesn't want to be here at night. So he's like, yeah, who's gonna come here? Yeah, just some random kid. So in that case, like, yeah, fine. Like, maybe I get to go home now. Maybe go to sleep, feasibly. Actually, you see, it's funny, because, yeah, he's not sleeping on the job. We can show that. In fact, I never actually really looked at him specifically, or saw that, yeah, he has, like, yeah, the riches and the gold bullion bars up there. Okay. Yeah, I could, you know, I'm tempting fate by saying, like, yeah, look, this is what I use, my friend. You can't do anything about it. But it's like, yeah, we're fine. Okay, so yeah, that was why I came back, so because I want to get that. And with that, we can now go and go back to the adult section, and we're going to go to the next dungeon. Actually, you know what, since we're here, and since I did do that at a little bit of quicker time, let's put on the, I guess, the Mask of Truth. Let's talk to these Gossip Stones and see what they say. Because, yeah, in this game, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, if you have the Gossip Stone, which you get for completing the Mask Quest like we did, you can talk to these Gossip Stones with it, and they'll give you little hints of either the lore of stuff, or perhaps hints of things to find. Like, right here, actually, this is a lore hint right here, specifically. They say that the Gerudos sometimes come to Hyrule Castle Town look for boyfriends. We'll see that later. And this one over here, it's against the rules to use glasses at the treasure chest shop in Hyrule Castle Town. Well, yeah, you just saw it. They don't have rules. They didn't care. We were just able to use that, and we won the prize. So basically, that's your idea of like, hey, if you try to go through the treasure box shop legitimately, they'll tell you, hey, you can use that to get a sense. Malvolio hopes a knight in shining armor will come and sweep her off her feet someday. Well, we helped, you know, what's going on with Lon on the Ranch. Alright, Runner's Mask, we got this. Alright, so, yeah, we got the Mask of Truth. Let's put on the Mask of Truth. Let's talk to these Gossip Stones and see what they say. Because, yeah, in this game, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, if you have the Gossip Stone, which you get for completing the Mask Quest like we did, you can talk to these Gossip Stones with it, and they'll give you little hints of either the lore of stuff, or perhaps hints of things to find. Like, right here, actually, this is a lore hint right here, specifically. They say that the Gerudos sometimes come to Hyrule Castle Town look for boyfriends. So basically, that's your idea of like, hey, if you try to go through the treasure box shop legitimately, they'll tell you, hey, you can use that to get a sense. Malvolio hopes a knight in shining armor will come and sweep her off her feet someday. Well, we helped, you know, what's going on with Lon on the Ranch. Alright, Malin set the original record in the obstacle course of Lawn Run Ranch, which actually, I don't know if I've actually stopped and seen all these before, but for this, I mean, it is interesting to kind of go through that. I mean, I guess if we wanted to, and Proterova, this is up to you too, if, you know, you want to see us go through all these, but, I can do that a little later. Actually, that might also be a good reason for getting stuff set up for the next part, because honestly, I'll tell you, we're going to finish most of the stuff of this game tonight, mostly. So in some ways, I guess I'm going to be stretching a little bit with what we're going to be doing for next month, but we will finish the game next month. We'll definitely get the nice conclusion to what's going on with the story as we have stuff going on right now. Alright, so there we are with what we got. Let's go back to the spirit, or let's do the Shadow Temple now, so. There we go, we'll play the Requiem Spirit. Oh no, that's the song we're getting next. This is the Nocturne Shadow. Yeah, spoiler warning, we have one more song to go. Yeah, with that, yeah, it is raining in the graveyard, but yeah, we have to take care of this, because as we saw last month, while we're seeing those torches, you know, pop into view, an evil spirit came out of the well and went over here, so we gotta take care of it, but first we gotta do Din's Fire to set all these torches ablaze at once. Like that, there we go. Alright, so this is the Shadow Temple. In this case, they do highly recommend you have the, Lens of Truth. I think you do need to technically have it, and as you go through start, this will give you a hint. If you come here early like we did last month, it'll say, the shadow will only yield to the person with the Eye of Truth. Hand down to Kaepora Village. Thankfully, we do have it, so there you go. Also, by the way, might as well, oh, why get that weird shot? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I went off screen and bought a bug, because, like, you're gonna need that a little later, but alright, fine. Also, I may as well show this off, because we do need to do this for a puzzle. Make my beak face the skull of truth. The alternative is a descent in deep darkness. Actually, no, I'll do that after, because there's an item we need to get here. And like the, bottom of the well, we're gonna be getting that pretty quickly. Because this is mainly one of the more linear temples, really. One gains the Eye of Truth is able to see in the dim darkness, which we are. And, yeah, they'll keep saying this. And as we saw before, this also is a little bit of an indication of what we saw in the bottom of the well. Here gathered Hyrule's bloody history of greed and hatred, so I guess then, feasibly, if you want to get to this way, if this is really basically saying, and feel free, Proterova, if you want to jump in on this, if you think that what they're saying here with the Shadow Temple is that the history of greed and hatred, so you think then maybe what they're saying is that, you know, we saw the torture chamber downstairs, or in the well for them, so this is the idea that, you know, there's something, you know, going to drift in Hyrule, perhaps, as far as, like, the morality of, you know, I guess the Hylian perspective of it. Okay, yeah, also I'm trying to just do this fancy, like, doing that target case, but, like, yeah, sometimes just let him come down and slice him.
Yeah, there's a bit of, I can see that theory.
I mean, there is something to be said about that, because this is, I guess, where we're kind of getting into that perspective of being, I guess, the darkest. This is probably the darkest part of the game. Would you agree with that? Or are you thinking of somewhere else that might be more of this one, anyway?
The speculations do hint at that.
Oh, for this?
Like, yeah, you know, you think everything's fine. I rule with, at least castle area. But knowing that essentially there's, like, you know, maybe the Hylians aren't as wonderful as...
Or there's something, like, hidden in the back. I mean, the perspective of... And I've heard this theory, I may as well go into this. I mean, that this is basically Hyrule's... Okay, it's not one-to-one with this, but basically Hyrule's variance of slavery, in the sense it's the one thing they don't talk about. Although, in this case, it's like, well, okay, that was weird. Right there, I sliced him, I got myself choked. Yeah, we have to find another one of these, dead hands with the big Goron sword. He will go down a little easier. Or I can just, you know... Fine, get down here, I want to try something. Okay, yeah, okay, he's immune to the hammer, so yeah. If I hammer him, nothing happens. And I think he's also immune to the hook shot, so actually, you do have to slice him.
Why do you think it's slavery?
Only because I would say, well, above anything else, maybe just the thought of, like, this is the one aspect of, the history of, I guess, of Hyrule, of, like, the dark element of their past that maybe is not, I don't know, potentially reckoned with. Because honestly, I think, I think this is the only game in the series, let's chat, you want to correct me, or Proterova, you know, that goes, I guess, the perspective of what's the dark element of the history of Hyrule and feasibly, I guess, of the royal family and the Sheikah. I think this might be the one that goes the most into that. And actually, fine, the slavery case, like, well, we're gonna get into the perspective of what racism is in Majora's Mask pretty extensively, honestly. So I'm almost wondering maybe they're planting the seeds that way for that, maybe also is that more the perspective of, okay, the hidden past of Hyrule. Well, we're getting the item we do need to have to go through this dungeon. These are the hover boots. As you said when we played this last month, you said, like, Nikes with the other one. The Crochet Nerd said to me with this one, yeah, these kind of like Nikes, yeah, with the wings on the side. So yeah, these are the Nikes specifically. So yeah, just do it. So how we're gonna do it with this one is, these are boots that when you walk off of a platform, you'll hover for a little bit of time. But the thing is that you walk around and it's insanely slippery. So yeah, you have no traction. Yeah, be brave and trust the boots. So yeah, I guess that's what they say about Nikes feasibly too. Alright, and like with the other thing, yeah, you put them on. So yeah, well, I'll put them on for this just to show what they are. Yeah, you kind of are moving faster, and yeah, like that, you just kind of slide. So it's basically, you're sort of playing the game with ice physics, although weirdly enough, when I did the test on this, I mostly just went through this dungeon anyway, just taking these things all over the place. To say, like, yeah, you know, what's hidden in this darkness, tricks full of ill, we can't see the way forward. Yes, we can. And they will keep saying that in this area, but they will stop saying it when we get out. But yeah, I think, as I said, I think this is feasibly, with, like, the history of Hyrule, is this the one that goes into it the most, as far as, like, the dark pasts? Or is maybe there another one? Maybe Twilight Princess, but, yeah, it's been so long since I played Twilight Princess, I'm not sure of that. Alright, yeah, now we gotta do this puzzle. Actually, I could have done this before, because I do want to show what happens when you, make a mistake on this. What you do is you take the, bird here, you have to hit it at the torches that you don't like, which are right here. The first one, yeah, the bottom falls out on you, and if you don't have those hover boots, you're dead. And yeah, that, by the way, that's what happens with the hover boots. You have that little glow to yourself, and then after a few seconds, then you fall. And we're gonna use that in just a second. But yeah, if you fail this puzzle, you will fall and die, or get hurt badly. Oh, it's not that one. And I just clicked through the floor. Oh, okay, so this is interesting. Is this random? Do you know if this is a random puzzle? Because when I did my test play on this, I moved it to the second one, and that was all I needed to do.
I think it just picks one, yeah.
Oh, so it is random. Okay, I did not know that.
So.
Or
you're not going to just,
stop on one of them?
No, just check it.
Use the pullback?
The lens.
Oh, it shows that for
Yeah,
that one. Oh, you're
go.
right, okay. Yeah, see, I forgot how to do that when I did test play. I just did it randomly, so I didn't know, A, I didn't know it was random, and B, I didn't know that... Alright, fine, then yeah, you can... Okay, so you can feasibly do this without the Lens of Truth as well, but it's feasibly not recommended. It's like, I can't believe then I did this on my test playthrough without using this. I had it, but I just didn't use it, because I said, oh, it's this one. I was like, I thought, like, oh, wait, it's one of the specific ones, but... Alright, so it's random, and you want to use the Lens of Truth to know which one it is. Or you can feasibly deduce your way, either way. But thank you again for indicating that, because I remember that. And as I said, I was talking with you on camera before we went on tonight. That's also why I wanted you on this. Not least of which, because this is one of your favorite Zeldas. I don't know if you said this was your favorite, but either way, it is one you like a lot, and one also, you know, you're adding something to that of something that I didn't know, despite the fact that I've been playing it for so long, and you know as well. Boom with the Beamos. Also, one thing I may as well do is let me play a little bit of a ditty here. You play the Song of Storms, here we're gonna get a fairy. And I'll tell you, this is something I found out because we had this happen in part 2. Play the song, you have the fairy that comes up there. Remember when I tried to get it in the bottle and I couldn't? And I said, oh, it can't? Yeah, you can't because this is a different fairy than the ones we see in the bottles. It's a little bigger, you saw with that bar there. Also, it recovered my magic as well as my hearts. So in that case, that's the reason why I can't hit in a bottle. But I do need to have my bombs out to blow the wall open. The wall's open. Over. Well, we'll find this wall. Yeah, there you go.
So there's something special about those fairies.
Yeah, those. At first I thought, well, no, they look similar. The only difference is the size. Because remember, I tried to put in the bottle and said, like, it didn't work. It's like catching a bottle. Like, yeah, I tried to catch in the bottle, it didn't work, but I didn't know why. But, yeah, there you go. That is the reason why. Oh, yeah. Also, this room. Yeah, the Grim Reapers with the scythes here. The thought usually is like, hey, you know, Link is going to be decapitated doing that if he stands up to that degree. He won't be. That would be the M-rated version of this game, though we are still seeing the blood on this. Yeah, also, that's the challenge of having the hover boots here. Because, yeah, if you jump up like that, you'll be hovering for a little bit.
So in terms of Link's growth, what do you think the point of this temple is?
This one? I would say... I would say probably... Maybe... I'd say having Link compartmentalize the history of Hyrule, and since we learned that he's a Hylian, the thought that this is going to be him knowing the history that way, his growth that way, and also maybe him kind of dealing with death to a certain extent. I mean, I'd say this room, although maybe more on top of what we had with the Deku Tree in part 1, where it's like, okay, Deku Tree died, but yeah, you know what, fine, I'm not going to take that risk yet. Ooh, just made it. Yeah, avoided Link's feasibly getting killed that way, but yeah, okay, fine. Alright, there you go, there. He did get hurt, but it just hurts you, it does not kill you instantly. Magic game doing that would be like, I think a game where you have insta-kills with something like that for an environment. But, yeah, it's skipping mine right now. Chat, feel free to let us know any games that have that you know off the top of your head on. Well, getting here, get a key. Yeah, this dungeon, yeah, what is your take then on this dungeon, what you think of it, and where you'd place it as far as your preferred dungeons of this game, particularly of the adult dungeons, the temples, I should say. For me, I would say, like, it probably is my least favorite, but it's still something I find enjoyment of. It's a pretty straight shot, though. That's the thing about this one compared to some of the other dungeons that we've seen already and that we'll see as far as the next one. Oh! I thought it was in range to, you know, avoid that, but no. Okay, fine. Like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, Link, I guess I'm, you know, getting Link going, but also, that's maybe the other girls. Like, yeah, Link could take the scythe that way, and yeah, he's got no issue. Yeah, the Beamos does come back, so just run away from him. Alright, there's another Gibdo, and I do believe there is a, oh wait, no, I have that on already. Oh, no, I have to kill the Gibdo. Oh, okay, that's the other thing. The Gibdos, unlike the Redeads will not scare Adult Link. The Gibdos will. So I guess the idea of the bandages. But usually, yeah, the scare is not too bad. As long as you're, like, swinging your sword that way, they'll usually run right into it. Or I always say Chicago, and then he ran into my knife. Yeah, he ran into the, big Goron sword, although, yeah, we didn't show the giant side. Actually, you know what? We might... I'm trying to think about this. You know, we could do that for part 5. I'll set up a file for that, and I'll show off what the giant's knife is, because we got what you normally can replace that with. So yeah, that'll be part of the grab bag of stuff for next month, along with us finishing the game. Yeah, so if nothing else, we'll have some stuff to show off everything that I know of this game, and everything Proterova you know, and anything else you think of interest that you're just like, hey, let's showcase on top of... you know, what we're seeing. Fine, there you go. Yeah, Link is, yeah, taking that with a spider, but, yeah, there you go. Just slice him. Yeah, I'm realizing, yeah, I am not taking off the, boots. Actually, I just noticed that right now. I think, didn't the boots have... Okay, no, I thought I saw, like, the moon symbol on the side of them, but apparently not. Yeah, I just ran into him, but I was like... Yeah, watch out. Yeah, good point. Maybe because it's a straight shot, I just kind of want to keep running. Oh, shit! There's gonna be Link runs into spiders, but as I said, like, yeah, we're killing all the spiders, none of them being left alive, but there we go. Yeah, now we're running into the case of the guillotine, so I guess feasibly, the idea of... Okay, fine, hitting from the back that time is a little different. I guess the idea of, like, Hyrule doing executions, which I guess... I don't think there's any other Zelda game that's gone to that specifically. Alright, listen. Watch out as the monsters hang from the ceiling, so basically avoid the wall masters. Wait, no. Oh. Yeah, fine, let's leave you be. Yeah, don't worry, there are platforms there, but I just didn't have the lens of truth on to see what they were. Actually, feasibly, that also helps with having the hover boots, because then what you can do is walk off of something like, hey, if that's something that's not there, like you hear that, you see that flashing there, and you're like, oh, let me get back to safety in time. Or, yeah, use it here to avoid, getting chopped by these guys. And then also find the enemies, although I don't think the enemies are hidden. It's just you have to kill every one of them, and it's the case where I've often missed some of the enemies. Alright, there you go. And also avoid the, okay, yeah, I'm getting, okay. It looks like, was I getting hit by the sides at the same time that I was, you know, I was, getting eaten by the actually, okay, well, here's an interesting thing, I didn't know this. When you don't have your shield, apparently when you have that, hitting the R button doesn't do anything, you don't even do the crouch. Okay, so, yeah, alright, so, yeah, you can't use the shield when you're using the big orange sword, but apparently you also can't even do the duck either. Do you know that? Okay, yeah, okay, so there you go, you're learning something new on this show, or at least I am. There's probably gonna be somebody out there who knew it, so fair enough, I get that. But that's what I love, and that's what I was saying to you, before we started tonight. The idea of, like, why do I like this? Because then it's giving us a reason to play a game again, while also feasibly finding stuff about we didn't know. Also, I guess recounting the memories or insights that we have about it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I'm trying to look for the last, piece over here. Or, wait, what's this? Alright, that's
A platform. That's a pillar.
How do you get up that? I don't think I got through up that on the test play. Do you have to play a song?
It is, there's a bullseye.
Oh, right. The hookshot target.
Yeah.
Where is it? You do need the lens of truth to see, yes? Or is it completely invisible anyway? Okay, yeah, because I have it on, so let's see. Okay. Okay, fine. I opened that. That's fine. Turn it back on. Maybe it's something else, because, yeah, it is showing Navi doing something. You know, maybe if we play one of the songs here. I don't know why this would do this. Well, let's give it a shot. If you know, let's try the Sun song. It will not take me out, thank God. So it's like, I can do that here. No. We'll have the Zelda's Lullaby. Usually they tell you where the Zelda's Lullaby is. But I guess if not, I mean, we'll see later what's going on with that. Okay, so yeah, that's weird. I mean,
I thought it was a...
yeah, I would have thought so too.
That's what my memory is.
Okay, then, you know, maybe it is. I'll look up that when I do the edit this week, and we'll put in an edit as, like, what that is. Okay, but, alright, there we go. So there is Skulltula there. There's Rupee, and, yeah, it doesn't look like it, but there's a chest. You can also feasibly feel the chest out. I do love that. Yeah, if you don't use the lens of truth for that, you just kick it something like, yeah, there you go, there's the chest. Yeah, Link could just feel through. He's like, oh, I feel something here. Alright, so that's Skulltula. Let's see. I think there's like 4 on this dungeon, I believe. I'm trying to remember. I do have it written down, like, this is the last time we're going to have to use this because of the fact that we're almost done. Wait, hold on, did I get everything? Wait, no, there's 3 chests in here? Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, no, I have to go the other way to get... Oh, this is coming in for the Skulltula. The other side is where the key is. Because I believe I do have... I have all of them down on that sheet there. Alright, yeah, we'll fight the Stealthless. Oh, yeah, yo, come towards me. Like, I'll just crouch and I'll stab you with the knife. Alright, fine, there you go. Oh, yeah, I want to wait for that, because you want to wait for the platform there to go up and then come down. Alright, so, one thing is we do need to open the door over here. Oh, shit! Oh, what was that? I was slid off something. You see that?
Yeah, I saw that.
I guess maybe it was like a slope or something. It's just like, yeah, I just kind of went off.
Wasn't the slope lower?
Let me see, you know, let's see what that was. By the way, if you do fall off here, you do lose health. It's not a game over unless you have no health. Okay, there, yeah, he can walk on air too, and he doesn't need boots for it. All right, so yeah, I know. Yeah, I want to see that again, just because that was weird. That's the other reason I like to do this stuff live this way, because then we can just do it practically. Okay. Alright, so that's it. So, I guess it was hit the side. At first it looked like I got grabbed by something, but apparently no. Okay, so I need to go get the, I have to go get the silver rubies. Yeah, they will have the silver rupee puzzles now, in particular. I think pretty much every dungeon we're gonna go to has this now. Whoa! Oh, I just went through that. Okay, that was, yeah, I never saw that before. That's awesome. Or, funny, but weird that, we were able to go through that. Oh, wait, where's the last one? Oh, right, it's hidden, I think. Fine. Oh, no, it's underneath the, beam outside the kill. Yeah, you kind of get that case of, the, throw on the bomb, at least, eventually, so that at that point, like, eventually becomes something like, oh, just aim it over there, or feasibly, if you ever played Breath of the Wild, where you can do, like, the rolls of the bombs on top of that. Yeah, this, I think, will hurt you badly if you get crushed by it. Only one with this Eye of Truth will find the Storm Umbrella that protects against the rain of blades. Talking about this right here.
Any reason why they have to be so cryptic on that?
On what?
On the hint?
I guess to probably play, because you're saying, what's the context of this dungeon specifically? Maybe play of the mystery, and I guess the idea that this is the hidden secret of Hyrule. Everything's going on with the well and the Shadow Temple is the secret that way. To make sure that something that somebody can't get into.
Do you think the sign just randomly has a hint on how to get past?
Yeah, I guess the idea, like, somebody picked it up there because they didn't remember. Oh, see, it's funny you're bringing that up, and actually, I'm glad we can then discuss this. Like, we have a good reason to do this. Because last week we played Batman Forever for Super Nintendo, and, for that game, it was a case where I was running into cases where it's very cryptic on where you need to go. I need to use the, FAQ for that, and even then it wasn't clear. I had to use, the elements of figuring out the button combinations for the special moves, but even then they were wrong, and the instruction manual had them wrong. As the case where I was even using the cheat code, I got stuck in cases where the game crashed, and also where I didn't know how to get out of a certain room. So, in that case, it's interesting saying, like, first, the fact they're giving me the hint, number one, over there, and number two, the idea that, okay, it's something that feasibly you can feel your way through, so I think this is what I was talking about last week when I said, like, what's going on with, like, the puzzle design of something like that, and why Zelda is a great game, usually, when it comes to that, because they give you enough of an idea of what you need to do without necessarily explicitly telling you, oh, here's what you do, although there is an option in the 3DS version of this where you can basically use the Sheikah Stones in order to tell you exactly where to go if you don't know what to do for a puzzle. But I think that's really what gets people going with Zelda the most, as far as stuff like that. I don't know, what do you think as far as, like, the puzzle design of Zelda? I mean, we may as well go into that, because I don't know if we actually went into that specifically yet. Oh, right, the chest comes there after I go over here. And also, feasibly, I guess, of the Zelda games you played, where would you say this one falls as far as, like, the puzzle designs? So yeah, there's money that we don't need right now.
Not sure.
I mean, there's definitely something to be said about that. I mean, actually, I guess maybe the most cryptic... Fine, there's two... The two most cryptic ones are probably the two on NES. Because, well, fine, the first one was the first one, and the clues are a little cryptic. Not too awful, but the kind of thing that sometimes, like, hey, you might want to look it up for it. And then Zelda 2 especially, because you have to kind of focus on certain aspects of it. And there's a sculpture in this room, I think. Or did I already get it? Oh, no, I got it in the, I got underneath that. I think.
Like, I like how they have the sign there, but it just feels out of place in the world.
Compared to maybe some of the other dungeons we've run into on top of that?
Just, they're randomly putting in a hint on a sign.
Mm-hmm.
It's like maybe if Navi said something, sure. But a random sign.
Right. Which is like, fine, we'll get our aggression out of the sign by cutting it. Okay, you know what, there we go, we'll leave a flag. So there you go, that is the remains of the sign. Or I guess I cut it to, for all you Tesla fans. And the sign said, long-haired, freaky-looking people need not apply. Okay.
It's almost like they play tested the game, and they had so much trouble solving that one puzzle that they decided to put a random sign.
Yeah, I mean, because it's funny, we went over that, I think, for part 2. We said that Miyamoto is saying that he thinks that for this game, he gets why they felt like they wanted to tutorialize with Navi in particular, but he felt that there's too much of it. So...
Well, that's a place where it seems out of place.
Okay, I mean, but that's interesting, because I mean...
Out of place in terms of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And also, because it's meant to be like a temple, why have a little hint on a temple?
I mean, especially this late in the game, I get that.
Yeah.
I mean, and it's interesting, because I mentioned when we did Blast Core last month, I said that that's a game where some of the design elements that the Martin Wakely, who was the head lead designer of that game, he basically was at odds with his dev team with some of it, because he said, like, hey, we're annoyed by how we have to use the backlash in every level, or most every level at the end of the game. It's like, we have trouble controlling this. So at that point, there was a little bit of a, I guess, a rift. Well, okay, when I say a rift, that makes it sound like it's, oh, they're like, saying like, oh, we're not going to work this game now because them saying that, okay, we don't necessarily like the thing with the backlash. And with that game, I kind of get it, because there's a little bit of a debate on that specifically for, you know, how much do they like the backlash. And I get that entirely with that one. Okay, and suddenly I fall on the floor. Alright, so there you go. So yeah, me getting that last silver rupee meant that I teleported. Yeah, Link was just confused as we were. Okay, so yeah, in this room now we also have to use the stuff with bombs in order to bust that. And also there's a sculpture down there, and yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, don't hit him from the back. Alright, no, right, because I have to kill them, because I can't get out of the room without killing them. So let's do that first. And the other thing I may as well do is, okay, land on air. No, fine, land on air and put the, no, I need the bombs, so that's fine. Yeah, because that's what I'm realizing, I guess now, is like, yeah, I have 3 item slots, which, as I mentioned, the 3DS version makes it so you technically have 4, sort of. Well, fine, 4 sort of in the sense you have 2 extra buttons. The ocarina is an item that's always on its own button on the touch screen, and the boots are able to be toggled on and off. So basically, as like, if you want, you know, the cleanest experience feasibly with Zelda, that might be the way to go, but still, you do have some elements of the fact that, you know, it's not based on the 1.0 version or the 1.1 version with some of the stuff that we've seen so far. And also, I guess, the fact that it's on portable. So if you don't have that system, or you don't want to play it on a portable system, it's going to be a question. Especially when the eShop shuts down, although that is something that's on card for that system, so you can get it that way. Alright, so there's the next sculpture. Ooh. Oh, and yeah, there's another key. Ding-a-ding-a-ding. Alright, so yeah, there's another, piece in here. Yeah, I had to kind of scan this room when I was doing the test, honestly, with it, because I was saying, first I didn't remember I had to leave. Okay, also that's a case where the, hover boots didn't actually, you know what? Yeah, because I walk off and the hover boots happen, because actually I realized something. So, okay, so basically if I backflip off, it doesn't, the hover boots are ignored. Okay. I did not know that. Have you ever seen that before?
Nope.
Okay, so we're finding out things about the, and see, that's the other thing, why we'll play a game like this, and why we'll talk about it. Even if we played it multiple times before, sometimes we'll find something unique about it. You'll tell me something unique about it that you knew that I didn't, or vice versa. I love that. And it's definitely going to be the case when we do some of the other games that we have lined up, of which I guess you and I were kind of getting a little bit of a prelude to one of those, which is going to be one of the RPGs that you want to do. You're going to be handling for us, and I thank you very much for that. Which is going to be Lunar, the Silver Star, the PlayStation version specifically, but by that time, I'll also have the PSP version, so we can at least go some difference in that. I'll look up the stuff on the Sega CD when that happens. Of that version, anyway. We can do it. Oh. Okay, I knew that it didn't turn on for the boots when you did the hook shot up there. I guess you have to fall. So I guess that's feasibly the case, like, they just turn it on and off for certain things. Alright, and now we also have the wind stuff, and this goes back to what we were saying, I think 2 months ago, with the Wind Temple that didn't happen, or that they were planning, but it was not put in the final game. Because they initially were going to say, yeah, that was going to be part of that temple. And also we'll see that in the final dungeon as well. Alright, yeah, in this case the wind will blow you away, but if you have the iron boots, you walk slow, but they will... You won't be blown away by the air, but the air will also stop, so you usually run past. In fact, actually, no, I will show this. Yeah, instead of fun of the air, I was like, yeah, that's fine. It's not going to be a problem. You know, fine, let's also just walk down the way. So, yeah, Link has, you know, the lanky boots, just walking through. Feasibly, you know, let's also make it a little harder. Let's use the hook shot and fall down feasibly, you know, from that. Actually, you do want to use it here because the wind can blow you off and you can fall and you can be in trouble. Also, but I will actually need to switch boots in just a second. Actually, no. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't want to fall off yet. Alright, so let's put on the hover boots and get ready for a ride. Yeah, because you'd ride them over here in order to get to here to get the key we gotta go to next. And there's some Gerudos. Oh! Yeah, it's like, oh, crap. It's like, wait, yeah, I got too close. And they gave me the grab. Oh, yeah, I'm ready. I have my sword up, raised. I was like, yeah, there you go. Now you're dead. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of rupees that we're not going to need soon. Alright, yeah, the key is not in that one, so they do give you a little bit of hint, and you do need the lens of truth to find it, and you need to bomb this. So, yeah, let's open the box. Okay. Alright, yeah, we got our little boat. Actually, I don't want to go here yet, because I think there is a room that I missed. Gives us also the benefit of, you know, this being a linear temple, because of that, in that case, it's not as easy to miss the sculptural shit. Whoa! Yeah, because I forgot to go in this room. Yeah, just these are just re-deads, they will not scare me. Okay, so let's see what's in here. Alright, there is a chest up somewhere else. Alright, I can hear the spirits whispering in this room. Those sacred feet shall let the wind guide them, and then they will be led to the hidden path. Okay, basically telling you, do what we just did, so I did that out of order. Okay, no, the chest is there. There's in with the compass that's in the room. I was like, where is it? Alright, that's arrows. Perfect. Alright, so let's get going. Actually, no. Since this is one of those pressure points for the ferry, again, let's play the song. Or green. Yeah, wait till she turns green, and then play the the Song of Storms. Or not. You know what? Fine. Let's play the Sun Song. It's not always going to be the Song of Storms. Usually, I'll just go to that. Okay, fine. No, it's the Sun Song here. All right. And there we are. We're all recovered, which is going to be good for where we're going next. Whoa. Okay, yeah, I couldn't get through that without the fan. So actually, in that case, I have to stand right here and just wait. Avoid the fire. Oh, no. Okay, I just made that. Yeah, we are almost done with this temple. It is not that long, and it's pretty straight, so feasibly some of the other temples were given trouble. It's like, hey, if you're not sure where to go, it's mostly a lot of side rooms, really. But there are a couple of sculptures here. Yeah. Yeah, here we go, I hear it. So yeah, I can hear the sculpture over there, and also if you hear the sculpture doing like the rustling like that, and you don't hear battle music, that means it's one of those sculptures. Actually, we do need to go over there to get on the boat to get where we need to go. But what we do need to do is we need to play the Scarecrow song, or the Goron's Lullabies we'll hear in 2 months when we play Majora's Mask. Yeah, with that there's Pierre, and you do need the long shot for this. But yeah, if you went through the Water Temple, you have it. Alright, I think there's only one left in here. Woo. Yeah, we're making like the Lonely Island, and we're going on a boat. Okay, yeah, but in order to get it going, you have to play the Tune of the Royal Family. We got the nice bells, so it's like, yeah, there you go. This is our regal ship, or fine, Hyrule's regal ship underneath, you know, underneath the Earth this way. Yeah, we'll have a much more pleasant boat cruise going on in the next game. I will definitely say that, but we'll see that in a few months. Alright, and with this, also you have the stall posters say, like, yeah, you know what, we gotta take care of this thing. Whoa! And the frame rate also goes a little down. Also, because the ship is bobbing, you don't get as much hang time, or you get more feasibly with going up and down from the jump. So there you go, and there's another one. Come on. Alright, there we go. And yeah, you just ride to the end, but yeah, there's also stuff. I don't think there's anything usually on the sides here.
Just fall.
Yeah, it will. That's gonna happen in just a second. But yeah, like, we just enjoy our boat ride. Like, yeah, Link is enjoying himself. Yeah, I can't wait till we get to the boat cruise thing for Majora's Mask, especially the music that comes with that. All right, there we go. This is the end of the line, but yeah, the ship is sinking, and basically just pretty much go down there, and yeah, it falls down. Okay, and we're almost at the end. The end is over there, but I believe there is. Let's go over here. Oh wait, no, the boss key's in here, and we have wall masters. And the other thing here, let me get the truth out. Yeah. It's a maze, but yeah, it's all open, so like, yeah, where are the walls? Yeah, there they are. Thankfully, the wall masters are just on the ground here, so they can still hurt, though. And thank God also they don't get the case where, you know, they'll, I guess they'll take, I don't know, can they take you back from here? I think it's usually if they come down on you from the top. When they're just lying around here like this, that's not a concern. Alright, so yeah, and they are on the corners as far as what's in the rooms. Alright, so yeah, alright, there is the perspective of, yeah, they have them hidden now. And also I will show this. Okay, fine, I can't show this because, yeah, there is the lens of truth. Yeah, when you have the lens of truth on like that, yeah, the slice thing, I can't use the charge up. Alright. Yeah, I don't remember what's in this box, but we will find out. Okay, alright, we need to come here for the key in order to get to the end. But we also need to get the boss key, which is coming up soon. Yeah, I'm surprised that I'm, you know, A, holding on with the hover boots just running around like this. And I guess also that I'm not getting a sense of being encumbered that way. Because as I mentioned, it's ice physics, basically. It was like, maybe I'm used to it. Maybe it's just I don't want to change the boots, I guess, as much. Not that it's a problem, but still, like, there's the idea. Alright, so now we have 3 of these. I guess maybe this is the other thing. I don't know if either of you agree with this. Do you think maybe the reason people tend not to like this is because it seems like it's a little repetitive in terms of what the rooms are? In the sense of puzzles, in the sense of set pieces.
Linear.
Linearity as well, on top of that, so I think that might be part of it. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, I guess feasibly, the best dungeon, or the worst dungeon in this game is still better than the best level of Batman Forever. So you put that into context that way. You ever play Batman Forever today? I don't know if I asked you that. Yeah, yeah, we played it last week. That was an experience. I recommend going back to that one. It is, it's good for a laugh, and I said that's also for the April Fool's Day show on top of that. That was lucky. There's one broken, and it's gonna bust the other two. From the other ones we had.
From the other ones.
Which, yeah, I mean, that's interesting, because I know we mentioned this one a couple months ago when we talked about what's your take on Majora's Mask, because you said Majora's Mask is a case of a game, or fine, with Zelda, you expect it not to be that dark, whereas I guess with this one I said, this one gets darker later, but you're saying that...
It's just like, you know, it's like the first level is supposed to be like you could take it as like a metaphor for friendship.
Uh-huh.
Okay? a fire temple, you know, loyalty, or like family or something.
Right.
Like this one, it's more like instead of like an internal perspective, seems to be more of an outward.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I guess you could say is that you could say like, well, the water temple is the idea of Link facing his demons, and I guess maybe this one, Link facing the demons of Hyrule and of the Hylians. I guess that's one way to look at it. But I mean, I know what you're saying, and I guess here's the thing, which is, and this might also be something, chat, if you want to get in on this. What do you think when a franchise goes dark, and when do you necessarily go with it?
It's just the messaging is different.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's true, because I guess what you say, like, the messaging of this one is, what would you say, as far as, like, this dungeon compared to the other ones, as you mentioned over before?
From a... Like, I guess I could accept the standpoint of, like, accepting death.
Okay.
And from the outworld perspective, like, maybe there is some angry spirits in the world.
Okay.
Due to the, you know, the wars.
Okay, fair enough. By the way, I'm waiting here as well, just like, yeah, I'm gonna burn this. You do have to use the Din's Fire here. The fire arrows do not work. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Just, there doesn't seem to be much of a message.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as, like, she doesn't just say, hey, this dungeon is this, and, like, remember the first dungeon, it's like, oh, here's your friend.
Uh-huh. Right, and now I get that idea, so there's that perspective. So, I mean, you're right, so it's, I mean, okay, we saw this last month, the idea that it's kind of something traumatic of what's going on, and the idea, I guess, of she not knowing how to respond, but maybe also, I get what you're saying now. You do come here for the boss cave. But, you know, I'll pause that to you then, though. Like, as far as the franchise going darker, I know you said, like, you felt that Majora's Mask was too dark. Is that right, what you were thinking? How it was going? I just want to make sure I'm representing what you said.
It's not really, per se, that it was too dark. It just, I don't know.
I mean, I guess this is a question, like, how when it take a franchise like this and it goes in a direction that is a little more outside of what you expect for it, or maybe outside of the comfort zone potentially, when does that become a problem? I mean, we mentioned a couple weeks ago when Doctor and I were doing the last part of Mega Man Legends, we were talking about Bomberman. We talked about Bomberman Act Zero, which is totally, you know, going. They're taking like the Halo art style to Bomberman, you know, the cute anime-ish bomb cute creature guy. And there's like people saying like, what are you doing? It seems like it's totally out of keeping, number one, and the game is horrible, number two. Or we played Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow the Hedgehog is, let's go Sonic the Hedgehog, let's have swearing and gun violence and racism undertones, going back to the thing I was saying earlier. But
yeah, this temple just doesn't have as clear symbolism as the rest of the temples.
And I guess the question, like, when does that become a liability for you or for somebody playing? Which is a very interesting thing to think about. And also, like, basically, like, what do you expect for a franchise, or what is it, where do you come to that as far as saying that something like that can be, I guess, detracting from it more than, you know, adding to it? Because you said when we did the Forest Temple that you really liked what that was saying as far as, like, the temple itself, and also the message you said about finding Saria, our friend. Whereas in this one, it's more about, I guess, the despairing case of us finding the secrets of this, and I guess coming to acceptance with death. And falling down.
That's the closest theory that I have, and I'm not even really convinced.
You wouldn't necessarily even trust that. How would you necessarily think it? Well, we have the boss. Yeah, we mentioned Prince Donkey Kong at part 1, and yeah, at this point, I love how he's bouncing me up there. It's like I'm still kind of hovering on the air a little bit. But yeah, we got Bongo playing by the boss here. Yeah, this is Bongo. He is the Shadow Beast that we were having to deal with over here. Yeah, feel free to keep going into that while I take care of him. By the way, to take care of him, pull out the Lens of Truth, find out where he is, pull out the arrows, and stab him in the eye.
And also, I wonder what this boss are.
This one, yeah, I mean, okay, no. What you do is you hit him either with the arrows of the hook shot, and then you arrow him in the eye. He goes down and just slice him. Ugh, or miss. And they will keep giving you arrows, by the way, and magic for the purpose of using the lens truth. By the way, this is what it looks like when you have the lens truth. You can't see him specifically. I mean, I guess I'll pause at this, guys, and feel free to, jump in this chat as well. Which is, I would maybe say... Okay, yeah, you can stun with a hook shot. I would say maybe the idea of, like... Because we saw, like, the undead take of, going in the graveyard. So I was wondering, maybe it's, like, the ancient hands of, Hyrule, perhaps, what they did as far as, trying to take care of, the traitors to the state. And he is dead, by the way.
Yeah, the thing is all the other temples, it's supposed to be an inward, like, reflection.
More of an reflection on Link. Which is very interesting, and that is a very interesting observation.
So there's supposed to be a outward message, and then there's also an inward perspective. Like, as in, Link goes through like a trial, and this is what this is supposed to be.
Yeah, well, hashtag Link real man, for sure.
This is supposed to, have some, say, growth, or some, symbolism. Mm-hmm. Going back to the Good Blood episode. Yeah,
fair enough. Also, by the way, if you fell off, you also go into the River of Syrinx or something, or the River of Death, and you get yourself hurt. You can climb back up. We didn't have that happen. It happened on my test play, but for this we didn't.
But even in that episode, they really didn't. I don't think they really gave this one a conclusive
read, yeah. Which is where we come in. So it's like, yeah, let's elaborate on that. While we're seeing who we know is the sage of the temple, because we were told last time she's the sage of the temple, Impa. Yeah, the boy with noble Zelda, and actually, let's do this. Let's go into this feasibly now. Like, the boy with Zelda's Ocarina. So she expected we were doing this. So feel free, we'll keep running on what you're going on.
I'm trying to see what they're saying.
All right, so Impa's the caretaker of Zelda and the sage of the temple. But she told us, yeah, they serve the royalty of Hyrule from generation to generation as attendants. But 7 years ago, when Ganondorf attacked, the castle surrendered. And his target was one of the keys to the Sacred Realm, the hidden treasure of the royal family, which Zelda gave to us. Her duty was to take Zelda out of Ganon's reach, and there you go. Yeah, we were only a lad. Now we've become a hero. Yeah, hashtag Link real man. There he is. We've made it. Nothing to worry about, though. The princess is safe. Yeah, soon we'll meet Zelda again, and we'll explain everything that's going on. Yeah, she will. Absolutely. That will be one of the last things we do tonight. And then the 6 wise ones will try to seal the realm up so we can take care of Ganondorf. Alright, so yeah, we'll have to go and find Zelda. And here we go. My power is helpful to you is going to the medallion. So yeah, I guess he's not really going into much more except for the fact that, what's going on with the Sheikahs of protecting Hyrule. I guess what happened with Ganondorf.
Yeah, it's a very static dungeon.
What? Sorry, what?
It's just a very static dungeon.
As far as, I guess, what it's at.
As far as the narrative.
I mean, yeah, except, honestly, in some ways, like, most of the narrative we got was before we went in.
It poses more questions than it answers.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes it can be fascinating, and we've said this before on the show, that can be a fascinating thing, but also the question of, when you get into a case that it's posing more questions than answers, how much of that do you think is the game being non-committal? And in the case of this game, because they're saying there's other examples of this, it sticks out, and then the question becomes, do you find that a distraction? Do you find that something that detracts from it or not? And that is an interesting thing to go into.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's something like, like maybe you finally accept that you're really a Hylian and not a Kokiri.
Which goes to what we said in part 2. And you know what? I'm going back to the temple because I want to make sure that I got all the sculptures out of there. I think I did, but I just want to check that quickly. But it goes to what we said at the end of part 2, which was, and even chat was saying this, they were saying, we said we felt that the Deku Tree Sprout telling us we're Hylian then felt a bit anticlimactic. Which would then maybe explain why then with this, does it seem that seems like a weird juxtaposition?
Like he's finally accepting like the reality or his role in the world.
Mm-hmm. Or maybe also, okay, I got them all, perfect. But you're I guess that way because we had other things that I guess were distracting us. We had the stuff with Gerudo for the water temple. We had having to deal with Darunia and save him out of the fire temple. So feasibly, that's not a bad argument or a bad read of this. In that, you know, Link had other stuff on his mind. Now he's kind of more on his own than even those other temples were. So at this point, he has more time to think that through.
Oh, and yeah, isn't the line something about infinite darkness?
Yes, it is.
So, in other words, kind of like, you know, he's kind of accepting he's lost everything.
Okay, which, yeah, there's something to be said about that.
He's lost, you know, he lost Saria.
Feasibly, yes.
Let's see, you know, the Gorons, let's say they lose... You know,
Darunia is off in the realm, you're right. So yeah, he's not around with them anymore, I get that too.
You know, your fiance is now a sage too.
And also, remember, Zora's river and Zora's domain is still frozen over. It's not getting unfrozen until we beat this game, by the way. So, you know, you're finally getting over the fact that, you know, all these things that have happened to you. I guess getting a case of acceptance, which is, you know, that is an interesting thing with Zelda. Really.
Which I wonder if that like has like any foreshadowing.
Oh yeah, I think it does.
If there's any foreshadowing on, let's say, events near the end of the game.
Near the end of the game, or feasibly in, and I'll ask.
Or like your fate.
My fate. Oh like yeah, we're gonna get into that with
like
Majora's Mask, especially. You mean once these two games are done, what's going on with the lore? Once at least
this game is done.
No, I get that completely. And that is something that, as I said, I think if nothing else, we're kind of encapsulating why this Zelda, in particular, I mean, a lot of them tend to have, you know, the intense discussion or thought of, like, what is the intention of them, and this particular part of it that way. I think this one really, for that very reason, and in that way, it's one of the most fascinating ones to kind of do that with, just because it's advanced enough with its tech to kind of give you a little bit of something, and it also then will give it with some other aspects of its story, but then other questions of, okay, what's that gonna indicate? Alright, so we are going now to the desert. We kind of avoided this place to a certain extent for a while, but we're coming over here now. And we hear the great music, but what I'm gonna do is, it's gonna go night, but don't worry, I'll play some songs so we'll be able to hear it the whole way we're in the, temple. And, okay, you know what, fine. We did the jump over with Epona, and we can call her back later. Fine, we're gonna say, Epona. Yeah, if you do, because as I said, this is when I played this game the first time. I didn't get Epona. So, if you don't get Epona, how you're supposed to get over here is use the long shot. Hit this, target and get over. But yeah, don't worry, Epona. Yeah, we'll see you later, my friends. We're not abandoning her, because, yeah, she'll just come around the corner when we play the song. She's always at just the right place at just the right time. Alright, so, there are two sculptures here, and I missed one of them when I was doing my test initially, and then I said, wait, where's this last one? Not that one, that's up there. The other one is behind the tent. And we will go talk to him. Actually, you know what? Let's also take off the boots. Like, yeah, we're out of the place we need to have these. For now, we're good. Yeah, the other sculpture is behind the tent. And I forgot this. I was like, where is it? It's like, I knew I wrote it down. Also, one other thing, I'm getting the Rumble Pack hit going on because of the Stone of Agony. Play the Song Storms here. There is a hidden grotto. I don't know if I remember this was here. Yeah, right behind, let's go in, and I believe there's money in here. Oh, no. Right. There's Deku dudes. Actually, I'm gonna empty one of my bottles of the fairy, I'll tell you why. Because I want to start spending my money, get rid of it, number one. And number two, at some point I do want to have a backup of magic. They will sell me, the potions. So yeah, he'll sell me a green potion for 40 rupees, which the green potion will be a recovery of my magic. I believe you get 2 servings of it. So let me just do this so I'll have a background that way. You drink with the C button you said to recover magic power, and you can carry it in one of your bottles, which we did. And the other one will sell the red. So if you want to buy the red and the green potion, come here. And I believe it's cheaper here, I think, than it is at the store, I think. Although, I don't know. I'll do a look on that and I'll put an edit in right here when it goes in a few days to confirm if that's the case or not, because I don't remember. But alright, fine. We're here for another reason. We're here for the fact that, okay, we're coming over to Gerudo Valley because we need to do that. I will also, as I promised, play the Sun song so we can get that amazing music again. I don't know, would you say this is the best piece of music in the soundtrack? The creator was saying, like, don't even try to question that. Like, it is. I'm like, he makes a good point. You're right. It's terrific. It's like a mixture of, like, Latin, you know, beats and rhythms, and it's amazing. Let's talk to Mudo first. Alright, what are my workers doing over there? Yeah, his carpenter workers are there, and we'll go in the tent later. There we go. I love this track, for sure. And I guess it goes to what we were saying as far as the idea of, like, the cultural layout or the cultural melting pot that is Hyrule, which goes to the question of the Gerudos. We'll see the Gerudos in just a second, as far as, like, what's that layout. But it is interesting, and it gives, you're right, it gives the Gerudo Valley and Fortress and the Gerudo race specifically an identity. Like, you remember the Gerudos. People remember this part of the game and also these characters. I think partially, in some ways, because of this music, because it's that good. Yeah, we do need to go to the desert, but we can't go to the desert yet. In fact, you know what? Let's show what happens and why we can't go to the desert. Yeah. We are not welcome here. You said us to go going to jail. Yeah, we're going to jail now. Stupid kid, and they capitalized kid as well. Get it there. So I'm stupid kid. That's my name. Well, fine. That's what they say my name is, but we gotta prove them wrong. So keep quiet.
Interesting.
Oh, what's that?
You're this far in, and they're calling you a kid.
Well, I mean, here's the other thing. Feasibly, we could have come here actually right after we got Epona. But you're right. Exactly the idea that, although it also goes to stuff with the Gerudo, and we'll see that in just a second. By the way, to get out of here, hook shot onto the roof. Also, yeah, I can kind of take a bit of a shortcut there. I can't quite reach the box there. That is where one of the heart pieces is. I think you can... Let's see if I can't just barely hit it. Okay, I just miss it. Yeah, what's up? That desert, that's where Ganondorf, the King of Evil, was born. We go there, we might find something. Alright, we'll go over there in a second. I just want to see if I can reach it from here. If not, I know how I can get to it. Okay, I can't, because I'm basically right at the edge. And actually, one thing I am going to do, though, first is we're going to go over here. Alright, because, yeah, we have to go into the Thieves' Hideout, and it's basically a stealth case, so like Metal Gear Solid, remember that. Unlike that game, though, they can't hear me. So, yeah, I kill her, feasibly. Or, fine, I knock her out, she has the stars over her head. So it is just like Metal Gear Solid as well. In fact, I'll show that right there. Although I don't think they'll wake up. It's not like... Fine, they won't wake up if I stay in the room. So, yeah, I can just sit here, I can feasibly,
I think they're on a timer.
Are they on a timer?
Yeah.
You know what, fine, let's find out they're on a timer, because I was not aware that they were.
I remember they were.
Which would make sense. I guess it's like, as I mentioned, Metal Gear Solid. Because Metal Gear Solid is the same case. We played that. Which was on your recommendation. Thank you again for making that one. We did run in the case where I think you knock them out, and they have the stars over their head. Actually, no. Actually, I don't know if Metal Gear Solid 1 had that. I know Metal Gear Solid 2 does, where if you knock them out instead of killing them, they have the stars over their head, and when they go away, they wake up. Also, I want to see something. I don't think I can... Okay, I can't latch on. Yeah, if you hit them with a hook shot, they'll be stunned. You also can't knock them out with everything. I tried hammering them. It's like, let me just smash their head in feasibly, being, you know, bloodthirsty with Link, but no, that you can't do that. It doesn't do anything. You can do the cut of them with the sword, though, but alright, there we are. I'll hold on here just to get a sense, because I just don't know.
I'm curious, because I do remember being caught, like, taking too long.
Okay. Which, and that's the other thing about the show. Like, hey, if we or chat has a question of something with the game, even if it's just what happens if we do this, we're gonna find out. Okay. But that also, as I said, that's also another potential as far as the thumbnail image. Like, we've got a lot, so honestly, I think I'll let you have take a look at the raw video on this, just so you can get a sense of, yeah, so far there's a bunch to choose from here, as well as we're in the bottom of the well.
Come on, guys, prove me right.
Alright, well, we'll see for sure, because they will wake up if you leave the room. That much I do know. They'll be back.
It could be a distance issue.
Okay, so if I go further away, because we do, by the way, we do have to go up here, by the way. While we're here, and when I get tossed into Slammer, is that we need to find the Carpenters, who in the German version of this game are named after the Beatles. They named Ringo, John, Paul, and oh yeah, Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, George Harrison, George. There we go. So yeah, you just have to say them out. That's the German version only. Japanese and U.S. They are not, and we're going to see their specific names.
Oh wait.
Oh, so are they doing the thing with Metal Gear Solid where the stars go less on their heads?
No, I think they just get up. Huh.
Okay, well,
They're not doing it. It's
okay,
weird.
well, as I said, I'll also put an edit in a few days just to confirm that, you know, that's not the case. Or maybe what I'll also just do is, like, I'll put it on there and just sit there and leave it for a while and see if I get thrown in the slammer. Which is fine, and I've liked doing that as well. Like, I'll put an edit in later for something like that. By the way, yeah, I'm coming up here specifically right now, because that is our jail, or where we're tossed in. That's how we got in, by the way. Yeah, I also want to hit this because I believe there's rupees in here. Yeah, there are 50. But also, this is the easy way to...
was that a bit more than 50?
Okay, it was fine. It was enough to fill the wallet. But there's a lot. Yeah, this is the other way to get through. Yeah, I can just clip through the fence that way. And do that the other way, and I'll show you the intended way to do this. And also, there's a sculpture over there on the walls. Oh, well. Actually... Okay, fine. You know what? Since when I play this, it'll restore me back to where I came out as far as last door. We do this. We'll play the Sun Song. I'll do this so I can get the Skulltula. And then, okay, no, I'll do this so I'll get a cup. Well, actually, no, I can't. There's one I can't get. I have to wait. Actually, I have to clear this place out before I get it. What's that?
They say you said Gerudo song.
Yeah, in fact, I'm gonna show that.
That's the way I used to do it.
Yeah, I think that's the way you're supposed to do it. Yeah, because right here you have Navi going green. When she goes green like that, that either means hey, you can. If she goes green, hit Z, and she doesn't give like a hey, listen. That means that there's something there. Like there is Pierre. Yeah, he'll pop up. Or if you do the Sun Song or
yeah, I usually
Song
go
Storms,
to the other
it.
side.
Yeah,
I get from the other side.
And you're supposed to. In fact, if you come here after, like as soon as you can't do what I did. You need the long shot to get that the way I got it. So point is, you can go either way if you have it. But you're right. This is the intended way to do it. So we're gonna do. Well, actually, you know what? No, because you know what? Because I do want to get the music going, and this is the only sculpture I can get now. I can't get the other one that's behind the archer rangers. We'll see a little later. All right, fine. There you go. Well, in fact, you know what? We'll also show one other thing, which is, whoop. Oh, let's back. Yeah, let's try backflip off of the fence. Oh, there you go. Also, yeah, putting myself at risk there, because yeah, if they see me, I'm tossed back in jail. Although, unlike the first time, you don't necessarily have the fancy case of that. But you can also feasibly snipe them from the top, like this. So, I mean...
I really want to keep your arrows, though.
That's true, although I'm gonna get a we're gonna get an upgrade for the arrows as they are, for the quiver here. So, that's fine. And actually, also, with the hook shot, we have a way of managing certain things when we go to fight. Also, there is a fairy fountain here, we're not gonna use it yet. What you have to do is you have to go through the fortress, and we have to find where all of the carpenters are. And be careful of where the guards are. This is our stealth case. Yeah, if you do hit her with the hook shot, she'll get stunned, and she'll bust out of that eventually, unless you slice her. She's not coming back from that feasibly. And they also don't hear sound, thank God. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, they're like,
brave.
Yeah, what was that about? I was like, yeah, the sound. Like I said, it comes from a lot of the stealth games I've played in some cases. This, Splinter Cell, where Splinter Cell, they go in sound case. So, like, they'll have, like, the sound thing. Even to the point, like, you do the whistle, and it's like, what's going on? You hit the button, you go like... And it's like, yeah, be careful that way for it. But in this one, I mean, it's understanding, I guess, the limitations. But I mean, we'll see this when we do... And I was going to mention this when I was, like, doing the sniping off. When we do GoldenEye in a few months, or also when we do Perfect Dark, because, yeah, you call dibs on Perfect Dark when we do that. The idea of them hearing sound feasibly, like the gunshot. This is how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to climb up there and then hit the Scarecrow song to get what you need to get, but for the purpose of this, we don't have to do that. So I'm actually kind of going just all over the place on this dungeon. In fact, oh, right there is the Thieves' Hideout. again, but yeah, we can just go this way. But it is interesting, I guess, them going stealth way with Zelda this way, and I guess probably the... Well, fine, we saw that earlier with part 1, we were in the Hyrule Castle Town, but then also Wind Waker would do that a little later. Alright, here we go. Here is one of the carpenters. They're in jail, so we have to get them out. How do you know a place to enter? You kind of have to feel your way around as far as this, because... Actually, it's interesting, this is not a dungeon, and it also is not a case where there's a map, so... It's kind of closed in, so you kind of have to do is you basically go around and look for where the jails are, where the jail cells are. And when I was doing test play, I kind of missed a couple of them. In the last scene specifically. You kind of have to, I guess, field around as far as the thing, like, where the guards are going to be. That's really is. And the good news is this is kind of encompassed in a little bit, so you don't have to be too worried about that. But alright, when you do talk
Should be 4, right?
4? Yeah, there are 4 of them. Yeah, because as I mentioned, the Beatles case. That's what I'm remembering, even though that's not a factor in this one. Alright, when you talk to them, though, you have a, yeah, you have a, Gerudo guard who comes by. If you use the hook shot to, stun her, it's easy, but one thing you gotta be careful of, I want to show this. In fact, I'll let it happen.
Very aggressive, huh?
Yeah. But it's fine, because here's the thing. She'll hurt me.
You're gonna shot?
I have to wait for her to do it. She doesn't, yeah, that. When she does that, if she hits you on the ground by that, because that attack she does will... She'll knock you on your back. If you get knocked on your back, that counts as you getting tossed in jail. Yeah, and I ran her through with a knife. Okay, well, sure, no problem for that. But yeah, because if you use a hook shot, you stun her easily. But yeah, if she does that, you know, she gets ready to do the jump. If she hits you with that jump attack, you get knocked back and you go to jail. But if you kill her that way or knock her away, you get the key and you save the carpenter. Your carpenter save you? Yes. Can she kill you? If your health is low enough, yes. She can, but because we have a bunch of fairies, we're not dying. Thank God. This is Ichiro, by the way, who is named this way in the Japanese version as well. We were interested in joining their all-female group, but they locked us up, but that's because we're men. Yeah, thank you. Sure, no problem. Yeah, the Gerudos are misandrists, specifically. They hate men, but there's a reason for that, and we're gonna get into that with story lore. Yeah, but they don't want to, they're not interested in the Gerudo anymore. 3 of my fellows have also been kidnapped, so we have to find them. So basically find the jails. Alright, but yeah, as I said, as far as looking around here, I mean, as I said, when I did the test on this, I didn't always remember where some of them were, because there are a couple that are kind of in corners, but nothing too bad. Okay, that was lucky. Here's another thing. You're saying, like, okay, I just missed it. You saw that, right? I think I just hit her with the hook shot right as she saw me. Which is fine. Yeah, when you get caught, you don't get hurt. But, yeah, the guard there when you're fighting...
You just have to go back.
Yeah, which is fine. It's just that, you know... They'll also come back, so it's like, yeah, you know what, you want to avoid that. Or you can also do the other thing.
And you have to redo things.
Well, fine, well, you don't have to redo the carpenters. Once you say the carpenters, they're freed. You don't have to do that again. But you do have to cover your tracks again. But it is small enough that it's not too bad to do that, but yeah, I mean, I'm showing to some degree, like, what sort of not to do, but also the idea of, okay, it's not going to necessarily penalize you that much. Alright, here is the other dude in the cell. And same song and dance as before. He also does have the same dialogue that goes through here. No idea where you came from, you have like guts to make it past the guards. Yeah, good point. Get us out of here, we'll give you something else. And also, one other thing I didn't mention when we hit the last one. He starts talking a little slower, because he's the one who sees like, oh yeah, she's come. Ow. Right, because what I want to do is, again, use the hook shot. Whoa. Yeah, because actually, yeah, you can bust the difficulty of these things in half by just using the hook shot. You just stunners, like, yeah. Okay, yeah, I just avoided that. Outside of that's like the Stalfos, basically. That's pretty much what you're doing. You're fighting this. Oh, right. Okay, that happened on my test playthrough as well. Where I was doing that, I hit the, I just
didn't really use sword and shield.
Yeah, well, you could do that too. I mean, but it also goes to the idea of, like, how do you fight a boss like this? And also different cases what you do. And I guess what
just timing.
Yeah, that's true. It's like the Stalfos fights, because the Stalfos fights do that as well. You're a cute kid. Alright, thank you for coming to save me. Alright, he's Jiro. So, he's not the one necessarily that's saying, you know, that he's interested as far as them. And actually, we were talking this a couple weeks ago with Salem of the story. I get the sense you could say that this is kind of a representation of basically him not being straight, specifically, as far as that. Which is an interesting thing with Zelda, which I don't know necessarily if Zelda's gotten that much. Although this is more of like a kind of a subtlety. Kind of have to say like, is that the case? Although to be fair, like yeah, the Gerudos are scary. They're gonna feasibly kill them if we like, we didn't save them. I can't wait to say goodbye to this place. Two of my buddies are still being held prisoner in this. Get them out? Yeah, no problem. Alright, so that is number 2, and then we'll go get the other 2. I know one of them is in... There is one hall that's kind of in the back. The other ones are in areas where you have, like, 2 sides to go out. And, yeah, you know what? Let's... Yeah, I'll go the other way, because I got caught going... Not that way, we went there already. Over here. Okay, that's the one I got, and that takes me out to the front. Okay, no, that took me out to the front where that one was. I'll just arrow her when I get out there. Alright, so, arrows! Ow, my skin! Yeah, for all of you Homester Runner fans. Alright, so yeah, we got her, she'll be fine. Let's go in here. Yeah, I believe that... Actually, this might be where one of... Oh, well, okay, yeah, don't... Yeah, she did see me from there. I was like, yeah, that's what you do have to be worried about. And it's not like Metal Gear Solid where you have, like, a wall cover.
Caught there with that one's arms.
That... Actually, then... Alright, let's get into that, then. When you get caught here, where tends to be the place you get caught is there, usually. I guess because of the corner, you can't see him. Yeah, in case of yellow.
That's one of the biggest.
Which I understand completely.
Guards. Especially if you're going from the... You want to go from the, early section.
Mm-hmm. Alright, well here's the other one. And I know where the other one is now because of a test play. Alright, what's that? Alright, I think she's saying, hey, the door's locked. Open it up. But it is interesting, I guess, that as I mentioned, this, the stealth case. I mean, because I mentioned this, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker on the GameCube. Leans in stealth even more than this. You ever play that?
Wind Waker? A little bit.
Yeah, because there's part of that. You go to the island where the bird took your sister away. And in that one, you have to kind of hide in barrels. And they kind of play a little more comic-based as far as the idea, like, hey, you know, you're putting your hands up with that way when you have, like, the spotlights on you.
Dragon Roost, I think?
Yeah, Dragon Roost Island, yes, thank you. So yeah, there you go. And that is a very good game as far as how it is. So that, yeah. Actually, you know what? I want to try other things that are not just this. So you know what? I want to do one other thing. Fine. Yeah, fine. I'll save. Why not? Oh! Again with the box. Or hitting the box this time. Yeah, okay, I can arrow her. I can do that. I'll do that. Let's just try everything. Let's just try killing her with, You know what? What the hell? Let's go overboard. Let's bomb shoot her. Okay, actually, you know what? Oh, okay, the bomb shoot does work, so I can do that. You know what? I'm gonna try one last thing. Yep.
Arrows?
Oh, yeah, we can do the fire arrows, that's true. And we have one more I can try with that. So, first thing I'm gonna do is, like, yeah, let's hit her with the hammer. Yeah, let's try the fire arrows, why not? And this will also cover feasibly Din's fire, because it's a question of, you know, fire. Yeah, let's burn her. Alright, there you go. So it's like burn the witch case. Although I don't think they're witches. But hold that thought, by the way. Alright, so there's the small key.
Yeah, normally I can inspire them.
Well, that's a good way to do it, too. So, basically, and that goes to, I think, something we've mentioned before when we played this, which is, you have a lot of options feasibly on your items on how you want to play, and that's interesting to say, well, okay, I want to fight this boss a certain way. And this is Saburo, by the way. Have you seen our boss? Yes, he is out in the front of the place. One more is still a prisoner. Alright, and he is the hardest to find only because he's in a corner, specifically. So, we came in from back that way. I'll go over here. Actually, that hallway I got caught in just a minute ago. Oh. Okay. Oh, wait, no, because I came from over that way.
Amusingly. I think that's the first one I do.
Which one? The one that I'm going to... This one?
Just
well, it is right here, because, hey, you're coming off from jumping off. You'll go in the door either there, or you'll go in the one that I jumped to, which you just have to be fancy to make that jump. Alright, so, right, because it's around here, because
so,
there's...
Yeah, this is usually the part where I started. And then there's 2 guards here.
Uh-huh. Okay, that's where I came in from... Oh, wait, no, is that...
Be very careful.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. Is this the one that... Oh, no, this is... Okay, alright, that's interesting to know. The fire does not hurt them, so I actually have to hit them with the actual arrow. Oh, shit! I mean, which is fine. I mean, it's not that much of a factor. As I said, since we saved time on the bottom of the well. Test playthrough was not that way. It was double the time I think we got through. Alright, so fine. You know what? Fine, let's not kill them. Let's just hit them with that.
Okay,
Yeah, I just barely hit her. So let's go this way. Because I know it's down one of the hallways. Okay, that's the first one. Yeah, I think that hallway we're on, there's another path you go, and through that, that's where the last cell is. Yeah, that's what we got this way. Oh, right, right, I think it's over... I think it's over... Yeah, it's over... Yeah, it's there, so actually we have to go... Yeah, we have to go up, so I have to go this way. Because I go up and there's another thing. Actually, in this case, also, we can make this easy by using...
It's the one where you have to drop down, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, and they will not see me up here. They do not think to look up. Thankfully. So, at that point, just, yeah, don't worry. And they won't hear footsteps, but imagine if they did. Yeah, over here. Yeah, because I think when you go in here, there's another hallway, and that's where it is. But I will also take off the boots, and it will stay still. And also, if he's using the side step, you hit the Z button and you move left and right. Oh shit! I walked into it. It's like I was trying to avoid it that time. Although, feasibly, yes, it's fine.
That's the one where you just have to wait.
Yeah, which I think is what I did sort of on my test play. So, alright, so let me, yeah, because I can get there quicker from here. So I'll take this path and then we'll get over there. Because that is where the last one is. Yeah, so there they are back at the table there, and yeah, there you go. Yeah, with this, then I can get to that actually way easier doing this. And I'll basically use the same thing I used before to get the heart piece. Just a long shot the box, and we can get there really quickly. So yeah, there are a lot of different shortcuts and things you can take for the purpose of that to make this go a little faster. You get to hear more of the great music, so there you go. Actually, there is a really good remix of this. I'll go into this. With the early release versions of Skyward Sword, the Wii game, or the second Wii game, they have like a CD that comes when I have it. Yeah, it's right below us. There's actually a great remix of this track in that. I should put a link to that when we do the edit. Right, because they go across the field, that's why. They go across the hall. Just stay here, they should be fine. But they'll come by, come on. Oh, missed. Okay, yeah, I just got her there. Right, and you go down this way, I think. Yeah, they said that's what you use. You just hit the Z button and hold that to do the sidestep. Yeah, I think yeah, that's it. I think we just have to do that in order to get in here. Yeah, there you go. So this is the last one. Over here, alright. Let's help you out. No idea where you come from. Yeah, okay, this is interesting, because remember, how many times did people say, oh, you came from the Force, you know the fairy? Yeah, that's not happening anymore. They're not questioning that. Or they're like, yeah, we don't know where you come from. We're gonna come from anywhere, feasibly. Alright, so last, Gerudo guard. Let's finish off in style. Or... Oh, yeah, you broke my, Oh! Okay, you saw that, right? I got hit by that. Alright, I'm glad I showed this, just to show what that was like. Yeah, if you get knocked like that, you knock back, but you saw that. Usually you get knocked on your back when you get hit that way. So, for the purpose of that, like, yeah, getting hit by the attack is what you want to avoid, because otherwise you're gonna get in trouble. But that's fine, we can just run back and do that. That's the other thing I also like to do, which is just show off certain things for this, so you get the full look of this game. Yeah, you know what? I'll just keep stabbing her with the hook shot. She's still like, oh yeah, go lower. It's like she's getting a massage or something. But alright, there you go. Oh, then he's like, yeah, you know, if you're puncturing her with the hook that way, or sticking it in, it's like, yeah. Oh no, acupuncture. That's what it is. The hook shot is acupuncture. Basically, you know, you hit the pressure points that way. It's like, yeah, just hit there, but don't hit the wrong place, otherwise she'll die. Because, like, we learned last week that Batman's a magician based upon one of the exploits I was using in Batman Forever. Yeah, today we learned that Link does acupuncture. As far as the Super Old Game Saturday, you know, narrative of Link, it'll probably come way more when we play Majora's Mask. And we also say, like, hey, this is a different timeline, Link, so it makes total sense. Alright, so let's do this again, and I will not be as cavalier. But I'm glad I got to show that off, just to show that, okay, we're not lying when we say that it gets the knockoff. Alright, so... Yeah, fine, let's also do this way. Yeah, I'll have the over-the-shoulder cam to get a sense of, yeah, she's going away. And by the way, when you do get knocked out like that, when you come back here, she'll just be here. Yeah, fine, you know what? Let's hit her from... And she will block the arrow, but you can still sometimes get through. Yeah, there you go, that's... There you go, she's gone. Alright. With that, we got the last key, and we're all set. Let's open the door. Alright, hey, my friend. I was afraid you were going to forget about me. Now I'm free. Alright, this is Shiro. Rescue me, I'll tell you something interesting. They say that in order to cross the haunted wasteland, you need the Eye of Truth. So yeah, you can come here before you have that, and they'll tell you, like, okay, that's an indication that you probably have to go back to the bottom of the well to get that. Now I'm going back to my tent near Gerudo Valley, so drop by sometime. You may find something helpful over there. Well, sort of. Alright, so bye-bye, my friend. Oh yeah, and by doing that, yeah, we have one of the guards who saw what we're doing. Must have good thieving skills. Or good killing skills, that too. I used to think that all men besides the great Ganondorf were useless, but now that I've seen you, I don't think so. Which is going into, I think, are they going to talk about this yet? They'll talk eventually. Yeah, Naburu is the leader of the fortress of the Gerudos and put her in charge of this. Actually, no, Naburu will tell us that. Because, yeah, Ganondorf is the king of the Gerudos, so we're getting that perspective of, okay, and there's all these women who are following him. And there's a reason for that. And yeah, she's over at the Spirit Temple, which we're gonna go. Well, become one of us then, huh? Alright, so yeah, she's putting the mail thing on the shelf, and by doing this, we have free access to the place. And with this piece of paper, that'll be the case of it. This is the Gerudo membership card. And we can also do the Gerudo training guard, which we'll do... We'll do this before we go to the Spirit Temple the second time. Yeah, she's down on the ground, or knocked down on the ground. But also now, when we walk around here, we don't have to worry about, you know, being detected. I'll show this. Well, in fact, I'll show this. I'll also go to the Fairy Fountain because we're here. Yeah, you go here and you play this. Oh no, I gotta bomb this area.
Yeah, don't you need the silver gauntlets for the ice arrows?
Yes. So, well, yeah, I think you do.
This is one part.
Yeah, we're gonna see it. We'll definitely be doing that because you can feasibly go through the game without getting him. But I mean, we're gonna show everything off, and also because, well, they are interesting. Although, I guess here's a question: when it comes to that arrow, did you tend to use it that much, and how? The ice arrows.
The ice arrows.
That's your word for going through the Gerudo training ground, by the way.
Yeah, you gotta be so late. They're cool, but...
Although, technically, yeah, like, that's the idea that... Actually, I think maybe that's also why in Majora's Mask they give it to you way earlier. But one thing I'm also gonna do is we're gonna make it night because... Well, fine, I'm gonna do two things. I gotta make it night in order to get the sculpture that's up there. Okay, and then we had to do this in order to go over that way. Because whenever we saw the guards, they would, toss us in. Them or the other ones that are blocked. Oh, yeah, this guy. But we'll talk to him later. And then him, because he's guarding the area over here. And we do need to go over here, and I think I'll do this next, just because I want to get this taken care of quickly. But in the meantime, come up here. What? Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be something that's going to be annoying to you. I know Quishaner was saying to me that is like, hey, I hate this part, I forgot how much I disliked it. Alright, yeah, it's on the other one.
You just need to time it right.
Yeah, you time it right, and you basically make sure you understand how the aim is. We'll show them off in just a second. But, yeah, what we gotta do for this one is you have to go over to the pole over here at night, and there's gonna be sculpture over here. I think that's one of the last ones that's over here, but we'll take a look. In this case, oh, fine. I could have opponent out here, Actually, technically I do need her, but... You know, that being said, we are going to teleport back a little bit. Yeah, I don't know, is that the last one in the Gerudo Fortress? I don't know. I don't remember off the top of my head. It is? Okay. Actually, we can also check that. Yeah, it is. Alright, there you go.
Behind one of the...
Yeah, it's behind. It was on target and the one on the wall by where the where Pierre popped up. So yeah, and we do have that. So there we go. Perfect. Actually, how many do we have? Let me just take a count. 89. Okay, so only 11 more, and we're gonna have them all by tonight, or by the end of tonight, I should say. All right. So actually, you know, let's call Epona out. You can get her over here. And I always loved. I'll tell you this. When I was doing the test on this, I played it by the rocks, where the jail was. It's like, Epona came by the rocks and was like, oh yeah, by the way, here I am, hi. Like, she was hiding there the whole time. Like, she's the stealthiest one of them all. Okay, so. Let's get going. Yeah, and I have half my arrows depleted, but that's fine for what we're doing. We're gonna give you arrows for the test. Alright, hello, my friends. Alright, you have a fine horse. Yeah, and you do have to have a pony to do this. I don't think you can use the horse over there as a rental. I know where I stole it from. Well... Yeah, you say that. I technically won it fair and square in a race. But how about challenging this horseback archery test? Once horses are scalloping, shoot the targets with the arrows. And you want to get as many points as you can. There are 2 prizes, by the way, off of this. Score 1,000 points, I'll give you a prize. And if you get 1,500 points, there's another prize. It's 20 rupee cost for each of them. So we'll do this. We get to hear the, you know, the race music again. Alright, yeah, pull out your bow and hit the targets. Also hit the pots, they're worth 100 points each. And by hitting all these, you get 700 points. That's halfway towards the reward for 1,500. There's the target there. Bump, bump, bump. Okay, missed. But I do have 8 arrows, so I can feasibly get it going on. So there are 2 prizes we're going to get here, and we will get both of them. Hopefully they take it, it won't take as long for the second prize, like this 60. If you get a bullseye, it's worth 100. So you want to go for the bullseye. Yeah, I could feasibly just make this. Almost. But that's fine, because there are 2 prizes. There's the one for 1,000 points, there's the one for 1,500. The 1,500 one is the one that's a little more difficult. We're not the Ultimate Master yet. We will be that in just a second. Once you have this equipment, the only thing left to improve is yourself. Fitting what we were talking about earlier. I mean, yeah, this guy has given us more of, or this girl, I should say, has given us more of a perspective. Yeah, 1,000 points is the heart piece. And the prize for 1,500 is the biggest quiver. And we're gonna get that. Alrighty. Yeah, there are only 4 heart pieces on there. We only have 1 more left to go. So actually we are... Oh, no, 1 more? Because I got the one at the treasure chest shop. I got the one... Yeah, only 1 more. Yeah, I know exactly where that is. We can't miss it. Alright, let's try this. It took me 9 tries to do this on the test play, so hopefully it'll be better. And the easy way to start, as I mentioned, is hit the pots. Or miss that one. Alright, fine. You know what? I'll show one other thing off, because I have tons of money. We'll get through the money. If I shoot all my arrows off, it instantly ends. At least, oh, yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, I have plenty of room for improvement. That's fine. Actually, that's what happened in the test play as well, which is that I had it almost the first time. I think you went both of them at the same time, so that's fine. But alright. And there's a little bit of a angling case, but you do time. You're right. Timing is the key to that. There you go. And also, understanding where the arrow is going to go, because it's not necessarily going to go in a straight shot, but if you can hit the target well enough, it should be fine. Actually, I do have a good amount of arrows as far as what it is. And also, by the way, you do 2 passes, and after the second pass, if you have arrows left, it just ends. That's 60. Okay, this is going to be... Got it. Okay, so 2 tries. That's way better than my test play. Alright, perfect. I'll be damned, you're a true master. I'll give you an item suitable for master this way. Yeah, this is the biggest quiver. We got the one that was 40 actually really quickly a couple parts ago. Now I get this one, it's worth 50. And since I had only 26 of the arrows there, it's also a full recovery. So there we go. We got the biggest quiver, and we're set. All right. So with that, let's go to the desert. Yeah, but yeah, opponent, you're probably gonna have to stay behind. Well, actually, I don't know if you can take opponent out there. No, I don't think. No, you can't. Oh, right. Yeah. I was gonna say, yeah. I don't think you can take her out there, but you're acting that way because she doesn't like, that there's something like a slope that way. Yeah, what's up? All right, going to the desert. We are going to the desert right now. What you have to do though is you have to talk to the guard up on the outpost, and we're gonna go up there quick. Yeah, I can hook you up this ladder. You can't do it on all of them, but boom, there you go. And just made the catch. Going in the desert, we sure are. Open the gate for you, but you can't cross it unless you pass the 2 trials. Although I'm gonna assume there's speedruns in this game where they probably don't have it. I would think. Well, fine, if they're gonna be doing it that way, as opposed to, getting to the credits within like 4 minutes. Which you can do in this game if you know how it works.
Yeah, they probably don't even have the lens of truth running through this if it's a legit speedrun.
I guess, or go running through the full game, you mean? And is it? I'll put a link to that one. I'll put a link to. I'll look as far as like a speedrun, see if there's something like that. I'll put a link into that. I'll also put a link into the one that was done in under 5 minutes. I know why they did that, because as I mentioned a couple parts ago, they did it because they were running the demo of the Wii Virtual Console version off of Super Smash Bros. Brawl as a 5-minute time limit. So I was like, okay, fine. For that one, they can't beat the game otherwise. They have to do it that way. So yeah, the Phantom Guide. There are 2 trials here, crossing the desert, and then also that. And it's really, that's the one you can't do without the Lens of Truth. There you go. Clap on, clap off, and there you go.
Which one you can't?
The Phantom Guide. Well, fine. If you're gonna not do it with any of them, the Phantom Guide's the one you can't do it with. You don't necessarily need it for the other one. Yeah,
you just have to know where he's going, don't you?
Yeah, but I mean, it's also following. You're gonna see how this is gonna work. We're also gonna see. Let's try take our trusty steed in the desert. She probably is not gonna like this. Yeah, she doesn't want to go, which is fine. We won't make her go. Go have fun with the Gerudos. Alright, so off in the desert, yeah, or the Haunted Wasteland. One thing about this, I will also get out the Lens of Truth. Yeah, this also is, if you go off in a direction like this, eventually, if you don't follow the path they tell you, you're gonna get lost, and we'll show that. Yeah, like that. And you go back to the beginning, and you lose health. Okay, I didn't remember you lost health for that. And it also happens when you get to the other end, so yeah. Alright, yeah, you can make the hook there, but yeah, hook on the boxes. In this case, pretty much just follow the flags, but also over here, yeah, there's a shop over there, the car merchant. Oh yeah, and there it's sort of quicksand, so you can kind of get stuck in it a little bit. I don't think you can sink from this quicksand. There's some that you can. Alright, so let's put the boots on, or the boots. Yeah, because if we fall down there, it's not gonna be good. Oh, say, welcome. Alright, well, we did. So, selling stuff strange for the world. Today's special is dangerous running object. Terrifying. I won't tell you what it is until you buy it. It's 200 rupees. I think these are bomb shoes, I believe. But yeah, we're gonna... Yeah, they are? I think that's all he gives. So I was like, yeah, that's that option. But tell me we're gonna get them for free, and we have tons already anyway. Okay, so basically what you want to do is follow the flags. You can still kind of see them, even with this. Honestly, you don't need the Lens of Truth to see these. It's later that we need it. But I usually, when I first played this, my first question was, wait, where are the flags? I need to look in the distance. But you have the setup for the brightness on your television, right? It should be fine. There's also a Skulltula out here. In fact, there's this right here. And there's also, I believe there are rupees in this box. So let me, yeah, let's fire them, just for variety's sake. All right, that's at the top. I didn't.
Top.
Oh, okay. You saw that, right? I just was standing on the box. I was literally where the box was. Yeah, I'm gonna show you that when we're done recording tonight. If you didn't see that. Okay, 50 rupees, perfect. All right. And I think actually, yeah. Okay, I need this on anyway, so let me do that. Yeah. Okay, that was a sight. There's some weird stuff we're seeing. Cause actually, this is also the part of the game where they're starting to give you the animation of, you know, the box just dropping out as opposed to just appearing in magic. All right, so let's go. Fury boots. Let's go. Get to enjoy this music. I love this music so much. It's so good. As I said, it gets you in a mood. It gets you an atmosphere with this game, which is, I think, what still makes it hold, even with it being as old as it is, and even with more advanced technological Zelda games. But all right, here you go. So, what does this say? One of the odd truths, we guided the spirit temple by inviting ghosts. All right, yeah, it is a Poe. He's my phantom guide. You gotta follow him. You can turn off and, well, sort of. Okay, wait, yeah, let me do this. I turned it off so I could see. Okay, there it is. All right. Yeah, because his shadow goes away also when you turn it off, so you can't necessarily do this. So yeah, if you follow this way without this, you could feasibly get there, but you have to basically map this out. I'd assume to pretty much write the map down on a piece of paper. It's like, oh, go this way, this way, this way, and say, like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna ignore him. They ignore all those, he just kind of goes in a different direction. Whoa! And technically, that is where we need to go, where those two flags were. But yeah, because of the way this works and the way it's programmed, on top of that, you can't just make a straight shot as soon as you see it. It is a question saying, like, yeah, can you or not? But there you go. And our magic's going down, but don't worry, we're fine. In fact, you know what? We don't need him anymore, so bye-bye. Thank you very much for your help. Alright, we are in the Desert Colossus. This is where the final main dungeon of the game is. Oh, and yeah, look at that pop-up with the rocks. Okay, yeah, that's where we gotta go, but there are a couple places we want to hang around with here first. So, one thing I want to do is I want to get my bombs out. Also, I want to make it night.
There is love.
Yeah, Naru's love. We're getting that now. As well as the sculpture that's over by the Oasis. And to get it, you bring bombs over here and throw it in. Boom. Or fine, boom in a little bit. Oh, I just missed it. Alright, fine. Yeah, be careful of these things. They keep coming up. These are the... You know, fine, let's... Fine, I don't need that because I'm going to get a full recovery of everything anyway. Alright, fine, let's go. Or, what are these things called? They are... levers. Oh, which are in Zelda 1. As far as... Those are those things in the sand that spin. Those annoying things just come right out of the sand. Alright, yeah, we have the last... Or fine, the second to last fairy fountain here. Alright, so we get that laugh, and yeah, there you go. Hi, friend. Good to see you again. Or fine, good to see the fairies again. It's like, this one's like, yeah, what are you talking about? I've never seen you before in my life. Alright, yeah, the Great Fairy of Magic. She will give us our last magic spell. We're gonna use it a little later. Alright, this is Naru's love, as Proterova was indicating. Yeah, what you use this one is you use this, and for a brief amount of time, about a minute, a little more than a minute, I think, maybe, you have protective barrier that decreases the damage you take, but it takes up a lot of your magic bar, and it eventually will run out. There's one part, though, I'm going to show that off, because I said, yeah, use it there. Makes it easier. Alright, thank you. We will see one more fairy, I guess next month, but honestly, we're 2 hours for this part, so we might see it tonight. I don't know. We'll see. Also, I want to try something, and, you know, You know, Proterova, I ask you something, because you know the trick for the Oasis over here, right? Where I think you play the Song of Storms. Is there something special you need to do to make that happen? Because when I was doing my test play, I tried to do it, and it didn't work. Well, fine, we'll do that in a second. I think with yeah, because here's the Oasis here. Let me play the Song of Storms. You can fill this in with water, and it becomes like a fairy fountain. Yes.
Yeah.
But do you have to stand somewhere specific, or do I? Oh no, you're right. No, I do. Okay, I remember now. I have to stand on the rock. That's why. Whoa. I was just doing it wherever I wanted. Okay, so yeah, now I have to play it. So it is raining. That didn't count. So I have to stand right here. Okay. So at least I can show this part off. Or did it work? Hang on, what happened? Okay, there we go. So maybe because I played it before? Let's try it again. Okay, there we go. Alright.
You probably work like
which is fine, because that also goes to another thing with the, and the Scarecrow song. I used to run that a lot when it came to the Scarecrow song. Which is that you have to be where Navi's green, and if you're not close to that, or she's not in range of where the green is, you do something like that, it won't trigger it. Which makes sense. And yeah, the last Skulltula that's here is, I know where that is. Okay, that's a Goth, or that's a, yeah, it's a Goth Stone. At first it looked like it was like a metal box. Wait a second. And last heart piece is up there. We can't get it yet, but we will get it very soon.
Need plant.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Alright, this is the Spirit Temple. I love this music so much. This is a terrific piece of music as far as the temple. Okay, if you want to proceed to the past, return here to the pure-hearted child. And next we have... yeah, return to the future, bring the power of silver. Alright. So let's take a look at what we're talking about.
Yeah, this is where I didn't like to do cryptic well.
Uh-huh. You mean with like what, the story or the dungeon design or both?
With those two tones.
Oh yeah. So basically give enough of a hint that way of sort of, but you're like, okay.
Because it follows the lore.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just a random hint
yeah.
to complete a puzzle.
Yeah.
It's part of the main story.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point. Okay, yeah, the left there's a hole. We can't go through that. But you're also noticing this big block here. I can't push that either, so what do we do? They said over here, come here with the heart of a child. In fact, let's read that again, or not. Turn to the pure heart of a child. So, okay, yeah, because Youngling can crawl through the hole, no problem. And this one, the power of silver. Okay, I could think of something else. I could think of Syndrome Silver. It's always a good time to be silver, but that means that Link has a vitamin deficiency. But no, that's not what they're talking about.
It almost feels like it's about money. The way they...
Or money, that's true, you pay your way in. It's like, hey, you know, to satisfy the gods, give them money. But, yeah.
Also, it's interesting on how when you come back to plays it.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see that for sure. Because, yeah, you have to check there and see, like, I can't get in. What happens? Here, Sheik again. The Master Sword is a ship in which you can sail upstream and downstream through Time's River. And, same case, I get what exactly you're saying. The idea of playing this idea of, like, giving you a sense of what you need to do for that. And, hey, we have our experience with ships. We had the one we were on in this Shadow Temple. But in order to restore the desert and enter the Spirit Temple, we have to go back through Time's flow. Alright. And we're getting our last Ocarina song of this game. This is the Requiem of Spirit. Let's do a play on this one. Kind of one of those underrated Ocarina songs, I would think, as far as, like, the sound of it. But it's one that, the more I heard of it, I really liked it. In fact, to the point where, when I was doing my test play, I'll say this before I play it, I was going to put in the song to travel to the Shadow Temple. I actually put this one in by accident. I didn't remember even the button combination
it's a little
after
more
years
modest.
ago. That's true, yeah. So let's have another jam session. And, wait, okay, I'm going to ask you a question about the logic of that.
Kaepora?
Yeah, why is Kaepora Gaebora here? Shouldn't he be in the Sacred Realm?
Yeah.
Although there probably is an explanation, or chat, if you know, feel free to let us know on that one. Because, like, I saw that when I was playing on test on this. I said, wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he's still amazed I did that, but, like, maybe he saw Kaepora Gaebora. It's like, Wait, what happened? I saw a ghost. Okay, fine. We saw the ghost in the desert. Alright, so we got the Requiem of Spirit. And we'll take us back here. Because as a kid, we can't cross the desert. Well...
And...
Oh, wait, we
You're
can't.
getting too close. Back off.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, don't stand so close to me. Fair enough.
Where'd you go?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he go.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll find out later. But okay, as Sheik said, we have to go back to our childhood. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a play like this, and we'll do this. Actually, you know what? No, okay, no, I'll show that next time because we're gonna show off the things with the extra masks. So like why you can't go through the desert as a child. And the reason, by the way, is that they're blocking off and it's like, hey, you're a kid, don't come here. But we'll I'll show off later because there's the 3 extra masks you get along with the Mask of Truth. You can actually feasibly talk to the people, the specific races they tie to, and see if they are fooled by your appearance. So we're gonna show that off. Alright, with that, we're going back to childhood. And this is gonna be feasibly the last hurrah for young Link for this game. I mean, the next game is gonna be all him, pretty much. But yeah, you do need to take Child Link over to the Desert Colossus. Okay, so with that, you go over here, but before we do that... Yeah, just run away from the levers. That's basically what I'm doing.
This is so annoying.
Yeah, remember Zelda 1. The levers in that one, they just come out of literally nothing. At least in this case, you see the sand kind of going. But alright, what we're going to do is I'm going to finally plant the last beam. Before we do that, I'm going to get the bug that I bought off screen. That was the test play on this, or the test audio check on this. I don't need to catch the bug again, because we're done. And also for last time's sake, I'm going to stay away so I don't get blindsided. Or still run into it, fair enough. Alright, that is that one, and there are a couple more, and actually, we are getting to the end of the Skulltulas for, not just the game, but also for Link as a child. Alright, so let's plant the bean. And we can come back later and get that. But now, we're going to go back in here, the wonderful music one more time. The atmosphere it just creates. You're right about that. I completely
I think
going into
it's
that.
probably the best. Oh, okay, Crutches.
No, go on. No, go on.
This is probably one of the best entrances.
Mm-hmm.
It's very like intimidating. It's in your face. Even the bottles are trying to kill you.
Yeah. So there you go. Like, yeah. Oh, don't
so
be.
Usually the bottles give you health, right?
Not now. They don't.
Now even the bottles have a vengeance.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna have a victory over them and over everything else. Okay, this is what's going on here. This is Niburu. The other Gerudos mentioned her. Haven't seen you around here. What do you want? You have to say nothing really to continue. I'm gonna say we're gonna say everything. Let's see you at the temple. You're just a kid. The temple's no place for children. Yeah, you say that.
Such arrogance.
Hey, it's like we've dealt with that the whole game. This is our last case then. We're looking for the sages. A sage, I don't know anyone like that. Okay, so in that case, she doesn't know. So fair enough. So what you do is you basically say, like, no, we don't need anything. Yeah, we're just here because we love the atmosphere. We love, we're in the desert. We found this place. We're loving the music. We're just soaking that in. And soaking in the lore that goes with it. Alright, good timing. So yeah, she just said, like, this is not a place for a kid. She's like, fine, you know what? Let's do her a favor and, go in there. You won't be one of Ganondorf's men, are you? What do you want me to say? It'll be the same case, sort of, depending on what I say, and if you... I said what if I am on my test play. I can say either or, it's up to you. Proterova, you make the choice. Either I hate him, or I'm like, no, what if I am?
I hate Ganondorf.
Alright, which is perfect, because I said the other one on the test play. Alright. Uh-huh. If you say the other one, she says... Yeah, I don't believe you, or something to that degree. She says, like, yeah, you're not fooling me. You're trying to act tough, huh? Yeah, I've got guts. I think I like you. Okay. Alright, sounds good. Alright, so, first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Niburu of the Gerudo, a lone wolf thief. Though we're both thieves... Wait, who said we were thieves? Fine. Okay, fine. Ganondorf is. Fair, yeah. And she's gonna go into that with them. With his followers, he stole from women and children and even killed them. Okay, like you may not know this. Yeah, this is the perspective of this. Why is it all only women as far as the Gerudo, and why do they hate men so much, generally speaking? It's because the Gerudo are all women except for a man who was born every century. Even though the laws say that the lone male Gerudo becomes the king of them. And that is what Ganondorf is.
And where's the male? How does the male emerge?
It's like, have you ever seen the movie Children of Men?
I have not.
Oh, okay, fine. Children of Men is a case of, it's a futuristic take. It's directed by Alfonso Cuarón, who made Y Tu Mamá También and the third Harry Potter movie, also the best one. It's a futuristic society where people can't get pregnant, but someone gets pregnant, and it's Clive Owen as its protector. But you're wondering, like, wait a second, how is that the case?
So it's a rarity. It's
a rarity, or there's also probably, we're talking the religious perspective on this game. You think perhaps this, or we're also talking that off screen on Lunar Silver Star, but you think maybe also like it's a virgin birth that way?
Maybe.
That might be a possibility. All right, what's my name? Sogs. Yeah, with 3 punctuation marks in that, or fine. Yeah, the period, the question mark, and the exclamation point. What kind of name is that? It's the name of our show. Alright, so I'll ask you a favor. We go through this tiny hall and get a treasure that's inside. So yeah, she says it's not a place for kids, but like, yeah, let's send the kid in. Well, hey, I have a sword, I got a shield.
She's just using you.
Yeah, but I feel like that also is, I think she also likes the fact that I hate Ganondorf. Maybe. Okay, the treasure is silver gauntlets. Equip them, you can easily push and pull heavy things. But don't even think about taking it for yourself. You're right, she is using us because she wants to take that. Besides, they won't fit us. Yeah, be a good little boy.
All they respect is power. This is basically your Spartan culture.
Which is a good point. Yeah, that's an interesting way of looking at it as well. Alright, and, the ancient, civilization. So, yeah, good point to that. Okay, so Ganondorf's minion is using this as a hideout. And when the silver gauntlets allow me to sneak in, allow me to sneak in, so you're right. She wants us to get this for her because she can't fit in the hall. It's like, we couldn't fit in the hall, we came back, we can, but she's saying, like, no, I can't, let's use him to do it. But hey, like, Link is nothing if not, up to a challenge. How about it? Will you do it? Do we say no to her?
Sure.
Alright, let's say no to her. Well, what I expect, after all, you're just a kid, which goes back to Link's Awakening, where it's like, they always just like, don't ask me why this is, I'm just a kid. They're like, yeah, fine. I want to ask you a favor. Can I... Oh, I can't B-skip this. Because, yeah, you've seen sometimes the text goes really fast. On certain dialogues, you hit the B button, and you can skip past it. This you can't. I thought you could, but whatever. Alright, fine. So same deal as before.
It's kind of too important, really.
That's true, although, and that's been a point of contention, sort of, with this version compared to the 3DS version, which is that the text speed is slower, and you have options to go through it quicker on that one. I guess feasibly also, I don't know if you heard about this, that remake, or that rebuild, that porting of it on PC that came out recently. I'll put a link to what that is, as far as it. It's basically like an unofficial, like, set to this. I guess Nintendo hasn't said we're gonna take it down yet, which is interesting. Alright. So thank you. You and I, let's give Ganondorf and his followers a big surprise, shall we? Okay, sure, no problem. You can get the silver gauntlets. I'll do something great for you. Alright, well thank you. And she'll walk out of the way. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay, see you later. So yeah, we're going into Spirit Temple. Yeah, we're kind of half and halving this one. So this is our mini temple, or mini dungeon, sort of, but, well, it is the whole dungeon itself.
This is the let's exploit a kid for our own selfish needs.
It's also...
Maybe he'll be useful.
Yeah, well, hey, we've shown we're definitely useful. We can definitely handle ourselves. And it also is interesting because of, as we mentioned, the idea that... Okay, I need the bombs because they will not die to my sword as a kid.
Also interesting.
What's
also,
that?
You're a male.
Yeah.
Huh.
Oh, you mean as far as... Like, why is she, saying we should do this, despite that?
Maybe she's like, it's a male. Huh, we don't have those.
Except for Ganondorf. So, like, hey, replacement to Ganondorf feasibly. It's like, hey, if anybody's gonna be the king of the Gerudos, maybe it's us. In this case, yeah, I'll just boomerang our...
Maybe she's, like, testing you.
Yeah, she clearly is, I think, as far as that. But, I mean, we'll get into that, too. And actually, one other thing about this temple, as I mentioned, we're coming here twice. We're coming here as an adult. And we'll see how that's going to work later. Yeah, we have to be, actually, this is the child fighting the Stalfos. She's not screwing around here. Whoa!
So it's partly curiosity, partly she wants to insult.
Yeah, but I mean, as I said, like, Link, we're handling that.
She's suspicious, but she has to look suspicious.
Mm-hmm. Like, hey, what's going on as far as Ganondorf that way?
Or she has to at least pretend that she knows nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So she has to be condescending.
No, I get that. Ow. But they said I like this dungeon a lot in the sense of that with it, we're running into case we're running through the dungeon this way. We have to play it both ways. It's the only dungeon in the game that's like that. We have to play both as a child and as an adult to get through it.
Yeah, it's an interesting duality.
It is, and actually one thing that also is a little contentious about, because I don't know, you said you hadn't played the Master Quest version of this, which is on the GameCube, and there's the version of this, and then the 3DS version on top of this. You use the boomerang, by the way, to hit the target. Yeah, in that one, they change it so that actually you're going back and forth even more between the past and the childhood, and the child and the adult, more in this temple in that version, how they redesigned the dungeon.
How much different?
A lot different, actually. See, here's the thing. I haven't played it because I don't have either of the releases that have Master Quest, which I mentioned is The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time port that's on the GameCube. There's a disc release that came out with Wind Waker, as we talked about before, that has it, as well as Majora's Mask, and then the 3DS version. And the 3DS version on top of that adds... It does what the Wii version of Twilight Princess did, where it flips the whole game. So basically everything that was on the left is on the right now. And the reason, by the way, they did that on that Wii version was because... you're seeing canonically, actually, we didn't talk about this. Link is left-handed. So talk about, I guess, being forward-thinking that way, of the sense of, you know, Link is a lefty. For the Wii, I guess Nintendo thought most people were right-handed, so we want to reflect that right. So what they did is that when they did the port of that on the Wii, because, yeah, it is technically a port of the GameCube version, developed for GameCube first, and then put it to the Wii, they had to flip the whole game, how they went technologically speaking, so then he's right-handed, which is the reason why. But for that 3DS Master Quest edition, they also do a flip on it, just because, yeah, let's make it harder. But for this dungeon, from what I've understood, I think there's like 4 or 5 times you have to go through part with the child and then come back as an adult to it. Which I'm going to say, like, yeah, that's a case of that, but it is also... Master Quest is supposed to be harder. So it makes sense to that. Alright, yeah, so she's telling us again about the Wall Masters, which, fair enough they keep telling us about that, because they are dangerous.
Well, they are.
I almost want to show what happens to that, but it's like, I also kind of don't.
Go back, right?
That's true, yeah. Alright, and there's also the Silver Rupee prize, but one thing I'll also show off is a little bit of a glitch of sorts. Yeah, there's a gold sculpture on the side there. I can't hit him. Oh, yes I can. I can toss my boomerang, and the hook of it is going to go in that, including pulling the token over. In fact, let's do that. In fact, you know what? I'll be a little more fancy this way. I'll not use the target reticle. Yeah, let's get it off a little bit, or get it there. A little higher. That's always the tough thing to tell in the targeting. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's on the other side. You're supposed to wait to get the other side. You can get it now. And you can also feasibly kill the keys on the end too. So it's like Super Mario World, where you punch the grates in Iggy's castle. It's like that, to a degree. Except I can't go up there and punch him. I just fall off and get myself hurt. Or, to go the Charlie Brown perspective, I'll fall down, I'll kill myself. Except I won't die unless I'm really low in health. But alright, there we go. So climb up here, and there's the last one. Or fine, second last one. The last one is over there. Okay. After that, we fall down and we go through.
But yeah, I wonder, like, how much, their, like, duality plays into it, especially from a religious standpoint.
I would think quite a lot, and as I mentioned, given the way that also they changed that for the Wii not for the Wii version, for the Master Quest edition. And that would make sense to that as well, but I think you've got a point to that, which is that, because we've shown how deep this game can go, or how deep this game can be read. So I would think that they're probably taking a look of, you know, hey, this one, we have to go back and forth in time that way for it. Actually, the other thing I know about the Master Quest take is that they do give you... Okay, wait a minute, no, I gotta go to the other... No, I don't have to go to the other door. In that version, you actually have a lot of, like, Song of Time blocks you have to play, but also they change what the songs are, so you have to kind of play around with what they are and use context clues to hit them. Right, so there are the Skull Walters again. Yeah, I remember us shooting those out a couple months ago. Yeah, they're gone. Yeah, I may as well get the deck receipts. And there's also a gold sculpture, I think, right behind me as a climb up. There it is. And I'll also not do what I did in the test play, which is just jump down, just because, like, I want to, you know, show how hardcore Link is. Like, yeah, we'll just get that, and see the texture glitching out. Look at that.
Wow.
But hey, it's not like, because we had a crash last week with Batman Forever. This game is not going to crash, at least I hope it doesn't. Alright, there we go. And then we have the Ninalfos, which are basically Lizalfos, but with a with blue blood to them, and also with an armor. Boom, he's dead. Okay, now here's another thing we're also getting into, which is, well, box. Because if you don't have these, you can get them free from this box, and this is, I think, one of the only times in the game we actually have to use this. Okay, no, I'm wrong. That's this box. The bomb shoes. You have to use this here, and the way to do that is you're seeing the sun block. So, going back to the Beatles parallel, here comes the sun. We're gonna make the sun come to us using those, and you have to use the bomb shoe because it goes up the wall. There you go, let the sun shine in. Yeah, get that creepy sun there, which I guess goes to the perspectives that Nintendo sometimes has with that, like with Super Mario Bros. 3. I don't know if you remember that in the desert world where you have like that sun guy who comes down and you just go looking angry and he'll kill you. Unless you hit him with a shell, like, yeah, then you go the way. Ow.
Link is swinging the wrong way.
Yeah, no, yeah, he's facing the wrong. Oh, it went under his legs. Okay, so
Very creative.
show me the light. Yeah, I already did. I'm not seeing it again. Actually, you know what? I do want to kill him with the bomb shoe just because I want him I want him dead. Okay, you saw that, right? It looks like he was kind of jittering to the side, like he's sidestepping the things. Like, yeah, I know what this is. I don't want to get hit by that. Fine. Okay. So this is the main room. We'll see this a little later because I know there's a point that you made. You see, the last part was 2 parts ago. I'll see in just a second. Oh, fine.
This is the temple room, right?
Yep. In fact, you know what? Yeah, you make it right now. There you go. There is the because I know you were saying, no, it was when we did the fire temple. You were saying the idea that is this also, I guess, going to elements and myths. Because I'm thinking, here's the other thing. You said Spartan culture. I'm thinking also Greek culture because, like, hey, maybe like Medusa with the snakes.
Oh yeah, the head.
Potentially, as an idea, except and
I
she's
think
in
as
stone.
a kid, I thought it was more Shiva.
Oh yeah, Shiva, the god of death. So fair enough.
Death and rebirth.
Yeah,
right?
it's true. I always think of the line in Michael.
Wait, actually.
I think it's technically both.
Destruction.
I always think the line in the movie Michael Clayton from Tony Gilroy, where you have I don't know the name of them. He was in the bedroom. Tom Wilkinson. He basically is a whistleblower for a like a corrupt company, and George Clooney's like a fixer lawyer. He says like, I'm an accomplice to what this is. This is trying to calm him down. But he says like, I'm Shiva, the god of death. So I always think that way as far as yeah, go on.
I think technically it's supposed to be destruction and creation.
Okay, which would make sense with the
chat, chat, if you want to correct me, go ahead.
Well, though, to be fair, though, I think you got a point with the Gerudos. It fits because, okay, yeah, the Beamo's head fell through the wall. Okay, but what I was gonna say is for the Gerudos, it makes sense because I guess it is destruction and rebirth because, hey, what happens every 100 years? They have a male born. In this case of this one, it's Ganondorf who becomes the king of them and causes ruin to Hyrule. But then, I guess feasibly the rebirth as far as like the next 100 years that stops. And again, I walked through that and I didn't know it. I don't know how that happens.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of I could make up a lot of theories on.
Yeah, shoot, shoot. Go ahead, throw like everyone out.
Like I feel like there's a lot of duality.
Yep, I can agree with that.
Like in terms of, I got the impression it was more of a like a Buddhist perspective.
I thought that too, honestly.
Or like actually Hindu.
A little, yeah.
Because Hindu is that's where Shiva comes from.
Yes.
But in terms of like the Taoist like duality perspective, that would be Taoism.
Right.
Taoism.
I know you mentioned that before, so I think it kind of makes more sense now you're saying it this way.
But considering that religion, in terms of like the East, isn't really there's not really a confliction as much.
Okay.
Maybe the distinction isn't as
clear cut.
Yeah. Like so in other words, like Eastern religion, they tend to borrow from each other.
Okay.
A lot more.
As far as like kind of
so even if that is supposed to be like Shiva, it may not necessarily conflict with a Taoist mindset because it's considered a philosophy and not a religion.
Yeah, so that's an interesting distinction.
By a Western definition.
No, I get that, but also like what is because this was a Japanese developed game as far as you know. Shigeru Miyamoto is producer as well as Eiji Numa who's involved in this. By the way, I'm pushing the block over here because yeah, the sun case. Bring him the sun and we go on. But yeah, like what is their take? Because I mentioned before, I mentioned this a couple times in this play, which is that initially the thought was that the religion of Hyrule, what that was being thought as for Zelda 1, and then how that changed.
It's supposed to be Christian, right?
Yeah, yes. Okay, there's another but so in that case, you're right as far as that like the perspective because you said like because I guess Hindu is sort of an Eastern located religion as far as that. Not to say like that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, which is not the case.
To be
that's what originated.
India, right?
What?
It's supposed to be primarily India.
Yeah, to an extent, yes.
Speaking.
Yes, and we need to get another key, so I gotta go. Actually, wait, did I? Oh no, I don't. No, I didn't open it. Okay, so I just have to. I had to open it because yeah, you do get the key in here. I had to do the burning of the torches to get that. But you're right. You get the idea of peace with Japan maybe being closer connection, sort of, as far as that. To think that okay, let's sample it that way. And for this game, it makes sense. Fine, that idea makes sense. But just as I mentioned, the idea that Hyrule really being a cultural melting pot for this one above, I think maybe many of the other ones that came before it, to really kind of reflect that idea of how that's operating.
I feel like their culture is sort of a fusion between like Middle Eastern minus the like they're digging in their town essentially. I think of like Native Americans. With the Pueblo culture.
Pueblo, I think.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Pueblo. Maybe you're right.
Let's say like Arizona or Mesoamerica. Iron Knuckles.
No, keep going. No, keep going.
But like I don't know the town. For instance, I know there's ancient Mesoamerican ruins where they essentially build their like a clay buildings pretty much in a stone face.
Yeah, or maybe something like this.
I feel like the architecture is more in reference to that versus their culture seems to be more like a fusion between Middle East and like Central Asia.
No, I get that. And also put an edit in for that, because I definitely is interested to have that. Alright, yeah, this is Iron Knuckles you mentioned. I put an Irish Love on, so you get a defense buff for this. Because these things can hurt. Yeah, I didn't get hurt at all. Okay, I didn't know you were invincible with this. But yeah, we'll still use the sticks, because they'll still hurt them bad. Yeah, you lose, I think, 4 hearts when you hit them, and when you... Or, actually, fine, her, because there is actually a female model underneath Iron Knuckle. So, that's the idea.
Only 4 hearts?
Yeah, but yeah, if you're riding your 3-heart run, as I did, and you don't have fairies, you're getting a game over if you get hit once. So you have to pretty much go around and be careful of that, but also take mind of the fact that when the Iron Knuckle slashes the pillars like that, you do get hearts out. But with Naru's Love, it's a joke. If you act quick, because it wore off. And it takes about a little under half your health if you're a magic way. So you can't, unfortunately, use it all the time. Until Majora's Mask, although it doesn't exist in Majora's Mask, because you get that perspective of having all of your magic infinite for a while. But alright, yeah, we are surprised to see you. How the hell are you here?
Yeah, and that just total shift. You just...
Yeah, we just avoided, getting ourselves sliced to death by the axe of the Iron Knuckle. Here's Kaepora Gaebora again. We know now who he is, but then again, we also said, you're an adult. We're an adult. We see you. As a child, here you are again. Yeah, we are surprised to see you. What do you have to tell us, my friend? Long time this world is almost nothing to you, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. Although I do question, why is he asking us this when we know...
You're a kid, right?
Well, we're a kid, but also... I guess maybe here's the thought. Do you think...
Maybe you're an adult in a kid's body.
Yeah, because actually that came up last week. We were talking about Baby Doll for Batman in the Animated Series. So yeah, it all goes in line. We planned the show, I swear to God. But I'll say... Because here's the thing. Do you think Rauru doesn't know how Link is as a child? So like, hey, if he was keeping his tabs on him as Kaepora Gaebora's child, now we know. But then again, does that necessarily mean that... I guess that they're gonna... He's thinking like, well, he has to explain this?
I don't know why he explained this, because, like, I get the impression is, like, maybe he's, like, a time traveler.
Yeah, that's true.
But at the same time, is he doesn't need to patronize you as if he knows what you're gonna do.
I mean, if that's the case, I don't know how that story perspective is. Like, even though the Tale of the Boy...
Like, you've done all this, and now he's giving you a tutorial, like, as if you've just started the game.
Well, to be fair, this isn't a tutorial so much as it's more of a... It's as we said, like, an exhibition dump. Well, not even an exposition dump so much as an yeah, that. Clarification, I guess. But yeah, we have a fully mature as an adult, so yeah, technically he's not condescending us now, because like, no, he sees we've grown. Which goes also the question of, yeah, we're surprised to see him here. From now on, the future of all the people is here. What?
Again, you're in kid mode, so how did you mature into adult if you're a kid? So...
in mind, you said the idea of the duality of Link for that, so that's another theory, way to support that.
Yeah.
From now on, the future of the people in Hyrule is on your shoulders. Yeah, no pressure, but we've got it. Me, it's not my time anymore. My last advice. Alright, thank you. And this is fair enough, honestly, useful advice. Because, like, yeah, 2 witches inhabit this temple. So, yeah, you're right, it is a tutorial this way. It was like, hey, we wouldn't know, so, like, he's warning us. Like, yeah, we've seen you growing up. We don't want you dead. We need you to save Hyrule, so be aware of this.
And that's Ganondorf's mother, right?
Twinrova?
Yeah.
Is it? Maybe, yeah, maybe. I mean, for all time's sake, we're gonna play it again. Also, we can hear this great music, because I'll say this, above everything else we said about Kaepora Gaebora, I love this track so much. This is one of my favorite pieces of music in this entire game.
I think I remember hearing something about it.
Okay, I'll look into that, because I was not aware. I get it, I see it, and we'll see it in about a couple, like a half hour, maybe 45 minutes. Alright, 2 witches inhabit this temple. In order to destroy them... Oh wait, no, we're doing his tutorial again, because remember, yeah, they default on the idea of, like, do you want to hear what I said again, but I said we're doing that on purpose. Alright. I'll continue to watch you. Alright. Take care, my friend. One last fly off. In the pale moonlight. Alright,
so now we have the duality of fire and ice.
There we go. I won't be taken in by fire and ice for the Pep Benatar take on top of that. Alrighty, so for doing that, and killing the Iron Knuckle and hearing Kaepora Gaebora's discussion, we got the silver gauntlets. We wore them, we'd feel more power of our arms with big things if they'd fit.
At least the timing's appropriate.
Yeah, but they won't fit a kid, and we made a promise. So yeah, even the game is saying, like, yeah, kiddies, if you're gonna be making a promise to somebody, you better damn well keep your word, and I agree with that, so 100% on that. Yeah, there's a scream. What was that about? Where are you taking me?
But it's kind of hard to make that promise.
Oh, now it is. As we're gonna see. Let me go. Yeah, where's that coming from? Oh, down there. So there's Nabooru in the caught in the spell of the 2 witches over there. We'll see them in a little bit. They're using black magic on me. And she's been struck down in this hell. Alright, yeah, there they go. So, yeah, we're gonna have to go after them. But we have our silver gauntlets. We can't do anything with that as a kid, so... Yeah, we're gonna have to hold on to them.
So there's an external statue.
Mm-hmm.
And you're on the hands.
Yeah, that's the one hand.
And then there's the internal, there's the inner sanctum, basically.
Mm-hmm. And right there as well. In fact, you know what? Also turn it to day just so we can see this. Because actually, in some ways, we're running quicker on this than I thought we would. I thought I timed this specifically out that it was going to be after we're done with this next section that we would have most of it taken care of. But yeah, let's show daytime. There we go. So there you go. And I get that as far as you're right. Okay. And there is the right hand, so we'll take care of that in a little bit. Let me also just check one last thing. Okay, we have 5 sculptures left, of which there's the one out here, and then I think there's 4 left in the, what is it? Yeah, did I get them all, by the way? As far as them, I got the ones in the well. I know I got all those. Yeah, I got them all. Okay, perfect. And how many do I have left as adult? We should have 5 left. Or fine, we will have 5 left. I know we do. We're gonna dive off. And make a roll off, and we're safe. Alright, fine. Well, oh wait, no, because there's 3 in, the Spirit Temple as an adult, and I know where the other ones are. In fact, we're gonna go get those other ones now. One I forgot a couple months ago, or last month, and one we actually need that item we just got to get. And it makes sense to do this now, before we go to, finish the rest of the Spirit Temple off. Alright, so with that, there is our last draw of, Child of Link. And now we're gonna go back to the adult portion. There we go, we're running on, again, the ship going from adulthood to childhood, or childhood to adulthood. And
yeah, the other theory I have is like, essentially, the Gerudo and, the Hylians tend to be sometimes historically at like war.
Yes, that's true.
And in other words, they need some sort of cooperation between them.
And here's another thought, because remember, what did we see at the beginning of the game when it came to Zelda's prophecy? We were looking when we were peeping on Ganondorf. She's saying, "My father said he swears allegiance to my father, but I'm not believing that." So the thought that the King of Hyrule feasibly was too trusting in the sense of saying, you know, let's give Ganondorf a shot so we can kind of have something going with the Gerudos. I believe this is the first game the Gerudos were in, I think. Unless they were in Link to the Past and I don't remember. I don't think they were. The Zoras are in Link to the Past, I know that. The Gorons are new for this. Unless Zelda 2, I don't think so. Zelda 2 had references to this game, or this has references to Zelda 2, because the town names were named after characters in this game, like, Mido and Darunia and Saria. But I don't think the Gerudos were a factor in that game yet. Or in this franchise at that point.
I don't remember.
So I think, yeah, it was this one. So this is where the introduction of the Gerudos came from, and that you're right, that idea of the history of the making of Hyrule, as we saw with, you know, Din, Naru, and, Error. So you're right, that would make sense, the idea of, like, the war that happened years ago, and the idea that, you know, will this place be destroyed? Yeah, we're walking down, or going up the river because there's something very specific, and, time will pass this way. I want to try something, because... Yeah, because I can still stand in the water. Or... Okay, I was like, wait a second, I was gonna try and climb on the side there to get back up, but apparently the waterfall is... Yeah, he can't climb up a waterfall. He can't, like, even swim up it the way Sora did when we played Kingdom Hearts. Yeah, we'll just go this way, which is fine, because I want it to be night anyway. In fact, I need it to be night for one of the sculptures again. And I did show a couple months ago what's over there, which is a fairy fountain up onto that rock over there. Right, so yeah, we'll, let the rocks go. Actually, it's taking a long time to get to the night, more than I thought it would. Okay, fine, now it's going. I think it's like 2 minutes when it goes from, night to day, or day to night. Oh yeah, bye-bye. Okay, it's right here. I passed by this. Actually, no, it's right over here. It's right at the top. Right there. And then the last one is the last one we need to have is over in, Yeah, the one for the Silver Gauntlets, which is over at the Zora Fountain. Or Zora's Fountain. And at that, then the rest of them are going to be in the Spirit Temple. And also we'll get the last heart piece on the way over as well. So actually, feasibly now I'm thinking about this, yeah, we might feasibly be able to have a trip over to the Sculptural House. Alright, so yeah, back at Zora's Domain, which is still frozen over, but don't worry, we're gonna beat this game next month, and we'll be able to take care of that, so do not worry about that. Unfortunately, there's also no quick way to travel here, so we have to kind of hunt it. Over there is King Zora again. Hi to you. Hope you're doing okay. Actually, let's talk to him, because we're passing through. Why not? Oh, shit. Okay, so yeah, so basically we're telling what happened. Yeah, she went to the water temple, but that's all he's got. So I guess, I don't know, does he know that he probably doesn't know that she's one of the sages. I don't think he does.
I would hope so.
Well, I mean, I guess so. Or,
you know,
well, I mean, look, we'll get an answer, sort of.
I would hope so.
Then again, we'll get maybe something of an answer to that when we finish the game next month. Sort of, and I'll go into that when we go into that, because we'll probably have a lot to talk about with the way this ends. And also where the next game picks up, and actually, feasibly, I think we can rationalize that discussion pretty much for that, as far as, like, what that's going to be entailing for a lot of that next part. But yeah, we do need the Silver Gauntlets. You get those, you can pick up the rocks like this, you hit A next to them, pick it up, you kind of just stand there and throw it. But then there's also another rock that's inside of it. And you fall down here. Whoa! Yeah, you're going down here. You're kind of going off on the side of the fountain. Oh, I was seeing...
Invisible, right?
Right, they're invisible. Right, I forgot about that. Yeah, because when I was doing test play, I just said, you know what, I'm going to run through. But I will at least show that, so thank you for indicating that on top of everything. Yeah, because, yeah, in this case, you have the lens of truth. You can see where the sculptures are and just shoot them out of the sky with a shot.
I wonder why these ones are invisible and the rest of the games are not.
Yeah, good point. I mean, I'm trying to think about this. Also, I can't hook... Oh, no, okay. I can. Never mind. I was thinking this is not one of those ones I can hook up onto.
This part's man-made.
What?
This part's man-made. The rest is not.
Yeah, good point to that. Alright, so there is one more. Okay, you're right. This one we don't need the Lens of Truth for. We just run them through anyway.
It just feels strange that there's this cave. There's a spider cave nest.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I got the idea of maybe being a spider's nest, but then again also...
Random spider's nest on the other side of the
world. Okay, so yeah, we have 97. So and that's all of them there. So the only place we have to go back to is the Haunted Wasteland, and since it is night, we can get that over there. So hang on, let's take a... Oh wait. Yeah, I was hitting the C left button for the song instead of the C right button. Alright, so back with that, we are going back to Desert Colossus, and we're gonna get the last heart piece before we go in, and then the last sculptures will come we go in. We have our nice look there with the Silver Gauntlets, that's definitely for sure. And we can also use the Silver Gauntlets, by the way, over here, so we may as well do that here. May as well maximize these, because honestly, the thing about the Silver Gauntlets are that they're not necessarily used that much, but there are other Zelda games that use them more. Alright, so let's see. Oh, it's a store. I don't know what they have to say. Okay, so it's basically a copy-paste of, the one behind the tent in Gerudo Valley. And it's literally the same layout. Yeah, I don't want it. I still have the other, green potion that I haven't used, but at least it's good to have it. Yeah, there is the rock again. Okay, so before we go in, there are two things we're gonna do. And they're all having to do with this leaf. So the heart piece is on that structure over there. But since it's night, I want to pay attention to where the sculpture is, which is on the rock coming up. Right here. What, the hover boots?
Yeah.
That's true, I can do that. Actually, the other thing I can also do is... I don't know if it's feasible using, like, the iron boots to jump, get me off faster, but, like, it doesn't matter
like,
anyway. I won't get on quick enough.
I just like to hover.
You know,
Like,
we'll do
I
that.
think it's easier if you just hover to reposition.
Yeah, let's also make it night again. Because I did it without it on the test play, so that was kind of why I went that way. Alright. So yeah, that was the quickest day in the history of Hyrule. Yeah, good point. So there you go. This is the last one that's right here. Let's just... oh! I was like, okay, I didn't get hit by the spider. I got hit by the Keese over there, the birdie, whatever that is. Okay, and last thing is the heart piece. This... okay, yeah, I can use the heart piece for this as well. I'll just stay still. Until we get over, because you have to ride it the whole way over.
Oh, for your best chance?
You have to ride it over even to get in close proximity of it. He goes up here, and then off you go, and got it. Yeah, get away. Get away, Gwei. There you go, that's the final heart piece. And we're gonna have 20 hearts by beating this dungeon, so let's go in and do it. Yeah, it's the one at the bottom. Well, fine, technically the one on the other one is there. Yeah, he's checking off on the checkoff, by the way, that I got for this. It's like, there's only 4 left, so like, there we go. But all the heart pieces are set. And now we have the silver gauntlets and go on the rest of the dungeon. Enjoy this atmosphere again. This is terrific. If ever you hit us with more you got chat-wise, and part of you too, because I've loved... that's the one thing. Now that we're at basically the last dungeon, not counting Ganon's castle when we go there, I've been loving when we've been, you know, playing this, all the stuff we've gone into Wii U as well about... it's like he didn't die apparently yet. About, like, the history as far as, like, the lore of this game and of Hyrule with this, and I've loved that experience. I want to thank you very much for that experience. Yeah, because one of the, and also one of the sculptures is in here. So we got the hover boots. This was a pain in the ass to get on the test play. That one, because you have to fall on it just right in order to get it. But and as far as this, I'm also going to take these off.
Yeah, the music is great here.
Oh, it's awesome, I know. Whoa. And you're right, it does.
It goes from like really intense to what did I get myself into to just very calm. It's like a calm before the storm.
Right, which yeah, that is very fitting with what we're going to be seeing going on, and that is an interesting case of this. Okay, we have to play the Song of Time here to move the block, and actually, well, we don't have to necessarily, but there's a sculpture behind there.
Another duality.
Of what, specifically?
There's, you know, the storm, and then there's the calm.
Oh, yeah,
and,
you're
like,
right.
each of those has its place in time. Or in this world.
You know, let's get a little creative with how we're killing this dude. Yes, smash him. And also your choice how, well, yo, no, hold on, how many do I have left? I have 2 left, because there's... oh no, I have 1 left. Okay, I know what the last one is. Okay, never mind. We have only 1 left. How do you want me to kill the last one? It's your choice. Because he will be at a point where I can, you know, do anything I want to him. So, Proterova is up to you. However you want me to kill him, I'll kill him that way. Oh shit, also I forgot,
What is it?
we have to do the Gerudo training ground. I forgot to do that. Hang on. Oh, you want to kill him with Dinsfire?
Dinsfire.
Well, you know, since I'm here, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll, I think I can get to that room that has it, so what I'll do is I'll do that, then we'll go back and we'll, do the Gerudo training ground, then we'll come back and finish this. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Like, wait a second, we're 3 hours. How's that? This is going too fast. But it's like, wait, I forgot that. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll go. Wait, all right, I have to go through the door. But before I do go through the door, there is. Yeah, the wolves. Oh, the wolf hosts here. So actually, you know what? I'll let them live for the time being. We'll just get to that point. Actually, Actually, I'm trying to remember. You know what? I'll try something. I don't know if this is gonna work, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try the Pharaoh's Wind. I'm gonna put that down when we get to that room, and then since I'm gonna. Oh wait. Yeah, don't know. I'll try that. All right, fine. There's the compass. That's fine. We got that. Yeah, let the doggy play in the sand. Yeah, he did kind of go down there. So like that's. Oh wait, there's something in this room. I think I have to kill. I think he has to die. Yeah, you do go down here. It's quicksand, so yeah, be careful. Okay, that was weird. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I don't. Yeah, let's get that last sculpture, and then we'll go back to the Gerudo training ground. I think it's pretty close as far as getting in. At least I think it is. Oh, yeah, he just jumped on top of me. He's like, you know, I'm not doing this. We'll come back later. Okay, yeah, I think I can just go through this. Yeah, now for this one, you have to shoot the light at the sun, but there's only one real one, and there's a box over there that is gonna hurt me. But I'll open it anyway. Alright, keep pushing. I think it's the third one that has the,
And there's a,
There's a chest on the last one?
No, there's a hand line.
Oh, wait, you're right, the, yeah, oh, yeah, you know what, I'm definitely gonna do that now, because... Actually, no, maybe I should use this as the excuse. Well, no. No, fine. I have the chests. I was gonna use the excuse to take me back to the beginning of the dungeon. But I don't know if I'll be able to show it that way. We'll see. Yeah, that's what happens. I get frozen. I don't think there's any way to avoid the damage on that. Alright, fine, I got some health back that way, so they're at least gonna be nice. Okay, perfect. Alright, so we can go get the last sculpture. And you said you want him dead by Din's Fire. I'm always one to please, or to do whatever you want, so... We'll kill him.
Magic.
Yeah, we'll kill him with the magic. Yeah, he's over on the other side. Yeah, also, let me do the Pharaoh's Wind. Let me put that down, just because I want to see something.
Pharaoh's Wind on the hand?
Well, I'm gonna just... Yeah, you know, good point. I'll do that. Perfect. So let's do that, because I can dispel Pharaoh's Wind. You're right about that. I don't.
Symbolism.
There you go. Hey, we've been going into that a lot on this play, so I have no problem with that at all. All right, so yeah, we'll yeah, so I have to dispel the other one, and when you dispel it, then you can put another one down. What I want to see is if I put this down, we leave. We go to the Gerudo training ground, and then when we do that, do we have the ability to use the Pharaoh's Wind and get back here right away? I mean, it doesn't matter necessarily if we do or not, but I just want to see that. All right, so let's get our hook shot out, and we'll get the last one, and then we'll leave. And what you gotta do is you do have to have the Scarecrow song here, so play the. Play it's the Goron's Lullaby. It is. Well, fine. It will be in 2 months. Oh, so thank you, Pierre. Let's give you a shot. Boom. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. Went through 99 of these things, and now we're gonna burn the last one. And there we go. That is all 100. Let's show that. Okay, that's everyone here. There you go. There is the 100.
Made it.
We did it. Alright. So that's fine. Let's get our way out. Or actually, I'll try to go back to that room again and see if I can't, you know, get myself, you know, stunned or wall-mastered away.
And make sure you save.
Yeah, I think, I don't know, did I? Well, let's do it again.
Just save. There we go.
There we go. Perfect. So we have all 100. And all the star pieces. Or all the heart pieces. I don't want to say star piece. I'm thinking Mario RPG. Alright. So, let me take off my boots. Yeah, let's put the Zora tunic on just because.
You get stylish.
Yep, ow. Alright, where is he coming? I want to get taken away from this thing. Yeah, I'm just waiting for him to...
Does he not grab?
Or maybe... Not it's not the first time I come in, is it? Do I have to come in from below? Well, let's try it. Let's take the long shit up. And if not, I'll just walk out. I think you only did it when I pushed this enough.
Well, wait, doesn't he grab when he enters?
Or I think you get the, what is it? You get the shadow over or something.
Just stand in place.
You get strangled by an invisible hand. You also can't kill. Dang, I think it was after I pushed this. Oh, fine. We'll try this, and if not, we'll go to the next. We'll go back to the.
Maybe those don't grab here. I don't know.
All right, fine. But if you do get caught by them, then you are taken out to this entrance. Oh!
Yeah, it's nothing special.
And it's strangled again. Alright. Okay, so let's go back and get those ice
like
arrows.
Those lights are.
Yeah, that's why I'm running away. It's like, yeah, I don't want to touch them. And that was cool, me being able to avoid that. Alright, so... Actually, you know, I'm thinking of... What's the fastest way to go over there? Actually, the fastest way to get there is going to be actually to go to Lake Hylia. Which is what I did on my test.
Wait, why are you going to look at it?
Because then I can get to Gerudo Valley from there. Because otherwise, if I go, thank you for mentioning that. Then because we can go through the desert again. But the thing is that if I get lost in the desert, I go back to the point of the desert I'm on this side. Also, for some reason, the sound of me coming over here didn't play. But that was the only reason.
I see.
So that's the only reason. Otherwise, I would do it.
Yeah, I guess it is easier.
Hey guys, hey Electverse, how you doing? It's good to see you. We're continuing on with Ocarina of Time for Part 4. We're gonna finish it next month, but yeah, we're doing well. Hope you're doing well this week and have been doing good with stuff. Let us know anything else you got on this game or anything else you've been doing game-wise or observations and what you've been seeing with this or anything else. Yeah, we're going to the Gerudo training ground because I forgot that, we want to get the ice arrows out of that, so we're gonna go do that and then complete the Spirit Temple. Yeah, we've had quite a journey with this game. Well, I guess I walked out of the way while we have our trusty steed here going through. Alrighty. Definitely have a good time running through this, continuing and, yeah, giving the perspective of Zelda starting with the show. With this, and then in a few months when we do start Majora's Mask, or when Lucre Shaner and I start Majora's Mask as well. Alright, I love the horse. You do love Epona, for sure. And we do too, because Epona is very useful, and she is our trusty steed. And we will see more of Epona. This is not the last time we saw Epona as far as this franchise. I think this is the first game we saw her in.
Everyone loves Epona.
Everyone loves Epona. Yeah, it's true. I mean, that should be like the idea of that. And
how can you not love Epona?
That's true, because Epona is such a pure case of that, you know? I wish I could say things are better. I am sorry to hear that. I'm going to assume that whatever that is, I mean, I'm sorry for the purpose of what that is, but we're very happy to have you tonight for sure for the show, and as it is usually for the case of anything you come to. We've also been showing some weird elements as far as the glitch things to a certain extent. Okay, fine, this is one other thing. It's also usually come through because the bridge is fixed after we had, you know, after we saved the Carpenters. Back we'll see them because we're here. Ready to save my men, and then when they return, we rebuilt the bridge. Is it a fine bridge? Yes, it is. Maybe it won't be Carpenters. Once they get the job done, they'll get everything set. Alright, so yeah, let's talk to them, and then we'll go do the everything. Now we're back together again. Building a bridge over the valley was a piece of cake. Alright, so in Gerudo society, those who have great skill in horseback riding and archery are well respected. My family got dealt some bad news. Oh, I am sorry to hear that. As I mentioned, we had that case last week as far as part of my family where we had actually a loss in our family about a week or so ago. So yeah, I've definitely been in that case that way. So yeah, I'm feeling for that. Inuburu was a lone thief. She never stole from the weak. Now a gang of thieves stands for cruelty and brutality. So yeah, you could easily come here early to get a sense of, you know, wait a minute, a hint of certain things, but this is just the idea. Alright. And also, there's the running man. We'll deal with him later. No, let's talk to him now, just to get a sense. We did see him when he ran me over with the bunny hood, which I didn't know could happen, by the way. Yeah, he's looking for someone first competitive. I beat all my challengers, man and beast. You're athletic, and you look like you might have a true killer instinct. Yeah, to a certain extent. And now the bridge is fixed. You have to fix the bridge, otherwise he will not say this to you. He'll be here, but he will not say that specifically to you. The best time is 2:38 to get from here to the bridge in the Lost Woods. We will deal with that later. No, we'll do that probably next month. Yeah, we're not gonna win with that kind of attitude, but that's fine. We're just coming back. We're delaying that. But now we're gonna go and do what we came here to do specifically, which is the Gerudo training ground, which, as you mentioned, is an optional area. You don't have to do this, but there's a nice reward for doing it. And it's another dungeon out of the DLC as well. Okay. And since we got this place taken care of, that's fine. So they will not do anything with us, they'll not accost us, and we can go in here. This is the Gerudo training ground. Membership card verified. Yeah, they'll look at my card and they'll say, like, okay, fine, we're set. And you have to pay your way in, but it's only 10 rupees. At this point, you can get a lot of money. So it's not going to be much concern. Now, with the clap, we go inside. Okay, now this is a group of challenges that you go through. And there's also a, you know, let's do this. Let's do the, what is it? Yeah, yeah, I'm looking at chat as well. Yeah, you've had it rough lately. No, I get that, absolutely. So, I mean, as I said, we're definitely sending our best that way for it. And as I said, if nothing else, as I said, the idea of, you know, coming in as far as the hangout at the end of the week and having that support way, but also having as much of a good time as can be possible that way. So it's like, yeah, we get that. I think I speak for all of us that way as far as what that can be that way. Yeah, we haven't gotten the dungeon case to go to this to start, and then we'll go to the Spirit Temple, which I guess then is fitting to some things as well with this. Alright, there's some arrows we got running. Yeah, and well, the room in the center there, this is where we have to go eventually. If you can overcome the trials, we can get the secret treasure that's in there. Now, you can feasibly go a couple directions. When I ran this, I went this way. I'll also grab this box. Get a little bit of money, if nothing else. You can go either way, and the idea is that you have a couple challenges going on. Yeah, I'd rather not bring down the mood. Well, as I said, that's fine. It's like, whatever that case is, as I said. If you just want to, you know, go into whatever that is, that's fine. If you don't, you just want to sit back and have a nice, relaxing time as much as possible, that's fine, too. It's like, yeah, this is your show as much as it's ours. Oh, fine, it's our show, so that's fine. So do not worry. But yeah, in this case, you have to destroy the Sulfos in a minute. Which is not too hard, usually. Just don't get yourself knocked down. Yeah, as I mentioned, just to go to that again, specifically, we are definitely wishing you the best for it and comfort in your times of difficulty. As I mentioned, we've had that. I said my family's had that as well, so I'm with you on that for sure.
Likewise here.
Okay, so there you go. And, see, and that's the thing about the show, and that's the other thing about this, and because you and I'll go into this. I'll talk about this. Yeah, we'll have to get all the jewels of light. You just keep an eye on where they are, and also be careful where the fire is for them. But I was talking about this with you earlier today. The idea of what is the idea of what the show really is. What are we gonna try to do with it? Just as far as like, what are we doing as far as gameplay? Yeah, we have to go there, but I just get all the rupees. But I was saying that, hey, there's a lot of different ways as far as people could come to be talking about a game or talking about something, and be giving it a personal touch to some degree. Okay, there it is, right over there. Because, by the way, you can't go over there because there's a firewall. So, ow. But yeah, the boulder will go through me. It's nothing, so don't worry. But I was saying this to you earlier, the idea of, yeah, because there's a lot of different ideas of what you could take as far as a show like this to say for a game. Actually, no, let me put on my hover boots. But I said that's because part of you were asking me this. I'll regale this. You're saying, what do I necessarily have to offer for a game like this for a discussion? And the answer is, what is your experience with it, and what does it mean to you? So, I think in that way, there's something to be said about, you know, the personal touch we're bringing to this program. Because that's what I like that going on. I'm lucky to have friends to vent to. No, absolutely. I completely get that as well.
We all need that.
Yes, absolutely. And we were going the Beatles take because of the reference to it in the German version of this for the Carpenters. They had, with a little help from a friend. So, ow! I forgot, yeah, you have the hook shot over there. But, yeah, since I got all the rupees in time, it's fine to no degree. No, but you're right. Sometimes, like, that support system. And I think, in some ways, that's kind of what this show is in its way. Well, fine, it's a support system as far as something like that, maybe, but it's also just the idea of, you know, discussing elements of a game, because as I said, there are a lot of things you could say about that, and saying what does a game mean to you personally, or an experience mean to you personally. And I remember that when we played Kingdom Hearts, which was a terrific play that we had for that. Yeah, I first wanted us to play that, and it was a great time we had going through that. And going into it deeper, the way Proto, you and I have been with this game. All right, yeah, we need the Silver Gauntlets, by the way, which is why I didn't come here earlier to get past this block. But yeah, making it personal and saying that, yeah, we can go to something deeper as far as a game this way, especially this one, because you probably gotten a sense as far as each part of this. I mean, this is also, as I mentioned last week when I said what people bring to the program when they're on the show with me, which is, what is their perspective? I said, we had the take as far as with Nocturne with the Mega Man Legends stuff that was we played on the other plays we played and will play as well. For Crescendio, there's gonna be that take when he's on in a couple months, starting with Majora's Mask and with Space Channel 5. At Proterova, to go to you, what I've liked about this is that this idea of looking at something specifically deeper, saying like, hey, let's ask a deeper question about something with a game like this, and going into like the philosophy of what Ocarina of Time is to you and what you think it has, that, alright, that's a fake door, I'm gonna blow it up. So, as I said, that perspective of what does everybody bring to a game and what are they bringing to a specific game. Also, I'm gonna try and do something specific. Alright, I need to have the Lens of Truth. Okay, fine. I don't necessarily need it to shoot up there. I could have hit that target without that. It's my grandmother. Let's just say she has more than COVID, if you catch my drift. Oh my, I've had cases as far as that with my grandparents that way, or family as it is, so yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that as far as that. So, as I said, like, there's definitely, in some ways it's almost the case, like, yeah, there might be no words really to say, except to at least give as much of a case of support as is possible. Also, there is a target in here. Oh, no. Okay, there's a target in here I have to hit, or, oh no, open that door.
Yeah, go.
There's either the target there, or there's something... Oh, right, I have to hit the switch, that's right. I was thinking ahead. It's like, I should have remembered from when I did the test a few days ago to get a sense of where we'd be. Although, as I said, it seems like we're going to be maybe ahead as far as that, so that's going to be what that is. Oh, that's awful. No, I get that, absolutely. I mean, I think that's the other thing, because as I said, look, you could watch a lot of perspectives of a game discussion, or just watch, because part of you mentioned this, because you just, I'll have this thing, we sort of talked about this for other shows, but we're going to be doing next year, it's one of the RPGs he wants to do, Lunar, we're devastated. No, absolutely, I get that 100%, because I know I've had that with members of my family. I remember, my grandfather, who passed away a couple of years ago, like in 2016, he had Alzheimer's specifically, I'll go into that way. And there's a huge rupee, which is not going to do much because I have Max, but point is it's there. But the idea of, like, you know, something like that and what that's gonna bring. Like, the case of loss. And actually, you know, it kind of fits me. We were talking about that with Ocarina of Time, because in a lot of ways, part of you were saying this earlier, the idea that this is a game that's kind of about, like, the perspective, like, what's gained and lost over time that way, and the duality of, I guess, growth. So, in that way, it's a difficult thing. No, I get that.
It's one of the interpretations.
No, it is an interpretation, but something you can say, like, no, I can support this, or you, or anybody can support it on the back of something. But, as I was saying, just to go back to the other thing, that being a fitting case for something like this, and then also because he's going to play for us, next year is going to be based on the RPG scheduling. Lunar Silver Star Story complete for the PlayStation, because that's his jurisdiction. He loves that game. And so, like, I'm not trusting anybody else with that game with you, because, yeah, you know what you're doing, clearly. And for that, you're saying, like, well, what do I necessarily have to go with this? And I said, well, hey, it's your experience with this game. Also, I'm going to play the Scarecrow song here because I can get up here to go through quicker. And yeah, feel free, yeah, Proto, don't let me just talk for you specifically if you're thinking, like, well, no, I'm saying something wrong this way.
No, you're good. You're
but,
good.
Yeah, so feel free to jump into this, but that, in his case with that game, he played Lunar specifically. I haven't played it very much at all.
It's a very well-polished, classical JRPG.
Yes, of which was on a bunch of systems. It was initially a Sega CD game, then they put it on PlayStation. It's on Saturn in Japan, and I have it on PSP, but I have to get the system to play it just for practice case of understanding what I'm getting into, what he's getting into as far as playing. But as I said, what does he have to talk about a game like that? And sometimes is those deeper perspectives to it, because actually he was showing me stuff with that game for this weekend for, us doing the show when we're getting together for this. And I was really impressed with the depth that goes into and also what he was, looking at with it. So that's what I'm saying. That's what's a unique, hold with something, I wish I honestly could go back a month when everything was okay. Yeah, I know that perspective of when something comes to you that way, of having that, devastation to it. And I'll say that I've been in cases like that myself over the past year for various reasons, but that idea of thinking, like, what about something different potentially, and, like, to try and find some kind of a, I guess, understanding of something. So, I mean, as I said, it's not an easy case, but as I said, going to the thing with Lunar, because Lunar also is kind of going into some heavy things to some degree of what I've seen of the game. But I'm saying, hey, he has this perspective of this game, of his knowledge of it and his love of it, but also saying, hey, let's do a look deep. That way, I know what you mean, says Dolly Finn. I agree with that. And there's a secret patch in this room, by the way. Yeah, feel free to jump into any of this Proterova as well, on either what we're talking about or with Lunar itself.
Yeah, I think you're, well said.
I mean, and sometimes, as I said, that's the idea of what this is. So I get that. I've been there too, Dolly Finn. I can imagine that for sure. So, I mean, so I guess that's the thing about this. Like, in some ways, I'll tell you this, and I said this when we did Kingdom Hearts, which is that it's not necessarily you said bringing the room down, like, not necessarily really, because and I said, I think maybe this is the idea of the show, is like, hey, let's talk about something deeper to some degree, and like, hey, if it's going to something personal that way, that's it. I mean, as I said, well, I'll go back to the story as far as my grandfather. I'll say this, I mentioned it last week, on the Switch Online service, they dropped Earthworm Jim 2 a couple weeks ago. Thank you. No problem, absolutely. And thank you for your support of the show and of just us as far as the discussions that way. It's not even just like, oh, come into the show for game-wise. That's what that's about. Oh, by the way, I have to hit the switch again to, oh no, I have to hit the, I have to hit the I. But I get that. But to go back to that, because they dropped Earthworm Jim 2 out on Switch Online a few weeks ago, last week. And, well, I was actually thinking of my grandfather when that came around, because I said, he's a big one on that game. He loved a lot of things as far as, like, a lot of old cartoons. And you ever play Earthworm Jim, either of those? Or any of the other ones?
I've seen it, but I haven't played it.
Okay, we definitely should do one of those at some point, or find a couple of them. I've also been mentioned the 3D game on N64, which is supposed to be very weird. But I actually thought of him a couple weeks ago or a week ago, I keep saying that, when that came out, because I said he used to love that style of, like, Earthworm Jim with the cartoony take. So, it goes to the idea of, okay, that was close, me almost falling from into the lava. But that personal attachment for game for some reason, and also personal attachment to something, and, like, what is something saying deeper, like, with this game? I mean, we were talking about some aspects of what this game can be saying, or can be interpreted as saying. And I guess the depth of what that is, and maybe, fine, maybe not for everybody, it might not be the case this way, but maybe the thought of exploring that in a way that is trying to come to some understanding of something, while also, not discounting the idea that, okay, it's not going to be an easy thing to either talk about this, or say, like, oh, that's instantly going to make everything easier to take care of. Alright, I screwed that up, by the way. And when you do that, by the way, the rupees reset. And there was the one over there I missed. So, yeah, but I'll tell you, I get, in some ways, like, hey, we can kind of go into these deeper things to that perspective. If you're in the chat is reading, you still have grandparents, and they're healthy, make time for them and tell them that you love them. I second that 100%. I second that. I'm assuming Proterova, you third that.
Yep,
Dolly Finn is fourthing that. Vis-a-vis anybody who sees this is going to be, insert number adding on here to that way. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be able to be careful because I'm gonna be slipping around with these things. No, but you're right, exactly. And it kind of goes to the idea of, this is Ocarina of Time. It's about the passage of time. Well, in fact, before you jumped on, we were at the Spirit Temple, or the Shadow Temple, and, Proterova, you were saying with this, you were saying, what were you saying specifically as far as, like, the introduction of Link, potentially accepting the potential of death? Was that your thought of, like, how could it be read? It's fine, I got knocked in, because I got everything I needed.
Yeah, I was saying that it was kind of a odd temple to put in. It didn't have as striking of a, like, Sheik said this is the meaning, or this is the symbolism, or this is the one sentence that encapsulates what you should be thinking about in this temple.
Right.
So like, this is the trial of this temple. Where that, it felt more like a backstory of Hyrule. And so it didn't seem as personal to Link.
Right.
And so my perspective was that, basically, he's gone through, and basically, like, say, Saria's a sage, he's lost her, he's lost Gerudo, just right before, and so it's kind of the acceptance of loss.
Right.
And so maybe the in-world story is Hyrule has a bad history, but in terms of the character development, the story is like there's loss, and he has to cope with some of the loss in his own life.
Right. So it is kind of so in that way you could make the case that
there's some parallelism.
So there's parallels to it, but also the idea that, you know, there is a perspective. By the way, when I'm under here, you have to hit the hookshot target so that you can actually pull yourself towards where the rupees are, and then let yourself kind of go up on the one at the top. Yeah, everyone in your life as well. No, I agree with that perspective too. Everyone, you know, who you have that connection with. And we'll definitely get to that with some of the other games I know we'll play eventually. But, and I think in that way, it's like, hey, it makes sense to United as far as this game, and I think, you know, fitting, you know, just kind of say that and say, like, you know, look, we can kind of look at, because it can be so difficult sometimes. Right, absolutely. I mean, but you're right as far as, like, even something like this, because, part of you saying this, with this game, like, I know you in particular love this game, and I love this game too, for sure, but just the idea of, like, what's the thought of, like, what the meaning of this might be, or what are the different interpretations.
I like looking into, like, why did the designers make it in this way?
But also the idea of, like, some of the things that's looking at with this game specifically. Some of the themes it has, and also some of the other interpretations that come based on what it gives us. With, admittedly, not a whole lot compared to maybe other cases where we have, like, a fully voiced game or something like that. Or, like, a lot of something maybe even longer than this. So
it's like, it's not a long, there's not a lot of dialogue, but when there's dialogue, it has more of an impact.
Right, and there's something to be said about that, and I'll tell you, because just like I'll tell you this, just like what we did with Kingdom Hearts a couple months ago, or finished Kingdom Hearts a couple months ago, I feel like my appreciation of that game improved because of the interpretations that came of it, and also, fine, like first your take as far as the personal perspective you're bringing to it, on top of just saying, like, wait a minute, seeing where, because with that franchise, there's things you could pick apart on it, but I never really thought about that much on it, of thinking where that deeper perspective could be coming. And same with Ocarina of Time to some degree, in the sense of, and that's why I want to thank you specifically for this one, for wanting to see this and joining me on this, because then to kind of say, let's take a deeper look at this, and as I mentioned, we get the guts of gaming on this and really understand and appreciate it even more than we already do.
Yeah, kind of like using the metaphor like a candle burns brightest in the dark.
Yes. That's a good way. Yeah, okay, I was trying to get that heart, but it didn't work. I'll do that. That's fine.
Yeah, you have to go around to get those hearts.
Yeah, fine. You know what? I'm not gonna bother. Because I need to... Okay, Okay, no, there are 9 keys, so I know where one of... Fine, I know where 2 of them are. Oh, no, there's... I'm trying to remember if I missed one. Because actually... Okay, no, that's that way. I went the other one. But what I was gonna say is that for... You only need 7 keys to get through, but I think I'm missing something. But I went through basic... Oh, wait, no. Okay, because here's the idea. You need to go through... Hey, Joe, feasibly, we can finish this now. But, I'm not gonna do that. So in that case, we'll also
get them all?
I may as well, why not? Actually, this is also one way to get one of the other ones. Along with all the items here. Just bomb shoes.
The one behind you?
Yeah, that's the one I'm gonna go. And I don't think you have to necessarily do it this way. I think you can do a, you can do Scarecrow's song for this. Yeah, because that's one of them. Okay, I got that one in the other room. I got that one. I went in a whole circle on this. Unless maybe there's another key that's on the side. I thought there was, because there's 9 keys. You only need 7 to get to the item over there, but I'm gonna get, well, unless this is the last one, which I don't think. Oh no, if this is the last one, we're fine because I know where the other one is because I had to look it up. Okay, that's arrows. So wait, where's the last key? I'm trying to think about that.
And there's also one,
There's one on the path here, but what's the other one? Because there's only one more we have.
Oh.
It's not that one, I think.
I know there's one where you climb,
yeah, it's behind this. It's behind this door.
Wall.
It's behind that door. But let me, you know, let's do another run through. Because why not? Just to make sure that I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, on one of the gates, you can climb up it.
Yeah, that's the one in there.
Okay.
But I just want to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Okay, so we got the one in here. Because there are 9 keys here. You only need 7 to go. If you go all the way to the left for that, you only need 7 to get the ice arrows. Because that is why you come here. So we got this room, so that would be 2. You may as well trace my steps just to make sure of this. There's this room, which I think I went in, and I think I got the key out of this. Yeah, because I got everything, so that's fine. And I'll also put the lens of truth on just to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Take a shot. There we go. And I guess it's a little different with this one because you don't have a map in this, but that's also, as I mentioned, a good thing just because of what we want to do with going back to Spirit Temple, or try to see what we can do going back there. Right, so that would be that. Okay. Oh right, I didn't. No, I went in here, didn't I? I went in this room already, I believe. Did I? Yeah, I did. Okay. So yeah, there's that one. So I don't think I... Oh, no, I know I missed it. I did this, but I don't think I went on and got the chest for this. Or did I? Hold on. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, so that's
nice.
what I missed. Perfect. Alright, so... Alright, there you go. That was a lucky grab. And we got the one in there, which is fine. I like that. Yeah, the fire was there, and now it's gone. That's there, that's there. There's nothing else as far as anything else. Right, because
switch, right?
No, we're fine because I remember now because I go through that. Okay, yeah, I fail holding on to that, number 1. But number 2, I go in that room, I have 5 keys, and then I go and I get that last one, that's 6, and that's all I need. Because you need 7 keys to go through that in totality. Oh shit. Because I'm trying. Here's the thing about the hover boots that actually I didn't mention. Yeah, you are slipperier when you do it. When you're wearing them, number 1. Number 2, and they don't hold right apparently on that. And I might be dying, but I'll also use since we're gonna go to the center room anyway. I'll get the fairy that's at the center of it or at the beginning. But yeah, what you usually want to do is kind of do a roll on that towards where you're going.
Yeah, you have to go facing straight.
Face straight, and then also.
Or else you won't grab.
Yeah, but even then, I was like, yeah, you sometimes have a weird case. But yeah, do the roll so you kind of can buy more time with the hover. Oh shit. But also because of how the slipperiness works. Yeah, I just got that. Yeah, if you can get that going, you get a little more of a push. Yeah, we'll get that horrible beeping stopped in just a second. As you know, yeah, let's go here and do the Sun Song. Or not the Sun Song, it's Song Storms here. And then we'll go get everything that's left. Alright, so here we go. And this will keep respawning, by the way, when you leave the room, so I guess you can feasibly keep coming back here for this. Because, unlike the fairies in the bottle, this recovers your magic, but it's not a full recover of your health. But with this, we're set. So we can go through here. And we have 6 keys, but... Yeah, we have the 5. We need 6 more to go through, but as Proto was mentioning, you climb up here. And it's hidden. You have to use the lens of truth to see through this, but yeah, I was just going to walk through the invisible wall. And that's it. I didn't actually know where this was, because I don't think I ever got this. Because as I mentioned, you only need 7 you know, to go through this and get it. Okay, but we are gonna get it, and you know, let's turn off the hover boots because we don't need them anymore. And then with that, then we'll go back to the Spirit Temple. Yeah, make sure to pick up everything along the way as well, just because. Yeah, 50 rupees that we can't use, unfortunately, but we're all set. I don't think there's feasibly a way to get... Okay, I guess you could sort of... Well, I don't know if you can really get stuck in this place. Do you know if you can?
I don't think you can.
I don't think so either. Because I know that was a question that came up when we were... for last month when we were saying about the water temple, saying, can we find... Is there a way to, you know, get screwed out on that? But no, there's not. I remember I did put a link to explain as to what that was, because I want to make sure that... Okay, I had the right information. There you go. Last key, there we go. And for the completion of this, we get a nice arrow frame. And frame rate's slowing down, but yeah, we were set. And this is the ice arrows. It goes with the fire arrows, but you hit enemies with this, they'll be frozen. And we may as well use this as much as we can because we're getting it now, and it's not going to be used that massively. But we'll, you know, I'll put it on. Let's set that. And just like the fire arrows, they run off your magic. So yeah, it's 2 magic points a usage for each arrow. Yeah, in this case, we can... Actually, I want to try something. Can I transport out of here? I know we had cases where we couldn't, so I just want to see if I can. No, I can't. You can't warp here. Okay, so you have to walk all the way back. So yeah, no shortcuts for you, but fair enough. It's not long. I just wanted to see that. And I wonder what necessarily saying, like, yeah, you can't warp here. But, alright, let's get going. And I'll also see what's going on with the Pharaoh's Wind, because I want to see about if my putting it down when we first went over there if it'll still be in place. I didn't set it again, but I don't know if it holds it. What's it?
Oh, nothing.
Sorry, I didn't know if you were gonna... If you had, like, information on that, which I would appreciate that, because I don't know. Alright, so... Alright, now we can go out. Alright, so off to the desert we go, and we're gonna finish the Spirit Temple. Yeah, bye-bye Weavers are just gonna roll away. Okay, so back at the Spirit Temple, let's see about this. Let me try and put one of these down. Or not put it down, or use it again, see what happened. Okay, good, it does hold. So we'll return back to the hand, perfect, alright. As long as I didn't do another one, I guess I didn't go to another dungeon, there we go. Okay, it did put me a little differently. I did put on the hand. I guess it just puts in the room, but... Alright, we're back. So there we go. That is our shortcut to come back here.
Also, you can long shot to the body.
Oh, yeah, you're right. You want to... Let's show that. Yeah, star. Oh, no, you can't on star. So wait a minute. Was that something that was in another version? Or it's that... No, I think it's the gem.
Take it out?
This is the 1.0 version, so I don't think they took it out, unless it was in maybe some of the other ones. Let's try again. Yeah, I mean, it is a site to this, like...
Huh.
Or maybe...
Pretty sure.
Do you think maybe one of the later revisions of the game has this? Which is weird, because it would be the opposite case. Usually the thought is that...
Should be the opposite.
You think that because this is the 1.0 edition, they would have kept it in... Or maybe it was during development. We'll look, and we'll put an edit to get a sense of what was that about. Because I know...
Maybe a different angle?
Maybe, that's true, but
try being on the upper end.
Yeah, we'll go up there again. I don't know if I explicitly emphasize this as far as how we're handling Majora's Mask. We're not playing that on the N64, and the reason we're not is because the Switch Online expansion pack version is emulated correctly. And also because I asked Christian, I was like, how do you want to do this? He said, whenever I saw this part of, or this game, as far as the show we do, he said, I noticed how grainy it is, which makes sense because they were running off the original hardware. But he's so used to seeing it the other way, he said, now that they emulated this properly, we should be able to use that other one. I was like, yeah, fair enough for that. So we're going to be using that version. But unlike, because when they put that on Switch Online, and same with Wii U and Wii and 3DS, it was based on the 1.2 version. But Majora's Mask doesn't have like changes like that. So okay, let's try it. So it's not. So either it wasn't there or it was in the beta, perhaps, or something. Because that could be a possibility too. Maybe it was in the beta. I said, oh look, I know one site I know I look at a lot.
I'm just being immature.
Well, no. But if it's something that they had in the game, they took it out. Because actually, I'll anecdote this one. Nocturne, who was on the show last month, she's gonna be on in 2 weeks when we go to Sonic 3 Knuckles for the unique way her and I are gonna be playing that game. A game I know she's a big one on is Nier Automata from. You ever play that? It's from Platinum Games. People made Bayonetta and Anarchy Reigns, and it's Square who published it. And in that game, there's an achievement for it where you can. There's basically you can feasibly do like an upskirt look of the character, and then you get slapped down for it. So they do punish you, but you get an achievement for it on both versions. Because it's on PS4, no, all three, I should say. Because it's on PS4, she has it. It's on Xbox One where I have it, and Nocturne, if you're watching this, or when you watch it later, I do have my answer as far as what I'm thinking of it, because I'd let you know when I start playing it. I am really liking this game, so yeah, thank you for the recommendation for that one. At some point, we'll figure out about doing that one. But with that game is that, you know, that idea of, like, looking that way, and I don't know if they necessarily took it out as far as it, because I think it was there. The people were saying, like, yeah, they're not comfortable with that. But in this case, like, well, for this game, like, because they've done a lot of revisions on this. It's not like Majora's Mask where they didn't do any. Basically none.
Is this the censored one or not?
No,
censored?
this is uncensored. It's the same one. It's the 1.0. So,
okay.
The question is this. It might be also one of those things. Actually, I'll also say this, so thank you for bringing it up. Not necessarily an immature case, but just a, let's talk about difference cases.
I'm just saying,
game.
It's more of an Easter egg case.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm trying to remember what game it was. There are a lot of cases of this where they change stuff between Japan and the US. Maybe this is in the Japanese version. Hey, Captain D-Track here, jumping in with a little bit of a correction for what we were saying about the statue here in the Spirit Temple when we played Ocarina of Time a couple days ago for Part 4. Yeah, you can hookshot her bosom as it is. You have to be very specific on where you hit it. You have to hit it kind of right above where the star is on the right, but even a little bit to the left of that little star piece or star jutting out on the right. And I'm going to do this. I'll show you what happens. Yeah, apparently there's spikes on it, so yeah, if you do that, you land into it and you get hurt. So yeah, that's feasibly the reason why you don't want to do that. I guess as we mentioned during the play, it's like the Nier Automata thing where, yeah, you get smacked down if you do the upskirt shot for that game. And yeah, if you're wondering also, as long as I'm here, why I'm using the Switch Online with the Plus Expansion Pack version for this, well, stay tuned in a few minutes and I'll let you see why. So that might be what that's all about. Also, yeah, that way is where the child section of it is, so I don't want to go that way. You can go there again, but you do have to do everything you did already. So I don't want to do that. Also, I'm going to do one other thing I didn't do on the test, which was go through this door, which I guess this is the shortcut over here. So actually, I didn't do this when I did test this one, so I'll do it here. Well, again, enjoy the great atmosphere of this place.
The very ambient music.
I know, and that's another thing. It gets that ambience so well. This game, and we'll see that with the Majora's Mask as well, but there is still something so special about this one and what it's doing and how. Actually, yeah, I didn't get this chest, so alright, fine, perfect. Let's grab it. Alright, fine, I didn't get that, whatever that is, you know. Oh, okay.
Yep.
Oh, it's a shortcut up. Okay, yeah, I didn't remember that. Alright, so fine. Okay, if you leave the dungeon, you don't have Pharaoh's Wind, or you didn't put it down like we did, do this, and you can come up this way. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we can continue on as it is, and we can get the nice, item that's here. Actually, no, I'm trying to think, because I know with Zelda, as far as, like, going back to the thing with, the statue there, I'm trying to remember, I guess, when they've kind of emphasized something like that. I think maybe, well, sort of with Breath of the Wild to a certain extent, but not...
I'll look it up.
Yeah, we'll look it up and we'll put the edit in to cover this. That's usually the one of this program. Also, I'm gonna use the... yeah, I didn't mention what these things are. These are the Anubis. It's vulnerable to fire, but it shoots fire, which is weird. I can use the fire, or I can just say, like, screw it, we'll pull Din's fire out. They'll wait for me to do that. And, yeah, look, I love how Link has his, you know, he has his foot there off the platform, so we're gonna be fine running this. Actually, you know, before I, you know, I'll just kill him because he's not looking this way. Let's hit him over here. Yeah, because, yeah, the Din's fire is powerful, but it also won't go completely across the room, so that's why the other one didn't. We got hit now, so we're all set. And, yeah, that's a, yeah, there's, yeah, I have to open the gate by hitting this. Oh, no, I hit that to, hit that fire. I guess if you don't have magic, you can lure the Anubises into that. But as I said, I have Din's fire, we're running it. Oh, yeah, right, this room. I did have a little bit of a experience doing this on a test play. Luring him onto the button. So I was using the hook shot, but the thing is, the hook shot knocks him back. So like, so let's see if this goes a little smoother. Or okay, fine. Actually, no, that's perfect. He shouldn't slide off that too much. He will slide a little. Oh, he is right on the edge. Oh, perfect. Okay, this is way better than on the test.
Nice.
That's why I did a test, because, like, I want to make sure of this. Also, there are, invisible chests right here. So, yeah, I have my, Lens of Truth, but I know they're there. Technically, the,
one on the other side? Yep.
Yeah, boom, there you go. Just look at it, and I love how they appear. But they're just hearts. But, hey, I could use some health, so it's, worth checking. Alright, so...
Iron Knuckles. Yeah,
Iron Knuckle again. In this case, I'm not gonna fight him with the Nairu's Love. Also, I want to try and get, her, because there's a female model underneath that, over so I can get some health off. And they do take a lot of hits, even with the big Goron sword, or even with the stick.
Grapple hook?
Yeah, you're right, because you use the hook shot, yeah, you hook onto, well, fine, her technically, as far as, like, the model underneath, but yeah. Dead.
Doesn't stun though, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those cases where, yeah, the hook shot hooks onto the enemy, as opposed to stunning them. Which is interesting, and I like that idea, as we were saying, the idea of, you know, playing around with different, enemies, and saying, like, hey, let's, use a different method to kill them, and
Also,
realizing, no, you can't use
why a box just falls randomly when you show up?
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, I guess something happens, like a trapdoor.
Just visits you.
That would make sense why Kaepora Gaebora is there, but alright, here is the, mirror shield. Yeah, we're getting a new shield. We haven't seen one of these in a while. And there you go.
It's been a while.
Indeed, and this is a nice one, and also, as we mentioned, it looked different in the later revisions of the game. It didn't have the crescent moon on, but here it is. In this case, the polished surface of this reflects energy is the R button, and we're gonna put on.
Maybe I'm more familiar with the Majora's Mask one, but I don't remember it being, like, red. I remember it being, like, more silverish.
Yeah, honestly, it's been so long since I've gotten that far through Majora's Mask that I don't know if I even have an answer for what it looked like specifically, but I'll probably put an edit in now so that you won't have to wait probably 4 or 5 months before we get to the point of the game that's in. Which, by the way, actually, just to go into that quickly, the Crochet Nerd's going to be playing the first half of that game for us, and then I'll be playing the second half. That's because at that time he'll be handling our RPG at that time, which is going to be Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2. Which is going to be 2 RPGs from now. So after we finish the element of the story, which we're continuing next week, Medics and I are going to be doing Parasite Eve, at least that's the plan. I don't think that's going to change, but if it does, we'll do Rhapsody Musical Adventure instead. But I think it's going to be Parasite Eve is what we're going to do. And then after that, we do Shadow Hearts. And after that, Proterova, that's you with Lunar. And so that's going to how the RPGs are going to work as far as that. But of course, in between, we have the other stuff as far as other games and other viewer requests you have. Proterova includes you as well, as far as anything you want to see done for the show.
Like you said, GoldenEye, for instance.
Well, GoldenEye, because yeah, he's gonna be out for GoldenEye when we do that in August for its 25th anniversary program. Also, I can climb up there and make things hard on myself, but being careful about
A lot easier.
the moving, but yeah, just use the hook shot or use the long shot specifically in this, and you'll be fine. Okay, yeah, I don't need help this way, but
Well, you negated your ease.
well, I negated the ease, but I thought like, hey, it wouldn't have been cool if I'd make the jump and I would have gotten the skull wall chill off. I was like, fine, like I'll make it easy again. Like, yeah, we'll just go up this way. And actually, there is a part of Majora's Mask that's going to be sort of similar to that, although it's not exactly the same. I think we'll see that. I don't know if the first part of that or the second, but we'll see that semi-early. Also, in here is the boss key, so let's play our ocarina. I like how the way the camera's panning there is like, yeah, Link's looking away. Hey, it gives a nice shot of the mirror shield, so there you go. As we saw there, it is a cool shield as far as reflecting the light, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. One of the nicest looking shields in the game.
I mean, it also is very shiny, and also, that's the other thing, because...
Too bad it gets so little screen time.
Well, that, but I mean, also, along with the fact that they changed, like, the look of it in the later revisions, it's also something that I think it's not as shiny. Actually, the 1.0 I have, I think some of the assets are more shiny as far as just a rule of thumb in this one that they then changed it for later. I don't know necessarily why they figured to that. If like, I mean, it's not like a visual case, or they'll thought like sometimes they'll say the flashing lights thing. It wasn't like that really, from what I've gathered. But it just was more shiny in this version than the later revisions. It wasn't as shiny for some reason. All right, so let me get my arrows out. That's one of those questions like, okay, what was that change for? Some of the other ones you kind of get it, but other ones it's like, okay, why necessarily? But as I said, that's also why for Ocarina of Time, even if that N64 or if that Switch Online version was ported perfectly, we'd still be doing this one because I have the version, and so at that point, I think it's worth showing off everything with it. Actually, question, Proterova, do you know when you played or owned this game or owned it, if you had like the 1.0, 1.1 versions that had some of these visuals? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if like you knew off the top of your head. No. And sometimes it's tough to tell. You won't know necessarily for certain things until later, and even then, even with me saying this, there's certain things that we're going to see something next month that I know is not in every version, even between like the 1.1 version that they changed. And we'll see that next month for the purpose of that. And sometimes you don't know until the end of it, and I guess it's a weird case, and I mentioned Revenge of Shinobi at one point. You play that from Sega? For the Genesis, from 1989.
Another familiar one, but I don't think I played it.
Yeah, that was a game, and I mentioned this a couple times when we've talked about it, that they used characters in it without the permission or the license holder's permission. They pulled Godzilla, they pulled the Terminator, they pulled Rambo, they pulled Spider-Man, they pulled Batman. Then Sega was sued for it, so they said, you have to take this out from these other companies. They did. And so, the early revisions of the game have those characters, but you kind of have to dig around to get a sense of, does it actually have them or not, in order to tell what's the revision like. In fact, it's harder to tell, I think, even in this game. Because in some cases, you have some of the early copies that didn't have Batman, or did have Batman, and then one that didn't. And then with Spider-Man, when Sega got the license for Spider-Man for their Spider-Man games that came out, they then said, okay, we have the license for Marvel, let's use it and reprint the game again, so we actually have Spider-Man, whereas in other cases they did a palette change to make that void. And same also with the Rambo license, because Sega had that, or got that as well, and so then they kind of changed it around. But that was a case of like licensing where they had to do that. And another one I know that was like that was Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. Well, that's a weird one, because that was not a case of the license being weird, it's that they paid for the license for that and the connection with Michael Jackson that way. But with that one, there's some copies of the game that when you go into the graveyard element, they have like the redone version of Thriller. There's some copies of the game that don't have it for some reason, and I don't know why, because they already paid the licensing to, you know, I guess Sony Music and to Michael Jackson himself when he was alive. So I don't completely understand why there's a difference that way. At least the Revenge of Shinobi case makes sense. Even this case makes sense because, as I said, they're going to localize this game for Europe. So they said, fine, let's do this for the purpose of that. All right, yeah. What we have to do here is you need to use the mirror shield and reflect on the wall. And I like this effect. You know, I'll show this. Well, that, but also just the idea that when you have it, you see like the light going off on the side of the wall and on the ceiling. It just looks really nice, and it is some.
Time to burn up things.
You know, we were saying, like, Medusa earlier, so yeah,
Yep.
there you go. You have to hold it, so yeah, just like Medusa, the idea they turn to stone, bust the stone, and that is our way in. And in this case, you actually have to hookshot onto the grate. And it opens, and we missed a chest, apparently, so let me go back and get that. Because I may as well. Also, let me just see if I can't use my hover boots to get it. Or the other thing I could do is, since we're gonna, you know, screw it, we'll get it now. If we can get where is it? It's down there, or down over there. Okay. Though I don't know if there's gonna be necessarily. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what we do. Oh wait. I don't know. If, no wait, it's not gonna work because it's the same room. I would just say about using Pharaoh's Wind. You know what? Fuck it, we'll get it. Yeah, just 5 rupees that I can't hold. May as well get everything, so why not? At this point, we have all the puzzles set, so we can just keep running. Okay, I like that look. It's like it looks like Link stopped, so it looks like maybe I was like doing the slide still on the hover boots. Yeah, like I don't want to deal with them.
Yeah, you may want to turn your hover boots off.
That's true. I'll do that when I get over there. This is one of those things I guess now, like, yeah, we just run my way. Okay, fine. It's not that much of a, it's not that much of a trip, honestly. It's like just down this way. Whoop. Yeah, I'll definitely turn them off. You know what? I'll turn them off as I'm pulling myself over. Yeah, so yeah, all of a sudden my boots, came off. Alright, here we go. We're at the boss. And it actually goes to something we saw in the first part, and it didn't make much sense we saw in one of the cutscenes. I don't know why they show that in the opening intro.
Yeah.
But yeah, here are the 2 witches. These are Kome and Kotake. Actually, technically they're 2 bosses here. We really think about not even just the fact that there's 2 of them here. Hey everybody, Captain D-Track here. I am jumping in because you're wondering, yeah, we jumped to the Switch version of Ocarina of Time, the 1.2 version. You can see that with the lack of the crescent moon on the shield, or the mirror shield over there. You're wondering, why are we doing that? Well, during editing I realized that this entire next part, up until we get to fighting Twinrova, was, had a serious audio issue that I didn't see happen until after, and actually a lot of the discussion then that happened between me and Proterova for this next part, the first part of the boss we're gonna have here, got totally lost. I'm sorry for that. I want to apologize profusely, as well as also for the audio pops that happened. I think I know the reason why that happened specifically, and I have an idea as far as, you know, how to make sure that doesn't happen going forward. I can't do much about that, I'm sorry to say, but what I decided to do is for the other part, because it was just a loud static, almost like TV static, like, you know, when you have channels that are not registering on your television, you turn it on. I said, I'm recording this part of the game again. I actually did a speed run on the Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack version to get here as fast as I could with how I had my files set up. But yeah, that's also why it looks a little better. But I'm going to give you everything for the game as it was. So yeah, what we're basically going to do is we're going to play the part that I mentioned before, we're mentioning here, is that we're going to be fighting the Iron Knuckle before we fight Twinrova, but then the Twinrova boss is all the same. Basically just up until we beat this. So yeah, we're going to do that. So yeah, as you saw just a second ago, here comes Twinrova saying they're going to teach us a lesson, but, well, they're calling their loyal minion. So yeah, we've already fought 2 of the Iron Knuckles here. We're getting a 3rd one. But this one's ordered on their behalf to kill us. I do love this touch, yeah. It's like, where's my weapon? Yeah, well, they'll snap. There you go. Alright, same deal as the other fights we had. Well, yeah, just don't let that happen. But I'm being really reckless, also because I will show you this. This also shows how quickly I was running through this. I have a different file, as I mentioned, because of how we're running this with the Switch version, but I do not have a lot of things. I basically went through as fast as I could to get to this point, to the point where I only did what I had to do, which was I had to beat the Forest Temples and get the arrows and the ability to go back to being Child, and then basically just go to the Water Temple get the long shot for coming in here, and that's why I have those songs specifically, but not a lot of the other ones in order to fight this. But yeah, same deal as before. Ew! Okay, yeah, I'm totally throwing caution out the window. Also, I found out, during the test that, yeah, this thing can get hurt by bombs. And I don't have, fairies in my bottles either, so I have to be careful not to get myself, sliced. Yeah, again, I'm sorry for what happened as far as the audio thing. Chat didn't mention there was a problem as well, so I was kind of surprised that they didn't. But, point is that, oh shit. Alright. Yeah, as I said, I'm just doing this casually. This is about 2 days after we recorded part 4 of Ocarina of Time. I'm gonna also take down the Twitch save video that goes for this because of this. But as I said, the YouTube upload is gonna be up there in a few days. It's gonna sound really, really nice. And a lot better, and I'll also understand what's going on, you know, with the popping hissing. But a nice bomb to the face, and there you go. And reveal that, yeah, the Iron Knuckle, it always is a she underneath as far as the female model, but here it is a very more specific case because, yeah, we have Niboru under here. And this is the point, by the way, in which I figured out when we were doing the recording that I had the issue. I guess just to give a little bit of a brief idea. On my capture interface, I might give a screenshot of this in this point here. The volume for when my voice is speaking, or Proterova's voice, or whoever's on the show with me, the bar for that showing the microphone volume, it was up at max, but I wasn't really talking much. He wasn't talking much either. It was just statically at the top, and I wasn't sure why that was. So actually what we did is I muted the mic a couple of times, and then turned off the commentary to turn it back on in order to fix it. And that was when the static that was heard at this part was gone. So again, I'm sorry for that, but as I mentioned, anytime there's a technical problem that's going on beyond my control or one I'm not aware of, I will go into the editing room and do what I have to do. Go back to play the game again to whatever point we had to do for it, whether it's this game, whether it was Sonic Adventure, whether it's Mega Man Legends, or Star Fox, whatever it is, that's how we roll here on Super Old Game Saturday. Although the way I'm recording this is Super Old Game Monday, technically, but when you see this, it probably will not be. But anyway, I think with that, we are good, and hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Couldn't plead with it, but we kind of easily would want to, because there is Niboru inside. Yeah, Niboru is taken over and brainwashed by the Witch Sisters here. And, yeah, let's see. She's just a little girl, but she kind of has a lot of spectrum on the Gerudos. Yep. Yeah, she's basically the leader. Fine, leader instead of Ganondorf, anyway. And what did she say she didn't want to do? Work for Ganondorf. So, she's like, no.
Traitor.
Well, yeah. Well, hey, she couldn't do anything about it. They're gonna brainwash her. That's what happens. Yeah, at that point, yeah, she is out of the picture. Alright, so with that, we got our stuff set. One thing I'm also gonna do is I want to have the arrows on, I want to have the hook shot on. And yeah, we're set. Okay, let's go through. And here one more, set of, us get set with this one. Okay, so yeah, we took care of what that was about, so yeah, let's take care of the Witch Sisters. Okay, so here we go. Look at that stupid kid. He came on his own to offer himself as a sacrifice to the great Ganondorf, which goes to what your thought was, the thought that this is what, Ganondorf's bride or Ganondorf's mother?
Ganondorf's mother.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's considered, like, canon.
Okay, which, that's probably true. I've not read that Hyrule Historia that would explain something like that. Yeah, we'll burn the bone, and, yeah.
Ganondorf's bride. They're like 800 years old.
Well, no, we mentioned that with, I mentioned the Dracula thing.
Well,
it's like,
we'll say in a second, 800 or 900, something like that.
Oh yeah, you're right, they go into that, good point. Alright, so yeah, this is, the boss. But there's a couple of parts to this. Yeah, I guess they want to emphasize the fact that this is the last part. This is Twinrova.
Oh wait, that's at the end that they said, okay.
Well, we'll get to why in just a second. But okay, how this works is that you follow Katake and Kome, and what you do with them is that pay attention where their magic is. Yeah, what you do on that one is you usually don't want a Z target on this one, so I was doing that wrong. You put the shield up, and then pretty much just aim it at the other one. But you sometimes need to Z-target to get in the range so you can hit the other one, and be quick about it so that then they get hit. And you can't hit them with the same power, I believe. And the ice is the hardest one to hit, only because the beam sometimes is the hardest, but yeah, I think it's random which one you should pick. But the good news is the other one will walk in the direction, so you won't necessarily get a case where you're going to be missing that. Okay, fine. Well, we'll show this, but maybe because I'm close, it won't be a problem. Oh, sort of. I still got frozen despite that. But if nothing else, you get to see that. Yeah, I'm unfortunately stuck. Which is why the fire is so much better to have happening. Okay, then fine. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the other one's not in the direction. But alright, fine. You just do this for a little bit of time until we get to the next phase. Shit. Oh. Yeah, I stopped again.
Nice effect, though.
It is a nice effect, and I think it is something that, you know, showing what the system was doing with some of the elemental stuff.
Yikes.
Oh, fine. Well, we may as well show the fire happening, too.
Exactly.
It is a full look. Okay, no, fine. I hit it right there, so yeah, there you go. You're gone. It's not that hard a boss, really. It's just that you have to kind of keep on your toes and pay attention where they are. It is also one of those points where the camera adjustment, because you have to use the Z button for camera adjustment, it sometimes can get in the way. Sometimes. Okay, fine. I'll get out of the way. It's like, there you go. As long as you're not in the center of it completely or on the outskirts, you should be fine. You know, fine. Let's give him the first person one.
That's the target.
Before I hit the bottom of my shield. Yeah, laugh it up, fuzzball. Okay, that's the Star Wars case. Well, that was the Star Wars case, and maybe I'm gonna have that in mind because of the Lego Star Wars Skywalker Saga that came out this week. My coworker's showing me, it looks terrific. Unfortunately, because of the licensed music, I don't know if we can ever show that. I hate to say it. I hate to put a limit on something like that because it looks awesome. I've been excited about a Lego game like that in, God, forever. Oh, fine, since the Lego Rock Band game. I remember talking to Crochet Nerd about this. He's like, what the hell is this? And I showed him Earthworm Jim 2 a couple weeks ago. Alright, here's a double dynamite attack. Yeah, and Link is like, oh, Jesus. She's coming on to me, clearly. But they're like, okay, here's how this part of it works. With their powers combined, they come back and they hit that way. So what you do is... I put that away, because, yeah, it's not going to be of help now. Feasibly, but then it's like, well, we've had that happening with Link the whole game. But alright, so what happens is, we'll shoot out the bolts that way. You have to store up 3 of the same one. You're hearing that sound going, that read. When you get that 3 ways of the same one, you can't have it of the other one. So yeah, in that case, avoid it, otherwise it negates it. So I have to wait for her to pull the ice out. And I think it's random which one is gonna pull, so... But usually, if she's gonna pull, like, 2 of the same one, then... You'd be like... Oh, just hitting it gets rid of it. I did not know that. It doesn't matter which one. You can do it on either one. You can do the ice, or you can do the fire. The effect will still be the same. And this one, it's easier to do the Z target, because at that point, it's like, okay, I don't have to aim it. Perfect. Then what you do is you hit the R button on her and miss, apparently. Okay, I didn't know you could miss. Alright, fine. Then in that case, turn the Z target off and reflect it back, because that's how you shoot it off. Fine, we'll do it with the fire then. Oh, shit! I'll die, but it's fine. I got the fairies.
We get to see the death animation.
Or see it again. Actually, this is fitting, because remember, what was the other time I died at? It was at Vivalia. So the fire killed me that time, too. So yeah, Link does not like fire, which is fair enough. And that's also why you hold the fairies in the bottle. So now we're doing the fire. We'll handle it that way. Well, fine, we'll burn the witch. Fitting that way, you know? It'll be either this or it'll be Banjo-Kazooie when we get to that one. No! Yeah, the side jump. I actually don't know if I've actually shown that off that much as far as battle. That's how they can save you in a jam. Whoa! Yes, I don't want to get caught in that because I didn't know that just touching it got rid of this. Did 3 of those in a row. Which is fine. It's like, at least it's nothing down here that can hurt me.
Watch out. Like that.
Perfect. Oh, wait. Oh, I have to... Hold on. It just went away. Okay, so...
Yeah.
I didn't know it went away.
It
But...
only lasts so long.
Oh, let's do it again. So maybe then it didn't matter. I just wasn't in the direction. So it's fine. I guess I can just Z-target her. Just do it this way.
Just be close and just go forward.
Yeah, that's probably a better idea. Unless she puts the ice out again. I swear it's random which one she picks.
Just position in the middle and...
Or sidestep away. Yeah, this is more tense this way, isn't it? There we go, finally lit the fire.
Walk up.
Got her. Okay, now what you do is you pull the hook shot out, go to her, and slice her to death. You do this twice, it's 2 cycles with the big Goron sword, and she'll be dead. Okay, yeah, it was off center, so I couldn't grab on. Okay. Okay, so you do have to hit the R button at the end of it still to, you know, shoot it out. You also have to be a bit closer. I do like the sound that plays this. Like, yeah, it's the alarm. Like, yeah, she's going down. You know what? Fuck it. We'll show this. Yeah, because that negates it. So basically, then it's nothing. I just showed the idea, like, her getting excited when she hits me. No, but it's the little things really in this game, and usually in any game, really, when we think about it. I mean, we may as well take her down with the fire knife.
Freeze her now?
Yeah, we'll freeze her. We burned her, so we'll freeze her. And since there's only 2 cycles for this with the big Goron sword anyway, it's really well. Except I'm realizing it seems like she's still throwing out 3 hits for everything except the one I need to start. Alright, one more. Please give me the ice. Actually, I didn't remember you could hook shot her. But alright, there we go. She's done. Or they are done, because they're 2 entities. Alright. See, even their power combined could not get out of the way. Okay. Alright, what a fresh kid. This time we'll get serious, right? Well, no, they won't. What's that above your head? I don't know, but you have something over your head too, Katake. But I'm only 400 years old. Here you go, as you were saying, and I'm just 380. Okay. Yeah, we're twins, don't lie about your age. And you must have gone senile. Yeah, fine. Who are you calling senile? How do you treat your old sister this way? We are twins. How can you be older? How old you are, how can you be so grateful? So, yeah, they're bickering themselves.
And Link is like, grateful. What is going on here?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're dying. Although, how does Majora's Mask make sense? Because, yeah, I'll come back to haunt you. Because Majora's Mask, these characters are back. Also, that's a weird thing. I was saying the upskirt thing with, Nier Automata, we're getting that with, yeah, he's getting that sense that way. I'm happy that happened. Should this be the thumbnail? This needs to be the thumbnail, I think, when this goes into that site. It has to be.
Also, is the polygons, is it like a green?
Yeah, okay, so it technically has, I guess, his Zora tunic underneath it. Or not Zora tunic, his, Kokiri tunic underneath it.
And then what's the red?
The red is, oh, the shields come through.
Is it just the shield?
Yeah, so there you go. There's your close-up of, Link. I said, I'm just hitting the R button, and it's just doing that. Like, if I hit, you know, let's do slice. Yeah, fine, let's come back to a few.
And Link is saying, doing a dance there.
There you go. We had that last week with Batman Forever. All right, let me get the heart container over here. Because, yeah, you can't hookshot this, by the way. But let's go grab it. There we go. There is all 20 hearts. We're all set. So we have a full health bar going into where we're going to go next month. But we do have an hour left almost. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some random stuff. Also, we're going to get a big plot case coming off in a little bit. But with that, we're also going to get part of that starting now. Because we beat this place. We saved it. But who's the sage here? The 6th and final sage of these. Yeah, it is Naboru herself. I mean, thank you. Look what the little kid has become in the past 7 years. A competent swordsman. Yeah. Shieldsman, not completely, but yeah, they were getting in the way. I really messed up. I was brainwashed by those old witches and then was used by Ganondorf to do his evil will. Funny that, though, that the person like me could turn out to be the Sage of the Spirit. So she didn't even know. It's not like Impa, or Impa, we knew Impa was. I guess she knew, sort of. And now she's gonna fight them as one of the 6. I'll pay them back for what they did to me. No, Sog, the hero of time. Now we are. So I'm keeping the promise I made back then. I'll give you this medallion. So yeah, we also do get the gauntlets. So yeah, she's not going to ask us for them. Thankfully, we did help her do what she needed. Just a different way. One last time with the coin flip. I love that. Every time I see it, it's like, yeah, I'll just flip a coin. So there we go. There is our 6th and final medallion. See the spirit medallion. Naboru awakens the sage and adds her power to yours. And she did technically give us something. We're saying like, hey, getting an upgrade. We got the silver gauntlets that way. But only if I knew you'd become such a handsome man. I should have kept the promise I made back then. Yeah, there is potentially something awkward about that. But, yeah, we're set that way. But, now that we got everybody taken care of, well, there is Rauru again. And his eyes look a little bloodshot, potentially. But, alright. All of us, the 6 sages, have been awakened. So now what? We have to go fight the King of Evil. But before we do, we should meet the one who's waiting for you. The one who's waiting for you at the Temple of Time. Okay, so we have to go back there. But since we're on our way back and we have the Skulltulas and we have some time to kill, let's, I kept not hitting C down on the last one. Yeah, we're gonna go back to Kakarika Village. Because we may as well pay that family visit, because it looks like we're gonna be done to that case.
Yes.
Now, we'll have some time to do that. And then feasibly for next month, we'll be able to show off, as I mentioned, some of the things that we might not have time for tonight, for the extra things, and then also finishing the game. And considering that the end of the game gets a bit longer as far as, you know, the end stuff, the credits, that should be fine. And also we can go deeper into that, because, yeah, as is one with this program Proterova, since this is your first time on it, when it comes to the end of the show, we'll have the final thoughts on the game, and we'll go into that deep as far as what you're thinking of the game overall, your impressions, and then also interpretations on what we're going to see, on where the story's going to go. And we are going to see one part of it right now. To start, we've spent the whole game going after all the Skulltulas. They are all done. So now that we got all 100 of them. Yeah, the kids were taken care of, took care of them before, but here is the leader of the family. And since we destroyed all 100 of the spiders of the curse, his curse was busted. You get money, it's 200 rupees. Here's the thing, I believe you come back here, he keeps giving you money. I believe. Let me just take a look at that.
And there's no other ones to talk to?
We talked to the other 5, we may as well talk to him since we're here.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, so, okay, anytime you come in here, he'll give you 200 rupees, so you have infinite money. Because remember, they said if you get all 100 of these taken care of, we can make you very rich. So they upgraded our wallet twice, and they also have infinite money. I'm so happy everyone's back to normal. But yeah, we will see all the kids, because we did go the whole game. This is what we were going to do. We want to do the 100% of it for the Skulltulas. We did it. As I said to you off screen, But I'll say it now. I actually never got all of them when I played the game. Not because I didn't want to, but just because I thought, like, well, I don't know, I might not be able to find all of them. So I just didn't do it. But now we've done it, and now that's the experience. Alright. A long time, yeah, the house that's still there, fine, whatever. Alright, so now let's go back to the Temple of Time, because we got a lot of, I guess, stuff to go on with the story. Because we got all the sages, we got all the spiritual stones, we got everything set. What's next? How do we, you know, take care of Ganondorf? Well, you'll see. I'm waiting for you. Alright, there is Sheik again. You could hear the great harp music one more time. We've overcome many hardships and awakened 6 sages. Yeah, hashtag Link Real Man. We have definitely made it now. And now, we have a final challenge, a showdown with Ganondorf, the King of Evil, which we will do next month.
But...
Yeah.
But...
Sheik said we're gonna talk about things, so we're gonna have a talk. Another knowledge of the Triforce passed down to the Shadow Folk, the Sheikahs, which Sheik is an example of. So for that, we're also gonna get a little bit of a take to that. So yeah, if we're looking for the Triforce, which is not a collectible item in this game, it was rumored for years it was, but no, you can't actually get it in this one. The resting place of it, the Sacred Realm, is a mirror that reflects what's in the heart. It goes that duality we were talking about, or you were talking about specifically. The heart of one who enters it is going to be dependent there. If an evil heart is there, the realm will become full of evil, but pure, it'll become a paradise. Triforce is the sacred triangle, balance that weighs the 3 forces of power, wisdom, and courage. But if the heart who holds it is having all 3 forces in balance, then they'll gain the true force to govern all. But that's not what we saw happen when we went into that coma from the sword. If it's not in balance, it'll separate. So that's what happened. When Ganondorf went in there, the Triforce separated. Only one part remained for the one who touched the Triforce, the part representing the force they most believe in. So yeah, Ganondorf went in there, tried to get it, it busts.
So Ganondorf broke the Triforce.
He broke it, but also the idea of the other parts, and also what other parts did he take. Basically, the other 2 parts go to other people, and they borrow the Triforce mark on the back of the hand. Alright, so 7 years ago, Ganondorf, the King of Thieves, used the Door of Time behind us to go in the Sacred Realm and do that. But when he did touch the Triforce, the legend came true. So, it did separate, and the Triforce of Power was what Ganondorf had, because that was, after all, what he was seeking. Power, unlimited power, to go into the Star Wars thing again. The strength of it enabled him to become mighty evil king, but his dark ambitions weren't satisfied. But for complete mastery of the world, he started looking for the other people who were chosen by destiny, hold the other 2. Thing is, yeah, we're one of them. We took the Triforce of Courage to protect us, or that's what we have.
So how did you get it? It just randomly appeared on your person?
Well, what happened was, since Ganondorf, you know, took the perspective of getting the power, it split off. And I think because, remember, the talk of this entire game has been the idea of the destiny of Link. Is his destiny feasibly to be savior of Hyrule? We've shown all this courage this whole time. I think that's what we got. As far as the Triforce of Wisdom, well, it's the 7th sage who's destined to be the leader of them all. And it is Sheik right there. And with that, we also get something you've been hinting at, and I've been hinting at as well. Sheik is not a he. Sheik is a she. That was not necessarily a mistake that a Proterova was saying.
Sheik lied to us.
Well, hey, we're gonna see a reason. But yeah, Sheik, again, we saw a Gossip Stone that said this earlier, saying that Zelda's a tomboy. I kept my mouth shut when we saw that, because that's the hint that's saying that no, that connection. So basically, Sheik was Zelda's alter ego, and vice versa, to kind of go undercover specifically. sorry for meeting you in disguise like that, but I had to do it in order to hide from the King of Evil. So basically, because Zelda has the Triforce of Wisdom, Ganondorf was seeking her.
Meanwhile, Ganondorf is a stalker.
Oh, hey, yeah, that makes sense. Like, it only adds to the crimes of him. And 7 years ago, well, she did see us escaping, and that's how we got the Ocarina of Time that way. So yeah, Zelda got away, and that's how Zelda got away. Because remember, Ganondorf was trying to search her, and I love the way the scene goes. Because A, they put it in black and white, and B, they show it from the viewpoint of Zelda over there. I should trust you thinking that it would be the best chance. But even she's realizing that actually, technically, no, it was not. In one way, it wasn't.
Who's a better option then?
Probably no one, honestly.
Just holding on?
Probably holding on to it, feasibly, because she said, you know, Ganondorf won't get in here if we give it to me, or us. But he was sitting, as I said when I joked when we did this.
I guess she was just scared, and so she threw it to him?
Yeah, she was like, hey, if I get caught, we're gonna be screwed. So he's a better option, which is true. But then the Master Sword back there said, no, you're getting sealed for 7 years. And as a joke when we did part 2, Ganondorf was outside in the bushes. He saw that happening. He's like, okay, I can just go right in now.
Ganondorf is watching everywhere. He's watching Link. He's watching Zelda.
He has eyes everywhere, and that actually is not.
Saruman.
But they go into that specifically with Twilight Princess. With Twilight Princess on the GameCube and the Wii and the Wii U, specifically is the time when Zelda went into its Lord of the Rings potential influence the most. But also with Zelda 1, because Zelda, the idea is everybody knows who Ganon is. Ganon has eyes everywhere, feasibly through his minions. So it's not a wrong case. You got a point that way. After you open the door of time, the Master Sword sealed us, as we know. And the spirit remained in limbo over there. And so that he went to go in there, he touched it, it split, and now we are here. So yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of plot elements if you haven't played this game before. I passed myself off as a Sheikah, hoping you return, and waited for 7 years. To be fair, he's not necessarily a different thing or something that Zelda doesn't do. Like, Zelda will wait for the return of Link in a lot of games, and Breath of the Wild, the most recent one, definitely went into that a lot. And not spoilers say that because they do explicitly indicate that. But just the how. Alright, so now we're back and we can take care of Ganondorf easily.
Alright, everything's good now, right?
Yeah, well, hey, we got the 6 stages, so we can go over to Ganondorf's castle, or Ganon's castle anyway. See the door in, and we'll take care of things. Thus, sail vanish from Hyrule. So in order to do this, we encourage again to protect her while she does what she needs to do, and we're getting an item for the purpose of doing this. And we do need this to beat the game, so that's why we give it to you. The light arrow, or light arrows.
Arrow of light.
Mm-hmm. And actually, feasibly then, this is the only elemental arrow in the game that you have to get. Because you cannot get the fire or ice arrows if you want. We have them all. So yeah, the light arrow, you put that on and use that to smite evil. And it works the same way as the other ones. You equip it on and it runs off magic, although this takes double the magic that the fire and ice ones did. So it's 4 magic points as opposed to 2.
Meanwhile,
the rumble pack is going off, so you know what that means. It means something's happening. Yeah, that rumble, you can't be.
And I was too early. So,
yeah, there you go.
Stalker.
Crystallized, yep. Which is not different for Zelda as well, because Link to the Past did that as well. And I guess that also goes to the other thing, because you said your experience with Link to the Past before this one. Because in some ways, this is kind of pulling from Link to the Past a lot, in the sense of the first part of this game was us going through, getting 3 items to get the Master Sword, which we then did. And then the world goes to hell, and we have to save it by going through the dungeons to reawaken the maidens.
And then the Dark World.
The light world and the dark world in that one. And definitely at some point we definitely do Link to the Past as far as that with Zelda. I commend you for avoiding my pursuit, and this is also why she had to hide. That he has his eyes everywhere. She had a guard down now, thinking everything was set, but no.
Also, he said he was a traitor. To who?
To feasibly to the crown of Hyrule, maybe, or the thought of like his control of Hyrule. No mistake is underestimate this, and you do get this great piece of music, which is kind of a sort of a remix of I think of music actually in Link to the Past, I believe. And it is not dissimilar to like when Zelda was taken by Aghanim in that one. Not the kid's power misjudged though, but of course the Triforce of Courage. Well, of course, she has the Triforce of Wisdom, which is not necessarily promised that the king will safely return now, for all of you One of Gamelon players, all 3 of you. Which I'm not even one of those, because I don't have it, but as I mentioned, the Crochet Nerd said, if you buy one of those games, you're going to play it, I'll be in on it, but it's going to be a multiple $100 investment if I ever get to that point. You want to rescue Zelda? Come to the castle. Alrighty. And you get that laugh of Ganondorf that way.
So, as in all video games, you have to fight the big bad guy in his castle.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense.
Princesses.
Well, one thing we are going to do now is, because we have about a half an hour left, you know what, I might feasibly be able to show off,
And you checked all those stones?
Oh yeah, we checked them earlier.
Okay.
Okay, so let's do a save on this. So what I'm going to do is, I will show this being created, because we couldn't go here before. We did come here earlier. But here's Ganon's castle. You're like, why Ganon? Because, like, well, Ganondorf. We'll get into that later. That'll be next month. But with all the sages saved, yeah, Rauru is talking to us telepathically. And we'll create a bridge. Castle Keep, which knows Ganon's tower, is protected by 6 evil barriers. Bring them down, and we can go in the center and save Zelda.
So we create Rainbow Road.
Yeah, which they might have had on their mind, feasibly. As I mentioned, so Mario 64 was in development at the same time as this, but then Mario Kart 64 was there. But there you go, the Rainbow Bridge, or Castle Evolution, starring Mickey Mouse, where you had the rainbow crystal things to go over that. And feasibly the Sailor Moon of the story case. There's our final destination. We're going in there next month. There's also one more fairy fountain we'll also get next month, because we have to go in there and come out. But we're going to do instead, with the time we got left, I'm going to do what actually, you know what? No, we're not going back to the Temple of Time. Yeah, oh, fine. Alright, we'll go back to the Temple of Time, but I'm going to go back to Lake Hylia, because I'm going to show the thing with the hat. And I'll try and show the illegal lore on top of that. So, let's go there.
Oh, yes.
And I'll see if I can't show the stuff with the masks as a child. But it's like, I'm doing this as an adult first, because you have to be adult in order to do the thing with the hat. So if nothing else, it's going to be giving some little bit of a perspective of that. And actually, feasibly then, for a lot of what next month's going to be, it's going to be all Ganon's Castle. It's going to be the ending of the game. It's going to be us going deeper into what is everything that we've seen so far, and we're going to see figured there mean. Because like, that's what I've liked about this play, honestly. Just to go to that, and thank you again profusely for joining me on this.
You're welcome.
Which is that we're kind of going this deep way, and the idea of what that discussion is. So again, thank you for that, and I'm looking forward to, continuing that on next month, and continuing on for the show for now. Alright, so yeah, we're going to get another swim. And yeah, we're coming back. Now, I didn't actually practice this specifically, because I said I'm going to do this next month, but yeah, well, we understood all that. So, okay. I might show the Loach if I can't, but what I'm going to do is say don't cast it at people. Yeah, okay, got it, perfect. So what are you doing to me? So what I did is, when I cast that, I hit A and R to hold it. Now, I can give it back to him. In fact, let's talk to him. Hey, what are you doing? I told you not to do that. You're terrible, seriously. Give me back my hat. You're not getting it back. I can give it back to him, but yeah, there you go. There is this hat. I'm gonna throw it in the water. We're gonna use it as bait. You know, yeah, let's catch a fish with it. Yeah, let's cast a fish and, oh, wait. I was gonna say, like, we should just catch something, but it seems like it's kind of stopped the line. You saw that, right? Right, it didn't really even cast that far. Yeah, just kind of pulling, so it's like, well, maybe I can't catch anything with it. Well, alright, fine. You put it in...
You can go, like, in the water, in the middle section, at least.
That's true. Because technically the idea is like, hey, if you toss it in the water somehow, like that.
So you don't need to cast at all, like, because you're already in the water.
Yeah, but either way, we hit the water.
Oh, you're not gonna try? Okay.
I told you not to do that. You're terrible. Well, I'm trying to, because I'm trying to get him to... I'm not giving it back to him, because I'm trying to toss it in.
Yeah, go in the middle. Go where the log is.
I'm going where the log is, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, get a case where it's lost, because what he's supposed to do is, I think you're supposed to lose rupees, but, yeah, you have to pay him for this. Or maybe I have to give it back to him and it's ruined, so let's try this. Let's catch something or try to. Yeah, the fish are not coming by, so like, they don't know what to say about the hat. So you know what? I guess because I hit the water, let's go back.
Okay, wait, where's the log?
Yeah, I was just on it. Yeah, it was right over there. I was on it. But yeah, I can't.
That's a lot smaller than I remember.
Yeah, I get that idea. All right, fine. We'll give it back to him, but I think because it's ruined now,
okay.
He'll charge me 50 rupees. I think. I've actually never done this before. I just saw you could do it, or heard you could do it. So let's do this. Fine, he'll take it back. Oh? Okay, maybe you don't, let's try this again. Okay, so yeah, alright, let's try this again, yeah. Okay, so maybe, yeah, will the fish look at this?
Well, most of the fish are supposed to be near that log.
Yeah, they are, but I was like, there's none. I was like, I'm just looking for anything. I don't care what it is.
Turn to your left.
Yeah, there's one right there. You see, I see that it just kind of pulls down. It's like, okay, so what? Okay, there you go. That's it. Perfect. There you go. It sinks into the water. Why are you doing this to me? What are you thinking? I'm not gonna let you get off that easily. You have to pay me a 50 rupee fine. And he does do it. He pays me 50.
You can't even leave without it.
What do you want? Yeah, you know what? Fine, we'll leave. Cash alone won't catch you many fish. But yeah, there you go.
Does he get his hat back?
Let's see. Let's go back in. Because actually, I'm going to try and see if I can't get the illegal lure. No, he doesn't.
No hat.
Yeah, fine. Alright, so it cost me a lot of money to do the fish. But yeah, that also tells, like, when he said about going bald, that's the idea. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do what I didn't do last time, which is that, and you have to do this before you cast the line out. And I believe there are 3 areas where the lure can be. And one of them is by the rocks here, but then the other one is, I think, by the logs. Basically, as long as we go around the lake. So, like, yeah, we'll take a swim. As long as we don't do a cast on this, we should be fine. And if we can't do it now, I'll look specifically with the... They got it, perfect. Wow. Alright, this is the sinking lure. Now you can get rid of it if you want. I'm not getting rid of it. Let me show you what this is. This is a lure that you can use, and when you throw, you cast it out, it sinks to the bottom of the lake. So feasibly, you have an easier chance of catching the fish this way, and it's a little more, that. It also is easier to catch the heavy fish doing this, the Hylian Loach, if you can find it. I've never seen it. So, what I'll probably do is I'll put a picture of what that thing looks like when we edit this in a few days. Also, I believe it is a stronger, lure, so it won't necessarily get a case of, you know, not necessarily breaking, but that he won't come in. But that's not necessarily big enough. Okay, so that's 7 pounds. Oh, okay, here's the thing. I kind of want to get the biggest fish I can for this, sort of, but here's the thing. When you use this, you ever gotten this before?
I only got the hearts.
Okay, so you've never gotten this lure before. You've never seen this.
I've probably seen it, but I don't remember it.
You know, fine, I want to, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not even reeling at all. I just want to see until it stops. Okay, there he goes. There. What happened? Yeah, I decided not to pull in. Yeah, if you cast that way, you catch a fish and you get a record. I guess I might not be able to show this part. But if you do that, and you get a record that way...
It doesn't count, you said?
Well, it does count, but what happens is that it says there, The biggest fish ever caught in this pond weighed however many pounds. It says illegal lure was used. Yeah, well, it weighs 7 pounds. Not bad, but they're bigger fish. Okay, no, it's bodies. What's up? We have to save Princess Zelda from her imprisonment in Ganon's castle. We will next month. Okay, no, but hey, we'll do it. No, I have to say,
So heartless.
no, it's not heartless. Is that we can't finish it for 5 hours. Like, if we could, we would do it. But it's like, since we can't, we can't.
We're leaving Zelda in prison.
She'll be fine. It's like we'll take care of her. She'll be in no issue. I mean,
I guess Gandalf will take care of her.
to a certain extent, in that way, for the time being, he'll just wait because this is not spoiling exactly the way we're gonna go. This, actually, you know, I'll also try one other thing as long as we're in here. I'll try and see if I can't leave with the fishing pole. I'll show you how to do that as well. But because he plays the organ, he's just playing that organ. So he's like the Phantom of the Opera for anybody who knows what that is. So what you do, I'm gonna try and leave with this thing. I've never done this either, but how this works, from what I've understood, is that one way to do this is if you have the hover boots and you do a cast at the same time. Oh, yeah, I think I might have done it. In fact, you know... Oh, okay, let's try that. If that worked... Okay, why is it flashing like that? Alright, I'll try that, because I think what you do is you cast it that way, the game will not think you're holding it. Okay, never mind. I guess it will in terms of this. Let's try that again. Actually, no. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I can move. You're hearing Link go like that, right? Okay, perfect. All right, so there we go. Now I think I can leave. Yeah, okay, perfect. We did. We got one out the door. So I left with it. So, oh, okay, there we go. I have the fishing pole.
So you can't use the sword anymore.
Well, no. Actually, you know, that was weird. I kind of stuck this way. I hit the reel, like I'm stuck here.
Switch?
No, I can't.
Sword this link.
Okay, I saved pretty recently, I think. Yeah, actually, you know what? It doesn't matter because I have the sword. It's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna do anything for this. At least I hope it's not. If it does, I'll off-screen play to this so we can get back to this. So, fuck it, we're saving. I'll tell you what we're doing. We're setting the game. Because we can do that on the show, and with the tech we're running. So yeah, we were definitely getting a different case of Zelda on Ocarina of Time. I'm glad I got to show this, because I said I'd never had that happen. But alright, or make it happen. So there we go, and we're currently undefeated. So... Okay, so we're fine. Alright, so in that case, yeah, if you cast the line, you're stuck. But what we're gonna do, and this is gonna be the last thing we do tonight. So actually, technically, I did kind of show off most of what I wanted to show, or most of what I think we're gonna do. I think. Well, let's go back to the Happy Mask shop. As if usually the other thing we could do is like, I don't know, do you want me to just buy all the bomb shoes out of the bomb shoe shop because I have the money for it? Or just keep it that way?
I'd say keep it that way.
Okay. Alright, fair enough.
There's only so many.
That's true, and I would have to go back to the, I'd have to go back to the Sculpture family, or the family in Kaepora Village multiple times to make money to do that. And like, yeah, that would just be padding. So, my point is, like, we showed how that works. That's fine. We showed the thing with the hat. We showed the illegal lure. We didn't show the Highland Loach, but I'll put a picture in. So, what we're gonna do is, we're gonna go a couple places. So we're going here, and you can borrow a mask of any kind you want. Alright, which can we lend you? We've shown the Mask of Truth, because you also have the Gerudo mask, we have the Zora mask, and we have the Goron mask. So let's do the... Let's start with the Gerudo mask. Where the C button showed off, it'll make you look like a girl. Well, I mean, I guess the idea.
Our girls.
That's true, except Ganondorf. So I was like, yo, that's probably what
I was about to say, a girl. I was like, a Gerudo, you mean?
Also, the other thing, Fiesel, was like, yeah, you wear this, other people respond. Yeah, she just gets scared as shit. Like, oh my god, what's your problem? Dancing couple. Yeah, okay, alright, there we go. You're right, it does turn me into a woman. It's like, yeah, I'm trying to, you know, butt in on, this happy couple. They're so like, no, he's a good husband and or boyfriend, or one of them. He's scared shitless because it's a Gerudo, but then he realized, like, why do you have a mask like this? What are you trying to do? Here's someone we're gonna see Majora's Mask, and there's a case to him. What a pretty lady, but you're kind of short. Which is, yeah, that's gonna tie with something with Majora's Mask, and I will bring that up when we play it. So, what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna go to Gerudo Valley. Okay, he doesn't care if he's me wearing it. Actually, no, let's go back in our favorite room. We had this in part 1. Let's talk to the garden here. Well, I don't really know what to say about that one. Okay, so yeah, he's kind of speechless. Whether it's a good case or a bad case, I don't know. Right, we're gonna take a walk over, and unfortunately there's not really much of a shortcut to get over to.
Fast drive.
Not completely, really. So we're gonna take the roll. So yeah, we have our roll. Yeah, Link is gonna roll to victory. As I said, this was me playing through the whole game without Epona when I first played it. So you're getting that experience too. You're seeing this vast field, seeing the idea of, think of everything we've been through with this game over the past 4 months. And the idea that, yeah, we've gone through all this, we've torn this game apart and showed off pretty much everything I think both of us can think of. And gone into everything with it. Yeah, Navi, we're going back next month, so don't worry. Actually, no, hey, Navi could go and take care of things. Be a comfort Zelda. As I said, he's playing the organ, so it's like fine, you know, like, go, you know,
Just distract Ganondorf for a bit.
No, I'll tell you what she does, like, go over there and, like, make song requests, saying, like, hey, I want to hear the Phantom of the Opera music, and like, doing the dee, or then, like, pick some songs, like, use heavy use of organs, like, hey, why don't you be, like, the late, great John Lord of, Deep Purple, say, like, I want to hear Burn, I want to hear, Smoke on the Water, or say, like, Boston, like, I want to hear, Smokin', because Smokin' has unbelievable,
I say
organ
just
stuff to it.
distract Ganondorf.
That's how she distracts him.
And
Like,
then she can just run away.
well, I mean, that's interesting case
See,
because
problem solved.
well, that's actually thinking like because I know some of the Mario RPGs tend to do like Paper Mario specifically, which is next time we do a Mario RPG, which is gonna be a ways down the road. When we do next one we do one, it's gonna be Paper Mario. So for that one, that is a part. There's a part of the game that has like. You ever play Paper Mario?
A little.
Yeah, because there's a part in that game as well. All right, so this is why you can't go in here. By the way, if you're a kid, Gerudo Fortress is here, and a kid like you has no business. Let's put the mask on. We're gonna use. You guys coming here around wearing that, but yeah, you can't fool us with that. So yeah, they're not buying my mask. And this is the other reason I think I'm going to show this. So yeah, there we go. Yeah, there we are with the mask of the Gerudos. Like, yeah, yeah, it's a little below the mouth, but yeah, there we go.
It's a little big.
Also, the other thing, as I said, with at least one of the masks we're gonna pick up, it's also gonna tie to Majora's Mask when we get to that.
One of the races.
Well, we have the Gerudos who took care of that, because I know that was a case where we couldn't really, you know, go there quick. So for the other ones, there's Goron and there's, it's Goron Mask. See, I'm thinking Majora's Mask, because, like, I know which ones correlate. Alright, the Zora Mask. That's the one, it's not Majora's Mask. So we'll do that one next. Yeah, okay, so let's, take this. So have some fun with the masks. Alright, wear it, show it off, and with this we can become one of the Zoras. Which that's the idea. So let's go back to Lake Hylia.
So you can become a fish.
Well, yeah, and okay, fine. You're alright. I was wrong. There's only one mask in there that's not tied with Majora's Mask, because like there's Zora Mask and there's Goron Mask, but they're way different in that game. So I guess it's fitting we're having some mask fun before we end for tonight, and before we also, you know, go and do stuff over with with Majora's Mask game. All right, yeah, fine. Actually, you know what? Wait, can I put the mask on the water? Okay, no, apparently not. Apparently I can't swim in the water with it, so that's fine. Because I remember when we did part 1, I believe it was, when we got the bunny hood. We're saying, like, play the whole game with bunny hood. Although, actually, one thing I will do is, like, I will get that probably as the last match to show it, and we'll walk around and we'll end with the, in case that... Well, I'll figure that. We'll do something with that. Actually, there is a Zora down there, or over there, but since we can't wear the mask in the water, it's not going to be of use. Alright, so we get to go back to Zora's Domain, seeing, like, what we're going to have it be when we're done. Actually, since I'm here, one other thing I'm going to do is... I'm gonna talk to people, number one, but also I'm gonna go into the fairy fountains right here. But first, we'll talk to the Zora. Yeah, right. You look a little small for Zora. So we'll go back to the Star Wars parallel, which is, aren't you a little short to be a stormtrooper? All right. So yeah, there's the thing that's let's go in. So I'm going in here because I do want to get one more in the bottle, and actually. Yeah, it's fine. We can get the 4, so... Let's see, that. Yeah, I'll put the Zora mask back on. So we can show this while we capture the fairies. But in the bottle. Yeah, there's your sight right there. Yeah, the Zora there, you know, getting the fairies that way. So we'll be all set when we're going into Ganon's castle for next month. And the last person I'm going to talk to over here before we go back to, Hyrule Castle Town... I'm gonna go talk to King Zora. I'm gonna see what King... Oh, and I'll talk to Gerudo. Actually, I don't think I've actually ever talked to them with this mask. I'm basically also just showing the idea that with these masks, yeah, they're not fooled. The Gerudos saw through our ruse, and so the Zoras. But I don't wonder what Gerudo's gonna say.
Yeah.
Because remember, the thought is that she was gonna be feasibly our fiancé, or is technically, sort of, kind of. So...
She essentially gave you a wedding ring.
She did. So the question is, like, what is she gonna think now that she's, like, seeing us this way? So let's talk to King Zora. Okay, he thinks it's an insult. He's like, yeah, you're mocking us. Which maybe that's true. So what do you say, Rudo? Alright, you actually decided to become a Zora. Are you actually ready to marry me now? Okay, awesome. Alright. So there we go. So but without it, they'll get a case. Yeah, and that's the idea that, yeah, that did, and yeah, like, there you go. So there we are with,
That was amazing.
I don't know if, because as I said, I haven't necessarily seen all of the reactions, because the reactions will change depending on what mask you take with you. So I'm going to show the last one, which is going to be the Goron mask, and at that point, that should take us 5 hours. So yeah, this turned out pretty good as far as this. The next month is going to be a little shorter probably than the 5, but we'll definitely have more stuff going on. And more time for the discussion as far as, you know, the chat is concerned, and also especially over the end credits. I mean, when I did Mario RPG, just to go into that, for the final part, we got into discussion. I was basically holding on, like, the end screen for, like, almost an hour. So I was like, yeah, how we're getting 4 hours of this game? Oh, yeah, that's how. So, yeah, there you go. Okay, so one last trip to the market. We're gonna get the other mask. I guess, oh no, yeah, I do want to take your mask, and also, yeah, pay attention to him, we're going to see him in Majora's Mask in different contexts, for sure. There's the Goron mask, yeah, I'm going to love having that in Majora's Mask, for sure. Makes you look a little big, so there you go, and I do love that idea, so I can get in touch with the inner Goron going like, Okay, she's irritated by it. The happy couple... He sees through it. Let's see, what does, yeah, he say? He's irritated too. He knows that it's a mask, but he's also saying, like, hey, when I was a kid who wore masks around. Can't imagine me doing that. Yeah, wait till Majora's Mask again, because there is a specific thing for that. Alright. I'm trying to think of the fastest way to... The fastest way to get to Goron City actually is using this, not using the song, because that's going to take us to the volcano. I can't get out of there. Actually, you know what? Well, let me try that. Hang on.
Wait, can you jump over the ledge?
I don't think. No, you can't jump over the ledge. But you know, I'll try something. We'll go to the crater. I'm gonna go fall in the lava and kill myself. Because here's my question: where's the respawn point? Do I respawn right here, where I warp to, or do I go to the beginning? So going in. Okay, we
that's
just.
a bit slow.
Okay, we go there. So yeah, I can't go back here. I can't make that jump.
Oh, because it's destroyed.
Yeah, because I was just curious. I wanted to say that. Okay, if I jumped in here, where would I respawn? And I respawned right there because I considered that as my entry point.
No way back up.
Not like that, no. As a kid, no. Because you can't get down here normally with a child. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go to Kaepora Village one more time. We're going to climb up the mountain and go over there.
Why can't you get over the ledge?
because it's too far. We had to use the hook shot to get over there when we first came in. But, and unfortunately with this, we don't have those nice boots.
Oh, okay, you can.
Okay, we can get over that wedge, yes. Oh shit! I didn't mean to jump back in down there.
Good jump.
Oh, there you go. I was like, yeah, I was aiming for that. I swear to God. In that case, like, yeah, making the goal case that way. I guess fitting to some degree we were back where we started. But hey, let's talk to the kid. We gave him the spooky mask. There he is. That's not very different from Dompe, is it? Well, yes and no. Actually, you know what? Also, I'm going to show one other thing. I didn't get to show this. I want to show this if I can do it. The trick with the, Deku stick and the butterflies. You familiar with what that is?
Oh, does it, like, turn into a fairy or something?
Yes, if you get it on the end of it, it'll make it go into a fairy, but you have to be very specific as far as how to touch it. And you do use the stick, yeah. Fine, alright, I'm not going to show that then. But that's what happens. Alright, so we're going to climb up the mountain with the Goron mask. And also, to complete the look, remember, the Gorons love them their special crop. So we have a special crop on board. You know, for that matter, let's talk to Anju. Let's see what she has to say. Hi.
Scare.
Cute, but Coco's are much cuter. And we'll get into that also with Majora's Mask, because there's a long-form side quest in that game that has her in it. It actually is one of the most emotionally devastating parts of the game. Just saying a lot. In a good way, though. And that's the other thing. I mean, let's talk to some elements of what were discussed in chat tonight. The idea of when emotion in game is, you know, when it could be something that it's completely devastating and it is hurting to be experiencing. I know that was you with Life is Strange, specifically as an example of what I know you have told me about. Feel free to tell me others, Proterova, as far as elements of that. But then in something like that game where you feel like you've kind of come across something that feels so genuine and you're really so touched to it that you kind of admire it that much more because of it. Yeah, you know what? We're making the Goron case go because we're rolling like crazy. Which, as I mentioned,
you're channeling your inner Goron.
And we are foreshadowing not at all subtly to the next game in this line we're going to play. And I love when we're going to get there and what happens with it. Fine, there's that Goron.
Yeah, true Gorons roll a little faster.
That's true, but is it...
Improvement.
Well, yeah, again, wait till Majora's Mask. We will, we'll learn that. Because remember, it's hashtag Link Real Man for this game, but in that case, it's like, Link is Real Man, so there we go.
Not real Goron.
Not real Goron was like, yeah, well, there you go. You shouldn't be so picky about what you eat. Do you eat all your green rocks? If you don't, you won't grow up big and strong. So yes, the Gorons are the only ones who are fooled by the mask that they share the element of. As you know, also we'll do one other thing. I'll talk to Drunia and see what he has to say.
Goron is not the most intelligent race.
Well, no, well, fine. No, but I mean, in some cases they understand certain things. All right, there you go. You're making me mad. You know, let's play a song.
Saria's song?
Yeah, what the hell?
Saria's song?
Oh, Saria's song?
Saria's song, because you made him angry, right?
Well, before we do that, I wanna know what happens when we play the Scarecrow song. I've never done this before. So I'm as curious as you are.
Nothing? Oh. He takes it.
Yeah, basically if you play any song that's not Saria's song, he'll say like, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. Also, you look like a smaller version of us. Yeah, it's not what I was looking for. This is the hint, basically, and you do get the sense, because you do get the percussion at the beginning from Saria's song, the and it'll also tell you specifically, I want to hear something from outside the mountains. And fine, let's give him another dance, why not? Yeah, we'll get our dance going on too, so there we go. And then we'll go visit Saria, and may as well then go grow up and end in front of the castle. Yeah, because you can keep coming here and do that. We did that for the purpose of the beginning of the game. But you keep coming here and doing that, he'll keep doing the dance. And it'll be the same cutscene.
So he'll never get old of that dance.
He won't. I mean, he likes that. I mean, he gets to see the perspective of this, or as I showed you, the 3DS version, where they change... Well, fine, they enhanced the animations of him, because they rebuilt that game from scratch.
So even big leader, Veronia, likes this song.
No, yeah, I mean, and to be fair, that's kind of something that the Gorons are saying as far as, like, the Gorons, as far as the characters. That's kind of something that some of the other Zelda games would get into, to a degree. Because they have their pride that way, but they also like having fun with some of their...
silly.
They're silly, but they're in touch with their serious side, but also their silly side. Actually, in
They're in
Twilight...
touch with their mountain side.
Especially in Twilight Princess, because in Twilight Princess, what you do in that one is you actually do sumo wrestling with them. You basically are in the ring with them when they try to dive you. You grab them, you basically do like
Sounds dangerous.
It is dangerous, but it's also something that you gain strength doing that. Yeah, no matter how many times I hear that, it never gets old. Alright, certainly so. Oh, no. We're gonna move out of the way a little bit. We're gonna go see Sari, because we're saying like, hey, we're not seeing her that much. But as child, we can go see her anytime. Just play the menu out of the forest. And then with that, we'll go back to temple time. I wonder what she has to say about the Goron mask. I mean, she's in touch with the Goron. She knows who Daruni is, feasibly. Because, you know, they're sage buddies. So, hi. Makes me feel happy. Okay, so she's in touch with that. Also, let's telepathically talk to her while we're standing next to her.
She'll probably say, can't you just talk to me like a normal human being?
Or, yeah, like, well, turn around. Yeah, why not? But see, also, here's the other thing. We could also say, like, no, we're practicing our, telepathic talking. Yeah, you're right, okay. I don't mind you talking Ocarina's magic, but I'd like to talk to you face to face. Alright, well, let's, give her a talk face to face. No.
Unmask.
Unmask this quickly. When you hear my voice, we'll play the song. Alright, so what we'll do is let's do... Oh, no, we'll, hear her again. So let's, go back to the temple time. Yeah, we'll talk to her as the Goron, and then we'll go back and we'll go to the adult case, and then we'll be at 5 hours.
Oh, talking to her when you're not keeping camera?
Yeah. But I think you're right. When you're right next to her, she'll say, like, hey, come by and see me. But in this case, let's put the mask on. Let's play one more time.
Probably the mask doesn't affect it.
No, it doesn't affect it, but let's just do that for effect. See what she says as far as the last discussion with her before we go into, we're going next month. Find all the temples yet? Yeah, we sure did. Except the last one. Alright, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go turn into adult, and next month we're gonna go into, Ganon's castle, and we're gonna finish the game. And I guess in that case, the estimation of 5 months for this game, 5 parts, turned out to be, on point. Oh, and I still have my hover boots on. I guess I never took them off. Oh, then again, I came out. I was using that for the exploit of,
Yeah, you were.
For what we had. Okay, so you know what? Fine. Oh, right. Also, what I'll show next time is before we start, I'll load up my, 3 heart run file. Oh, wait, no. I'm trying to remember if I got the big Goron sword in that. I'll figure that. I do want to show the thing with the giant's knife, so I'll show that as well. That'll be next month, too. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to roll in the fence. That's fine for the planner. Oh, yeah, bye-bye, Redeads. We'll see you later. Alright, so let's get ourselves ready for the battle. There's our light arrows, so boom, there we go. If you usually take a shot, you know what, fine, let's give a warning shot. Let's let know Ganon we're coming. Yeah, we'll hope that maybe that hit him, or maybe hit outside the window. So it's like, yeah, Ganon, we have light arrows with your name on it, we're coming. So,
please surrender.
Yeah, surrender or die, fugitive. To go into perfect dark take of that. As it also showed the thing with the giant's knife, I might have just load a file, but I can do that. Yeah, fine, like... We have to save Princess Zelda from her imprisonment in Ganon's castle, and we are going to do that, for sure. Okay. So... with that is part 4 of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. We are all set with pretty much everything we gotta do. As I said, I'll just do the thing with the giant's knife, just 'cause, like, hey, we'll show that. It's basically the big Goron sword, but it can bust. And I'll figure out how we can show that. But, alright, so that is gonna cover it for Super Old Game Saturday for this week. Thank you, Proterova, for joining me again for this game. Engendering a terrific discussion that way, as far as it. Going deep in this game, and thank you also to chat as well. Like for Dolphin, everybody out there. Thank you very much for coming to the show, and thank you very much for bring as much as you bring to it, and also, as I mentioned, being brave enough to kind of talk about some of these things that might not be comfortable, and I get that, and I like that you're feeling comfortable that way. It's like, if you're not, that's fine, I'm not going to push that, but that you are, I mean, there's something to be said about that, and that this is a show that cares this way in its perspective, and that's why, is that on top of how deep we'll go, this is not like any other gaming show you're going to see, and I think that's what I really have liked about doing this, and why I think I've taken this so seriously, and the point, like, we're still doing, like, we're planning stuff into, like, the next year. That's how much we want to see this show go. And, like, and you want to be part of that. And, you know, you're part of the SuperOldGameSaturday family as far as that. Anybody who's in the chat and anybody who's been on the show. I could easily print out, like, a membership card that way if you want to do that, but that might be coming at some point. But, either way, next month will be the finale of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. We'll decide, I guess, if you have a preference of, like, what weekend you want to do. The only one I gotta put a limitation on is the last weekend of May, because that is the compilation show, and I'll go into that when we talk the schedule a little bit. Yeah, if you want to either say to me now or later, we can figure out what month or what weekend of May is going to be good for us to have the finale of this game. Alright, thank you again for joining me. Thank you very much for watching the show. Let's also go into what the schedule is for the next couple of weeks. Actually, technically, into the next couple of months, honestly, and I'm realizing because most of the stuff is set. Next week, we're going back to Zelda of the Story, the RPG we're currently playing. Speaking of abandoning people, we abandoned Link feasibly in the well at the beginning of this. We have Sailor Jupiter over a cannon in front of a tree. She's not sure what to do. It's like, I'm here. What's going on here? So, we're gonna join up with her again, and we'll continue with that on our adventure. We're going through, defeat Lord Apsu, and, you know, get all the Sailor Scouts and everybody taken care of, and save Tuxedo Mask. So we're gonna continue with that, and we'll have a fun time with that game next week at the same time, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The week after that, Nocturne's come back on the program. We're gonna be playing Sonic 3 and Knuckles. We're playing it a little differently. I'm gonna hide how we're playing that. We're not playing it through the Sega Genesis the way I played last year. Great. Okay, so you're looking forward to that Dolly Finn for sure, and we're looking forward to bringing that game to you. We're gonna play that at cooperative, I will say that, as far as it. So it'll be a different case. We're going through a different path than when I played as Knuckles last year. We also will have other stuff that will make it unique, so it's not just rehashing the same show. Also, her and I are going to see Sonic the Hedgehog 2, which opened this week, the movie that came out. We will have our discussion and thoughts on that movie of what we thought, because we went to the first one together, so it's like, we may as well do this one on top of that, and also get a sense of, do we like this one more or less than the last one? That'll come in 2 weeks. End of the month, for the 30th, in 3 weeks. Lekverse wanted to see this game, and I'm happy to be providing this to him and to everybody. F-Zero X for the Nintendo 64. You play that?
A little.
That's a great one. That's a very speedy, racing game, futuristic racing game. I only have a couple things left on the unlocks to do in order to get everything for it. We are going to be running that on the N64 specifically, so yeah, the N64 is going to stay out for that when we play that. And then we get into May, we're going to have the finale of this at a date to be determined. The next part of Sailor of the Story, also date to be determined. End of the month is going to be the compilation show we do every year. So for Memorial Day weekend, we have a smorgasbord of games within a compilation release. So last year we did Midway Treasures 1 for the PlayStation 2. This year we're doing Midway Treasures 2 for the Xbox, because it's on all those Midway Treasures games on the PS2, the GameCube, and Xbox. We're hitting one console across each 3 of those. So when we do 3 for the year after now, for next year, we're going to play the GameCube version of that. And for the viewer requests for that, I think we're going to do for the viewer requests, I know this is something I've been asked for, we're going to play, I just got to get a copy of this, and it's cheap enough I can make this happen, and something I don't really have to, you know, struggle in terms of, you know, getting ready for too much. We're going to be playing Wario's Woods. You ever play that?
Wario?
Wario's Woods. It came out in 1994. It's a puzzle game from Nintendo.
Or no.
It came out on NES. It was the last game to come out on NES from Nintendo themselves. We're playing on the Super Nintendo, which is a version that I never played. I played the NES version, particularly with the GameCube version. But on the Super Nintendo, it came out for that, and for some reason, Nintendo has never released that version. They always re-released the NES one, where it's on the Wii, with Virtual Consoles of those, the Switch Online, Animal Crossing on the GameCube, but never the Super Nintendo version. So we're going to take a look at that, and I believe, from what Lekverse was telling me when we did we did Super Mario Land. I believe there's a story mode that's exclusive to that, so we'll definitely take a look at that and get more puzzle action going on the show, because, yeah, it's worth doing that. You know, covering the gamut as far as genres and anything that chat you want to see, anything, Proterova, that you want to see that you have not already told me you want to see.
You have my list.
Yeah, I have his list. His is on the master list as far as stuff, and of the stuff he will also be on after we finish Ocarina of Time next month. We'll be doing GoldenEye in in August for its 25th anniversary. It's going to be around the end of the month, if you're okay with that, just because we'll be in line with 25 years ago that game came out. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of love to provide to that game, a lot of insights in the same way, and we're going to do Game Dev Tycoon for the Switch at some point, and then also next year. I'm thinking next April. I think that's how it's going to work based on how the length of the RPGs we got running. He will be playing Lunar Silver Star Story Complete for us. He will start that. I believe it's going to be 6 parts. We're thinking, as far as the length, we'll see how that goes. And we're definitely looking forward to getting all those games. Anything else you'll want to see for this program. So, I think with that, that is going to call it for the show tonight. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for making the show what it is and coming in and, you know, relaxing, joining us, and opening yourselves up as well in a case like that. As I said, we're all here for you, and this is where you want to be for classic gaming goodness and something more. That's the thing I'm saying. It's always something more. You're not going to get exactly what you would see out of anything else. And as I said before, when we were talking earlier, that's the goal of the show. All of you are making that possible. Proterova, you've made that possible. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. Okay, so with that, I'll see you next week with part 2 of Sailor Moon of the Story. But until then, thank you very much for watching the show. Have a great rest of your night. Great week coming forward, feasibly, or great rest of your weekend, or keep your strength going. You know, you got that going on. You can do it. And like for us, everybody else, we're here for you for whatever it is. Great show. Thank you very much, Zeldapedia, and good night. Thank you for sure. Keep being awesome. You absolutely are, every one of you. So have a wonderful night. I'll see you next week with Sailor Moon of the Story for part 2. Good night, and take care.
Bye.